Chapter 201 Deep Cultivation. Oki randomly bought a pair of ordinary fishing rods at the most fishing rod store on the beach near Deadleaf City, and then bought a fishing bait that was said to work very well under the warm recommendation of the manager, and bought a small chair. Go straight to the beach. The weather today is average, but there are quite a few people fishing at the beach. Those who are fishing may also know that, in fact, the better the weather, the harder it is to fish. Of course, it is the same for masters. Through a large area of people, went all the way to the deepest part of the beach, where there were few people, and I found a place under a rocky cliff, opened a chair and sat on it to pick up a fishing rod. In fact, Oki has never fished, no matter when he was on the earth or in previous lives. He is also ignorant of this skill. Today is just a whim. I just wanted to give myself a chance to relax my tight body, and suddenly thought that fishing can cultivate my body and mind, and coupled with such a good place by the sea, I decided to go fishing. Some people hurriedly put the bait on the fish hook, and after shaking a lot of rods, they finally flung to a satisfactory position. They wiped the sweat on their foreheads. It seems that fishing is not an easy task. The foolish beast lay on the side of Oki's chair obediently, watching Oki's busy operation, holding back the smile on his face, trying to make himself look calm, but I did not know that Oki had seen him long ago. He coughed awkwardly, signaled the dumb beast to pay attention, and then released the claw-tail scorpion and the big milk tank. As Oki's current alliance, there are no problems in the appearance of dumb beasts and big milk cans, and the claw-tailed scorpion appears for the first time, and Oki has not temporarily arranged for him an elf of his own identity, so let him be together. Come out and play. I saw that the scorpion-tailed scorpion was very interested in the sand after it came out, and soon climbed into the sand, burying itself, leaving only a tail swaying on the sand. The last day of the battle brought the claw-tailed scorpion to 2 levels again, and now it has reached the 14th level, and the upgrade speed in the future should slow down. The previous upgrade was so fast because sufficient accumulation was obtained in early childhood, and the first level of surge promotion after entering the growth stage. In the next time, the upgrade needs to be slowly polished. In addition, the scorpion upgrades so fast that it has not mastered its own body, characteristics, and skills. If you want to become an effective combat force, you need a lot of exercise time. Leaning on the back of the chair, Oki thought about the planning of the elves, and felt that the whole person was very relaxed. Even the fishy smell of the seaside made him feel very fresh. His head was completely empty, and the breeze brushed his face as if opening the entire body's pores. The dumb beast glanced at Oki's current state in surprise, feeling a bit strange, because in his superpower perception, it seemed that Oki was gradually disappearing, but his eyes could clearly see any detail on Oki's body. Gradually understood the current state of Oki, and instantaneously exerted his electrocardiogram, connected the big milk tank and the claw-tailed scorpion, told them what kind of state Oki was now, and told them not to disturb Oki now, nor to let others disturb Oki. Hearing the words of the dumb beast, the big milk tank nodded solemnly, and even the playful claw-tail scorpion slowly got out of the sand and lay quietly on the sand beside Oki, feeling the surrounding ground, to prevent people from approaching. And what is Oki doing now? In fact, Oki doesn't know what he's doing now. If he was forced to say what he was doing, he might be in a daze. But this daze is more special. Oki felt that his mind was relatively empty, as if he didn't have to think about anything, think about nothing. Slowly, he seemed to see the chip in his brain. A black magnetic card with a strange light flashed. When he wanted to reach out and touch, the whole person came out of this state. When Oki opened her eyes again, they found that the dumb beasts looked like a vigilant, and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are there any enemies?" The foolish beast saw Oki himself woke up, and quickly used the electrocardiogram to inform him of his status. "So, am I in a deep meditation that is rare for a superpower?" After hearing the explanation of the foolish beast, I thought of the superpower training manual given by Nazi. Oki said, "In the ordinary life of superpowers, Some people may suddenly enter a state called deep meditation. No one knows how to enter this state yet. However, everyone who enters this state will get a lot of superpowers, promotion. In order to confirm the status of the stupid beast, Oki also deliberately took out the superpower training manual and checked the above instructions before truly confirming that he had indeed entered a state of deep meditation. Chip, scan my whole body to see if there are any changes. Oki said directly to the chip. Want to know what has changed in his body? It is best to ask the chip to monitor the host body at all times. Drip. It was found that the host had entered an unknown state before, and the brainwave activity level had reached an unprecedented 300%. It has now returned to a stable level, but the host's overall brainwave activity level has doubled steadily. The chip gave it instantly. Oki's physical data. Another three-dimensional image belonging to Oki himself appeared in front of his eyes, marking the previous process of brainwave activation. So, my superpower should have been greatly improved. Oki was a little hard to suppress the excitement. To know that superpower has always been a big heart disease for him, it is even more uncomfortable than not awakening. Oki focused his attention, slowly turning his superpowers on the sand on the ground. Slowly the sand suspended. 1, 2, 3. The number of sands started to increase. www.mentalnovel.com. But Oki's pressure also increased, and soon reached his limit, and saw Oki flushed. Looking at the sand pile equal to the size of 2 thumbs in front of him, it was in sharp contrast with the effort of Oki's flushed face. It did enter a state of deep meditation, and the superpower doubled a little more, but considering Oki's original superpower, even if it doubled, the total amount was not much. Oki was speechless. After working for a long time, I still let the stupid beasts look like them in a big battle. The superpowers grew so much that it wasted a rare state of deep meditation. If Oki's superpowers can be as powerful as Nazi, then enter a state of deep meditation again, and the improvement of strength can hardly imagine. Second more! Ask for a monthly ticket. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up. Chapter 202 Coming Clouds. However, although the superpower did not improve too much, Oki still felt a lot easier for himself. The feeling of hanging like a dagger over my head has disappeared. After deep meditation, it seems that the whole person has entered a state of letdown. Not only is the mental strength increased, the cells on the body seem to be moaning, enjoying. Twisted his neck and made a few sounds of bone collision. Oki smiled and patted the heads of the dumb beasts, and set his sights on the sea again. It's a beautiful day. If you can't control yourself when you are strong in the future, it is also great to find a beach to enjoy this life. Yeah, the dumb beast Nuo called out and continued to lie on the ground to rest. Maybe other elves didn't feel much, but he was able to feel the changes on Oki, who was sensitive to superpowers. Just like the original sugary lake surface gradually calmed down. This does not mean that the lake water is not scary. It's just more about accumulating strength and waiting for the moment to erupt. When Oki focused his attention on the float, he suddenly saw the float tremble, and then floated up and down a few times. I saw Oki with a bun. He had never fished, and he didn't know if a fish was hooked. Of course, when hesitating whether it is time to raise the pole, the leap suddenly came to the bottom. Even the fool knew that a fish was hooked, and Oki stood up and held the fishing rod with his hands to avoid being dragged away. After becoming familiar with the pulling force of the fish, he flicked his arms and tore off, and caught a red fish directly. Then I saw a carp king staring at the huge dead fish jumping frantically on the beach hill, and he kept spitting bubbles in his mouth, looking very active. The Carp King can be said to be the elves with the strongest survivability in the water in the elven world, which is equivalent to Xiaoqiang on the ground. No matter what kind of dirty water can survive, the Carp King also accounts for a large proportion in the sea. In addition, the King of Carps is also a typical genie that has undergone qualitative changes after the evolution of the elven world. Besides, the king's race value is only 200. But after the evolution into a Tyrannosaurus, the race value is 540, which is almost tripled. Moreover, The fighting power of Tyrannosaurus is visible to everyone, coupled with his brutal character and appearance in groups. Many trainers will choose to avoid when encountering Tyrannosaurus. However, because the Carp King has almost no fighting skills, and the elves in the water belong to the weak existence, so few people will train the Carp King to evolve into a Tyrannosaurus. Most trainers who have Tyrannosaurus directly conquer. Tyrannosaurus has evolved successfully. Aoki is still more interested in elves such as Tyrannosaurus Rex, and wouldn't mind taking one if appropriate. It's just that Tyrannosaurus is called Tyrannosaurus because his personality is very hot and not so easy to tame. Otherwise, such a powerful elf will not train as few homes, mainly because he can convince Tyrannosaurus to be completely convinced. There are too few trainers. For the time being, the Tyrannosaurus dragon thing was set aside. Aoki did not bother about the Carp King jumping on the sand pond. Anyway, this elf's survivability is very strong. Even if he leaves the water for a day, he is still very active. Wait for Aoki after ending today's fishing. It will be returned to the sea. The second time I hooked the bait to the fish hook, this time Aoki was quite skilled. Then he sat down and threw it in one go, but gradually he looked like a fisherman. But Aoki didn't sit down for a long time, and the flotation was pulled down again, and fish hooked up again. When Aoki lamented that the fishing bait recommended by the boss was so easy to use, another Carp King fell on the beach and started to jump along with the previous Carp King. Then there are the third, fourth, fifth. The Carp King is alcoholed, and the time interval between each catch is getting shorter and shorter. In the future, as long as the fish hook is clicked, a Carp King will be hooked. Aoki looked at a group of Carp Kings jumping wildly by the beach, about a dozen, and felt that his fishing trip today might be over. The Carp King is so crazy, even if he knew it was a fish hook, he would continue to eat the food on the fish hook. Even Aoki saw the sea where he often put the hooks, and a group of Carp Kings were hovering there, side, waiting for Aoki to hook. When Aoki felt that the resources in this area were too scarce, there were so many Carp Kings waiting for food on the fish hook. But Aoki hasn't seen any water elves except King Koi. Could it be the flood of Carp Kings in this area? But obviously this is not the case, otherwise there will not be so many anglers at this beach, all of them are king of carps, and they still catch a fart. Suddenly, the dumb beast opened his eyes and stood up. Aoki frowned and looked over the distant sea. A huge dark cloud was gradually approaching the beach. Not only that, under the dark cloud, it can be clearly seen that there are many waterspouts raging on it, mixed with a few flashes of lightning that cut through the sky. A storm is coming, Aoki muttered as he looked at the scene. Originally, I just relaxed fishing and met a group of Carp Kings, which made my self-cultivation fishing a bubble, and now I even encountered a rare storm. Not only Aoki saw this scene, but those who were fishing in the distance also saw this dark cloud approaching one after another, and began to pack up their fishing gear and prepare to go home to avoid the storm. However, as the black clouds approached, Aoki felt something was not right. The black cloud was too solid and contrasted with the surrounding sky, which was not like a rain cloud formed naturally. This is the rain cloud brought by begging rain? Aoki said an interrogative sentence, but thought in her mind that it was inseparable. Put all your fishing tools into the ring, and kick the Carp King on the ground one by one into the water. The situation is not right now. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki is about to leave. Of course, Aoki saw that this rain cloud was wrong, and other trainers also saw the cause of this rain cloud. Is this the rain cloud brought by begging rain? Such a big piece? Shouldn't an elf begging for rain? This rain cloud is approaching Deadleaf City. What are you still watching? Come back soon. Go to the elf center to hide first. Anyway, there is a tall man standing on top of it. Yes, hurry up. You won't be able to leave without waiting. Almost all those who can come to the beach to fish are trainers. After someone proposed the source of this cloud, they all accelerated their pace and wanted to escape this place quickly. At first glance, this cloud is not good. Third more! Exclamation mark offer. The fastest update, Please read without pop-up. Chapter 203 Tyrannosaurus. When Oki was ready to leave the beach with a foolish beast, a police car suddenly stopped on the road next to the beach. A group of policemen wearing coalition police uniforms came down from the car. Policewoman: Miss Junshaw. I saw them all standing very seriously on the side of the road, looking at a dark cloud in the distance. Miss Junshaw picked up the microphone of the car amplifier and stood in front. Dear tourists on the beach, please note that there may be heavy rain or even waves in the waters around the beach. Please leave in an orderly manner, pay attention to safety. Repeat again, there may be heavy rains or waves in the waters around the beach. Please leave in an orderly manner. Be careful. Miss Junshaw repeated these words with a microphone. The passengers who heard her said they left the beach in an orderly manner under the command of the police. Dear trainers, the second-level mission of the Alliance is now promulgated. As long as it helps us to resist the elves that are attacking the beach this time, everyone will allocate Alliance points according to the degree of contribution. Miss Junshaw organized the trainers who were going to leave together. Get up and say the policy that Deadleaf City promulgated in the face of this incident. Alliance missions are mission systems built specifically for Alliance trainers. As long as you complete certain tasks, you can get mission points, and the mission points can be exchanged for some props or materials that can be used by the elves. It's just that the exchange of Alliance points is open to different degrees according to different identities, and it can truly be exchanged without restrictions. Only members of the affiliate of the Alliance, and trainers like Oki's identity can exchange items, but there are some precious props, and is not open to them. However, whether it is a civilian trainer or a league trainer, the league points are very important, because this is one of the key things they can continue to grow. Some items cannot be bought with money, but Alliance points can be exchanged. For civilian trainers, earning points may be faster or even more practical than earning money. Therefore, Miss Junshaw said that after this second-level mission, many trainers who were about to leave stopped and stood with the police, waiting for the storm to come. Oki was relatively far away, so when he walked to the beach, he found that there was no figure on the beach anymore. All he saw was a police car parked on the road next to it, countless police officers and trainers frowning and looking at them. If not enough confidence in the Alliance ID card given by Ying, Oki would think these people are here to catch themselves. But then thinking of his own strength now, can't help but laugh at himself. It takes such a big battle to catch yourself now. So Oki walked calmly towards them after a short walk. Anyway, to leave the beach, they had to be surrounded by police. Miss Junshaw, who was waiting for her time, saw Oki, who came over slowly, and then saw the foolish beast beside him. The eyes flashed and she immediately walked to Oki's side. After showing the police officer's card, Miss Junshaw said, "Hello, this trainer. Now I have issued an emergency secondary mission to help us resist the elves in this storm together. It depends on your strength. After the end of this mission, the mission points will be allocated according to the contribution of everyone. Please help us." Oki looked at Miss Junshaw with a bland face. The Alliance points, in fact, as Oki, there was really no need. After all, the Rocket's redemption list does not have any restrictions because of different identities. As long as the task points are enough, you can redeem what you want. Compared with the League's redemption policy, it is not very attractive. Can it be exchanged for an equivalent value of Union currency? Oki asked. After all, few people choose affiliate coins instead of affiliate points. Sure enough, when hearing Oki's words, Miss Junshaw smiled and said, "No problem. Many people need Alliance points, and Oki wants Alliance coins. As long as she comes forward to dispatch it in the middle, it is a very simple matter." Although for most people, if you choose between Alliance currency and Alliance points, you will definitely choose Alliance points. But there are also people who are short of money for the time being, so Miss Junshaw only feels slightly surprised about Oki's requirements, and then she will make up for herself all up. Seeing that Miss Junshaw agreed so simply, Oki did not refuse. Anyway, there are so many trainers here now, if the elves who come will be too powerful, then they will definitely not be the ones who run at the end. There was a momentary movement, and Oki didn't panic at all. After Oki and the trainer entered the trainer team, some people wanted to come up with each other. After all, they saw Miss Junshaw personally inviting Oki to join, which shows that this person's strength is certainly not weak, and the difference around him obviously, there are special identities, and maybe they are not members of the Alliance. But when they were about to find Oki, the speed of the black dark clouds on the beach suddenly increased by a notch, and the beach was shrouded in a moment. Raw. As the black clouds approached, it was finally possible to see why there were sea tornadoes under the black clouds. It turned out that each sea tornado was a Tyrannosaurus. Roughly speaking, more than 20 Tyrannosaurus rexes exist under this dark cloud. Look at Miss Junshaw's serious expression, but she didn't have any look of surprise. Obviously, she also knew that under this dark cloud was a group of Tyrannosaurus, and he recruited the trainers to worry that the number of Tyrannosaurus was too large. They can't resist the police. There are also many trainers who have been recruited. www.mentalnovel.com, which is also a matter of course. They also seem to know who their enemies are about to face. While there was still a little preparation time, Oki asked curiously to the trainer without any surprise around him, "Brother, aren't you surprised that these Tyrannosaurus dragons appear here?" The person asked by Oki originally wanted to chat with Oki, draw a relationship, and said with a smile, "It seems you should not be a local." This beach is called Tyrannosaurus Long Beach. These Tyrannosaurus dragons have two. This raid on this beach will be known to anyone who has lived in Dead City for more than half a year, because now is their estrus season. When talking about the estrus season, there was still a slight expression, as if something had been thought of. However, his words also made Oki understand why all the common carp kings came up when he was fishing by himself. It turned out that it was the estrus season of Tyrannosaurus Rex, so the carp kings gathered in the waters of this beach. Its original Fourth more! Offer it slightly. The fastest update, please read without pop-up. Chapter 204 Water Arrow Turtle. Tyrannosaurus is not a very common elf, but for a large area like the sea, I am afraid it is countless. This beach is obviously a fixed spawning place for the Tyrannosaurus group. If it is not because the Tyrannosaurus is too easy to be angry, this scene may be a great win. A group of Tyrannosaurus dragons gathered around and began to circle, and the rain under the dark clouds also increased, and they fell into the sea sparsely. One after another, the carp kings floated to the surface, watching the Tyrannosaurus dragons in a waterspout in the air, showing a look of envy. This is the state they have longed for a lifetime, but so many carp kings can successfully evolve into Tyrann. There are really few dragons. This is really spectacular. If this is over, there will be nothing for us. Oki sighed, watching the waterspouts growing in the distance. Don't be too happy. It's just the beginning now. And it's about to come. The estrus of Tyrannosaurus is more prone to anger. By that time, it will be the river and the sea. It's miserable. It was the same man who said after hearing Oki's sigh. Oh? Oki narrowed his eyes and looked at dozens of Tyrannosaurus dragons in the distance. Coming. With the man's low drink, the Tyrannosaurus dragons flew out of the waterspout, with red in their eyes, and aggressively climbed up the beach. By the way, the whole beach was flooded with the rolling seawater. Many of the recruited trainers are local trainers in Deadleaf City, and most of them are trainers from other places. After seeing the horror-like Tyrannosaurus dragon group coming over, there was an immediate riot. Not all trainers have the courage to face hordes of Tyrannosaurus, especially those trainers who have just begun to travel. They have just become a mess. Some trainers with poor psychological quality even caused some panic, like a group of headless flies began to flee everywhere. They didn't realize that this mission actually made them face a group of Tyrannosaurus dragons that had fallen into a state of rage. Fortunately, Miss Junshaw was prepared for this situation. A group of police officers joined the group of trainers. Each policeman took 4 or 5 trainers to form a small group, and at the same time, they appeased their horrified hearts. With the backbone, The flustered trainers quieted down one after another. Under the leadership of the police in the small team, 5 to 6 people in each team faced a Tyrannosaurus. As long as no major mistakes occurred, there was no problem. Tyrannosaurus is more powerful, so send a team with more people to deal with it, a little weaker team to fight less, anyway, to ensure that each Tyrannosaurus has a person to deal with. Of course, Tyrannosaurus also has a very powerful presence, and the strongest Tyrannosaurus was faced by Miss Junshaw alone. I saw a Tyrannosaurus dragon in a rage fighting a lot of small water tortoises, and a wind speed dog was holding it nearby. Although the wind speed dog is a fight elves, it is not vulnerable to Tyrannosaurus, and sometimes it slams into Tyrannosaurus with a bursting flame, making his scales black and scorched. At the same time, Miss Junshaw, who was standing aside, was conscientiously directing the water arrow turtle and the wind speed dog, and gave various instructions to them. A series of terrible orange beams or huge water columns were released from the Tyrannosaurus dragon's mouth. The actions of the body brought about huge waves on the seashore. The main attack target was the seemingly very small Miss Junshaw. However, whenever the Tyrannosaurus pointed the attacking spear at Miss Junshaw, the water arrow turtle on one side would jump up full force, and then, with the gravity of the fall, slammed it on the Tyrannosaurus' head, smash it into the sand. The Tyrannosaurus, who has an absolute advantage in shape, will also throw off the water arrow turtle at the first time. After all, the dragon head is one of his dignity. At this time, the wind speed dog will quickly connect to the gap between the water and the tortoise after being hit, and swiftly rush forward, biting on the body of the Tyrannosaurus dragon with bright and thundering teeth, bringing him huge damage. Tyrannosaurus is an elf of the water system plus the flight system. It is 4 times restrained in the face of the electric system. After the pain, the Tyrannosaurus was even more angry, and various skills were thrown to the wind speed dog and the water arrow turtle. In this way, Miss Junshaw alone stopped the strongest existence of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and her strength was so horrible. Aoki was also assigned to a squadron, under the leadership of a police officer, to fight one of the Tyrannosaurus. Just passing by the battle site where Miss Junshaw and Tyrannosaurus was passing, the chip was used subconsciously to get their data of several elves. Pokemon, Tyrannosaurus Green. Gender, male. Level 39. Attribute, water plus flight. Feature, intimidation. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, bite, make a noise, stare, tornado, frozen teeth, water tail, ghost face, dragon's rage. Teaching skills, destroying light and water waves. Skill learner, none. Pokemon, water arrow turtle dark green. Gender, male. Level, 36. Attribute, water system. Characteristics, rapids. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, yawn, water jet, salt water. Basic skills, cannon light cannon, impact, tail wagging, water gun, retracted into the shell, foam, bite, high speed rotation, hold, fluctuation of water, tail of water. Teaching skills, iron tail, frozen fist, cannon water cannon, dragon wave. Skill learner, freezing light, destroying light, asking for rain, splitting tiles, rock fall, surfing. The 13 green qualified Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 36 dark green qualified water arrow turtles are very powerful spirits. This Tyrannosaurus may have existed like a little hegemon in this area. www.mentalnovel.com, and Miss Junshaw's water arrow turtle must be one of her initial elves. In the Kanto region, the water elves in the royal 3 houses, the dark green qualifications, and the 36 level, it can be said that only this elf can let Miss Junshaw crush all the elves in Aoki. The speed dog ran away quickly in order to avoid the attack of Tyrannosaurus, so Aoki could not get his data, but it is definitely not weak, otherwise it would not be so easy under the situation of restrained attributes. If you really want to say, in fact, there is no problem even if the sword turtle is single to single Tyrannosaurus, but now Tyrannosaurus is in a violent state with a lot of attack power, and Miss Junshaw cannot let him attack. The aftermath disturbed the other teams, so they let the wind speed dogs go together. What is to be done is to prevent the strongest existence of this Tyrannosaurus while not causing huge breaking words. Thank you to book friends for the great rewards yesterday. Oh, 2 more. Let Hibiscus slowly return. By the way, ask for a monthly pass. The fastest update. Please read without pop-up. Chapter 205 Solitary Tyrannosaurus. As the situation was more urgent, Aoki did not observe too much. Under the leadership of the team police, he quickly walked towards their target Tyrannosaurus. Mobile phone HTTPS. I'll wait for the situation to attack. I let my elf drag the Tyrannosaurus. You try to send the elves of the electric system or the rock system to be able to deal a relatively high damage. After the leader of the police explained a little, he threw his elf ball directly, and a stinger jellyfish appeared in the water, directly tangling the Tyrannosaurus. This Tyrannosaurus has a level and qualification that is much weaker than that faced by Miss Junshaw. The level is only 28, and the qualification is yellow. However, due to the fury, the attack power is still increasing a little. In the paddling Aoki, the dumb beasts were attacked side by side, but Aoki did not let Tyrannosaurus escape from their team. Others are attacking hard, but the police officer is obviously inadequate and the commanding ability is not good. Therefore, when commanding the sting jellyfish to fight, his forehead was already sweaty, and the Tyrannosaurus escaped him several times. The entanglement, if it was not Aoki to let the dumb beasts stand in time, I am afraid this team will not be able to persist for long. In fact, many battles on the beach have this situation. After all, they are trainers gathered temporarily. The fighting ability and fighting quality are uneven. Even the police force of the team is average. They can barely entangle the Tyrannosaurus. It's very good. The output depends on the recruited trainers. If the trainers in the team are not weak and can win Tyrannosaurus for a long time, then the team is more dangerous. Just when they were about to defeat the Tyrannosaurus Aoki, a team next to them made a serious mistake, causing the Tyrannosaurus to break free of their restraints and began to rage wildly, so that the surrounding battles were affected. Several of them were too scared and forgot to command their own elves, watching the Tyrannosaurus defeat the police elf completely. After defeating the biggest enemy that blocked him, Tyrannosaurus went straight to the place where the Aoki team nearest him was located. The people of the team with Aoki changed color, and now they are very difficult to fight. If the two Tyrannosaurus rendezvous merges, the consequences will be unimaginable. I am afraid that Waterloo will appear, which will directly lead to the end of all battles. Just when they thought it was bad, the accident happened again, and 2 white lights suddenly appeared in the sea. The 2 stimulated Carp Kings suddenly evolved into Tyrannosaurus. I believe that after they are fully familiar with their bodies, they will also join the battlefield, and they are really in danger. Aoki frowned and looked at the police officer, who was also very overwhelmed, and said directly, I'm going to deal with that Tyrannosaurus. You continue to deal with this one, don't worry. Then, when everyone else was stunned, Aoki took the dumb beast out of the battlefield and directly met the Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, Aoki also got the data of this Tyrannosaurus because of the approach. Elf, Tyrannosaurus light green. Gender, male. Level, 28. Attribute, water plus flight. Feature, intimidation. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, none. Basic skills, bite, make a noise, stare, tornado, frozen teeth. Teaching skills, destroying light and water waves. Skill learner, none. It turned out to be a light green Tyrannosaurus, and it is no wonder that it was able to directly break the team's combination. Not everyone can directly see the qualifications and levels of the elves like Aoki, so the Tyrannosaurus dragons who choose to fight are often based on the subjective judgment of the leading police. Most of the time, they are more accurate, but there are some on time, such as this Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus in progress suddenly found that someone was blocking his way forward. He had been out of anger because of the previous battle. This time, he lost his mind directly. A yellow light gathered directly in his mouth. Stand up, destroy the light. Stupid beast, hold on. Ghost. Strange light. Facing the strongest output skills of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Oki looked calm and quickly gave instructions to his elf. Gizzy has been hiding in the shadow of Oki, responding to various sudden Oki at any time. Hearing Oki's orders will no longer hide, directly appearing, throwing a strange ball of light to the Tyrannosaurus. And when the yellow light was about to reach them, a light green energy hood was stretched directly around the body, and all the attacks that destroyed the light would be withheld for a moment. The old force of the Tyrannosaurus dragon, which had just used light to destroy the light, was gone, and the new force was not born. After being touched by the strange light of Gizzy, he had lost his mind. He found that his eyes were invisible. If it is not because the damage light has just been used and the skills cannot be used again for a short time, I am afraid that the damage light will be used to shoot the entire audience, whether it is the enemy or himself. Stupid beast, mental shock after meditation, ghost, shadow ball unlimited attack. Oki also knows that after the use of damaging light, the energy in the elves' bodies cannot be fully connected, so there will be a period of time when the skills cannot be used, but the mobility is still there. I saw the Tyrannosaurus being blinded and losing his mind. He was writhing madly in the water, splashing a large expanse of water and waves. Even the Tyrannosaurus in the surrounding battle was affected. When the Tyrannosaurus recovered from the fatigue of destroying the light, the strange light effect of ghosts gradually lost. After all, the levels were too different, and it was very surprising to succeed. The moment the Tyrannosaurus regained vision, he locked the target directly on the weakest-looking Oki. He had lost his mind for a long time, and he relied on the beast's instinct to fight, and that instinct told him that the human being was the weakest, but as long as he is skilled, he will not have so much trouble. This time, instead of using destructive light www.mentalnovel.com, a blue water ball was condensed in the mouth, and it bounced directly towards the Oki. The water waved. Stupid beast, Minley blesses the water gun, shoots through this wave of water, ghosts, and continues to use the shadow ball. In the face of the water-based energy ball flying towards him, Oki did not panic, and gave orders to the dull beast, while Gizzy kept hovering around Oki. Gas condensed on his hands, and the black shadow ball was formed. He threw it directly to Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then condensed a shadow ball again. After the meditation, the superpower was strengthened, and the water gun was covered by the superpower after it was ejected. The speed of the water flow was strengthened again, just like a bullet, directly hitting the wave of water from the Tyrannosaurus dragon. The remaining water gun attacked Tyrannosaurus face directly. P.S. The level of ghosts was wrong before. I am very sorry, it has been modified. Thank you for your support. Then, Be Big Brother's book, Plague Doctor, is currently recommended on the home page. The author is also an old author, writes beautifully. This is a book of medicine plus Cthulhu plus modern plus secret, written in a very strange atmosphere. The plot is very good. The characters are also IQ Online. Highly recommended. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 206 Defeating Tyrannosaurus. The poisonous properties of ghosts have not been fully developed, and the skill CDs that Oki bought last time have not been used. Otherwise, even if the level of ghosts is lower than that of Tyrannosaurus, use of poisonous and various skill consumption, also it is not impossible to win. After all, this Tyrannosaurus has no fighting rules. Think Free Fees Watch and complete version please 100 degrees. After being attacked by the stunner's water gun on his face, Tyrannosaurus was repelled for a distance, but the attack effect of the water skills was average. He had no big impact except shaking his head. However, when he was faint, the dumb beasts and ghosts would not stop attacking. Stupid beasts, unlimited mental attack, ghosts, shadow throw me hard. The Tyrannosaurus repelled a distance wants to get close to exerting his physical advantage, but the foolish beast and the ghost will obviously not give him a chance to fight back. Especially the psychic shock of the dumb beast. For the simple-headed Tyrannosaurus, it is simply fatal. Slowly, Ghost's shadow ball wounded the Carp's dragon all over, but did not have the opportunity to counterattack, because the dumb beasts have completely crushed in terms of mental strength. I saw that Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had red eyes in the beginning, slowly exuded blood in the corners of his eyes. Apparently the pressure on his head was not small. It's almost there. Idiot yawning, ghost, hypnosis. Aoki looked at the situation of the Tyrannosaurus through the chip, knowing that his body was already at the limit, and because his head was under the crazy attack of the stupid beast, he is now very groggy. Even if the stupid beast and the ghost stop attacking, he has not the ability to act. The stupid beast who heard the word yawned from the tip of his nose and an oval bubble appeared, slowly floating in front of Tyrannosaurus. As the bubble broke, Tyrannosaurus found that his eyes were a bit heavy. Even the original angry mood when there is no empty tube. Try to keep your eyes closed. At this time, Gizzy directly added a hypnotic technique. The already exhausted body, coupled with the yawn of the foolish beast and the hypnotic technique of Gizzy, completely let the Tyrannosaurus Rex fall asleep. Wow! A huge body smashed into the water and splashed a huge splash. Aoki took out an elven ball and threw it directly at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Many people are paying attention to this battle. After all, it is related to the direction of the entire battlefield, because this is the first Tyrannosaurus to break free from the siege. Dealing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex alone is beyond many people's expectations. Not everyone has the support of a huge family like Miss Junshaw, and a member of the Alliance. When Aoki defeated a Tyrannosaurus Rex, everyone would be relieved. However, the two Tyrannosaurus dragons that just appeared on the sea are approaching the beach at a rapid speed. Although these two Tyrannosaurus dragons have just evolved, their strength may not be very strong, but the fighting of each team is now saturated. If these two Tyrannosaurus dragons suddenly join the battlefield, the original balance will be directly affected. Destruction, then, is a chain reaction. The stupid beast sent the elven ball containing the Tyrannosaurus dragon to Aoki. After being caught by Aoki, he shrank and put it directly in his pocket. A light green 28 level Tyrannosaurus is not low in value. Especially the elves such as Tyrannosaurus are very difficult to capture. The value of light green may be equivalent to the price of green qualified elves, and may even exceed some of the more common dark green elves. After all, many rich people are willing to take a Tyrannosaurus out to play, and the behemoth and majestic appearance can well satisfy the vanity of those rich people. After defeating this Tyrannosaurus dragon, the level of the doll beast increased by 1 level to 26, and it became the highest rank in the Aoki team. Because in the Gopher Cave, the elves that were attracted by poisonous gas were poisonous elves, so the superpower of the dumb beast existed as the main force, and this time it defeated this powerful tyrannical carp. After the dragon, the level of directly meeting the conditions was improved. The upgrade of the dumb beast was in Aoki's expectation. Just according to Aoki's calculations and chip analysis, ghosts should also be upgraded. This upgrade will allow ghosts to directly evolve into ghost stones. However, Aoki only saw the gas more surging in ghosts, and the occasional flash of black light. But there was no meaning to upgrade. Is it because the experience is not enough? Aoki muttered as he watched the movement on Ghost's body. Miss Junshaw, who has been fighting the strongest carp dragon, also saw the process of Aoki fighting and defeating the carp dragon alone, and she was very grateful that she had come to Aoki beforehand. Because at the first sight of Aoki, as a police officer, she found that her hairs were showing signs of erection. This is the sixth sense that she has rescued her from danger since she became a policeman for many years. In other words, she felt a little threat from Aoki. Only the most evil criminals or actual combat trainers who have lived in the wild for a long time would give her the feeling. Therefore, She thought that Oki was a powerful one in the first place. The trainer agreed to Oka's request without hesitation and called him over. Facts proved that her intuition was correct. Although Oki was paddling at the beginning and did not show too conspicuously, when the emergency happened, Oki stood up for the first time and let Miss Junshaw look at her. This should be the case for our league trainers. When the strength is sufficient, we need to stand up and take on more responsibilities. Oki is a strong alliance combat trainer in Junshaw's view. It must be a short time to survive in the wild. www.mentalnovel.com. Especially when I saw that Oki did not fight back Tyrannosaurus Rex, when she finally defeated it. Miss Junshaw shook her fist secretly, so excited. The Tyrannosaurus defeated by Oki was the first Tyrannosaurus defeated in this battle, and it was a very clean defeat. So when Oki took the elven ball of Tyrannosaurus and mumbled to himself, Junshaw's voice sounded again, "That powerful trainer, please help us deal with some more Tyrannosaurus before the two Tyrannosaurus came. Let a few teams be vacated." Junshaw's words resounded throughout the audience. Everyone more or less focused on Oki. No matter where the strong ones are, they will always be valued. Oki, who was lost in thought, was interrupted by Junshaw's words. After listening to all her content, her mouth slightly raised. "Yeah? What do you want to do so much?" Since Guy's accumulated experience is not enough now, but there are so many storm carps here. "Dragons, just keep fighting. 2 if you can't do 1. 3 if you can't do 2. Anyway, there are not many other here. There are the most Tyrannosaurus. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recently, monthly tickets seem to be a little bit low, and Hibiscus is pretty pitiful, right? Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 207. Am I a good person determined to let Gizzy evolve into Days Oki, with the dumb beast and Gizzy directly to the Tyrannosaurus dragon closest to them? Mobile phone HTTPS. That is, in the team that Oki was initially assigned, the yellow carp dragon with the yellow qualification level 28. The purpose of Oki is unknown to others, but in their opinion, it was Miss Junshaw's words that reminded Oki of the current situation, so he went all out to attack other Tyrannosaurus dragons, and tried to come in the 2 Tyrannosaurus dragons. Before that, liberate 2 teams. Not only do they think so, Miss Junshaw also thinks so. Seeing the 2 elves of Oki who did not hesitate to fight with the Tyrannosaurus dragon, Miss Junshaw was still thinking in her mind that this powerful trainer was short of money, and he would let people directly convert points into money for him. Okay, and he has exerted so much effort, and it should be more in that time. Of course, their ideas are not known to Oki. What Oki is thinking now is to take ghosts to the next level and evolve. Soon, the attacks of the dumb beasts and the ghosts fell on the Tyrannosaurus dragon, liberating the stinging jellyfish that was already a bit overdrawn. The people who originally had a team with Oki looked at Oki again with little stars of worship shining in their eyes. On the entire beach, the only person who can stop or defeat Tyrannosaurus alone is Oki. Except for Miss Junshaw. The Junshaw family has a long-standing reputation, and Miss Junshaw can have this fighting power. They are not surprised, and Oki, a trainer who looks smaller than most people on the field, can deal with a Tyrannosaurus dragon alone. Although the strength is obviously weaker than the Tyrannosaurus dragon that Miss Junshaw dealt with, Oki also looks a lot younger than Miss Junshaw. There was a word in everyone's mind: young and promising. Stupid beast, mind control him. Ghosts. Shadow Ball full output. Oki did not know about other people's misunderstanding. Of course, even if you know it, they will not bother. Let the stupid beast constrain a Tyrannosaurus dragon with a length of more than 5 meters directly to the place, and then the ghost ball of ghosts condensed and formed on the hands of the gas simulation and then through it. Attack desperately in the same place as Tyrannosaurus until the scales fell and blood spilled. The dumb beast also knows that Gizzy has reached a critical moment, so he also controls the amplitude of the mind to the maximum, and strives to control the Tyrannosaurus, so that Gizzy can attack crazy without pressure. The previous Tyrannosaurus was not weak, so the fighting ability was very strong. Although the level in front of him was the same as the previous one, the qualification was still a lot weaker. The dumb beast controlled his mind with little pressure. When other people saw the dull beasts holding the Tyrannosaurus in their place, one after another wanted to let their elves come forward to help Oki fight. "Don't bother me, help others." Oki did not look at them, but yelled, "Now that you are trying to help Gizzy experience, do you still want to pick beaches? Have you asked me?" Exclamation mark. Yes. Frightened by the low roar of Oki, everyone from the previous team, including the police officer, immediately stood up and responded loudly. In particular, the Alliance police also paid a tribute to Asoki. Obviously, they have not been so shouted. After speaking, I rushed to the other team, and couldn't help thinking about it. He was indeed a strong man. Even the speech was so imposing, our little heart was fluttering. Soon, after all the disturbing people left, the area was completely empty, and Oki and ghosts could also let go of their hands and feet to attack. Stupid beast, revive meditation, ghost, continue shadow ball after hypnosis. Although hypnotism will not let the Tyrannosaurus into a state of violent state directly fall asleep, but it will still disturb their original irritable heart, and will not shoot so fast. The dumb beast took the opportunity to restore its superpower through meditation to deal with other Tyrannosaurus dragons in the future. Soon, this Tyrannosaurus dragon fell under the joint attack of Gizzy and the foolish beast. Oki did not hesitate to throw an elven ball again and conquered it. The elves such as Tyrannosaurus are more valuable as long as they have yellow qualifications. And anyway, sometimes it's selling. For rich people, it doesn't matter what qualifications they have. It looks domineering. If Tame is mature enough, how domineering to go out in a train. It's very interesting to think about it. No matter what kind of elves, the price will not be low with the dragon, and the general spirit with the dragon is not low. Anyway, Oki has not seen a Tyrannosaurus dragon with the yellow qualification below. After defeating the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the black light spots on Guy's body increased even more, but it had not reached the limit. Knowing that these conditions have not yet met the evolution of ghosts, Oki kept walking and inserted directly into other people's battlefields, sending those who were resisting hard to other battlefields, and robbing a Tyrannosaurus dragon. Instead of being angry, others asked respectfully if Oki needed help. In Oka's somewhat impatient roar, I joined the team of others very happily. In the past, I felt that my steps were a lot lighter, and there was a small song in my mouth, which seemed very relaxed. Now that Oki has defeated 2 Tyrannosaurus dragons, and now has taken over the third, then at least those 2 Tyrannosaurus dragons who have not reached the beach will have enough manpower to cope. Moreover, Oki will not stop after defeating this one, but will definitely look for other Tyrannosaurus Rex. By that time, more and more teams will be liberated, and the more the battle will be the easier it is. The crisis is almost over. That's why they are so easy now. You are reading at www.uukanzu.com. As for Oki, when he started paddling in a team, there was no intention to shoot. In their opinion, a strong man is training them, letting them experience a real battle, otherwise how can they grow? Some people are still grateful to Oki in their hearts, so that they understand the cruelty of nature. When you go to challenge the survival in the wild, you must be careful. In this way, all of Oka's actions were supplemented by their own brains. In fact, Oka's purpose is very simple. Just to allow Gizzy to gain more experience and then complete evolution. If you let him know what other people think, you will definitely ask yourself, is he a good person inside to do such a noble act? It's just that these Oki don't know. Soon, another yellow qualified Tyrannosaurus dragon was taken into the bag by Oki, and the black light spots on Gizzy became more and more dense. Third, I don't know if it is an illusion. I feel that the recent writing has become easier. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 208 Accumulation completed. The battle on the beach gradually became clear. The 2 elves of Misjunshaw could have suppressed the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but because the Tyrannosaurus was in a violent state, its attack power was much stronger, and it did not want to affect the aftermath of the battle. In the case of others, some of them are shuddering. Think Free Fees Watch and Complete Eversion Police 100 Degrees. However, after a long battle, this Tyrannosaurus gradually recovered from the violentness, facing the increasingly strong attack methods of Miss Juncher's two elves all over, and it is difficult to parry. If you don't choose, if you run away, you may be accounted for here forever. Aoki always pays attention to the battle situation of Miss Juncher. If the Tyrannosaurus she is dealing with wants to escape, the other Tyrannosaurus will surely follow along, and then Aoki wants to defeat the Tyrannosaurus. The plan to let ghosts evolve will probably be ruined. Aoki speeded up the attack with a dull beast and a ghost. When Gizzy defeated a Tyrannosaurus again, the other teams finally appeared to defeat Tyrannosaurus. After all, Aoki liberated many people, so many people joined other teams, so that they were relieved of pressure. Under the siege of a group of people, Tyrannosaurus was also defeated by them. However, after all, they are league trainers. With absolute strength, they did not kill the Tyrannosaurus, and because there are too many people, no one has the right to conquer it. After being defeated, he was lying in the water. When Aoki saw it, he couldn't help but say something. A group of idiots, this good time to make money, still cares about what kind of face, and quickly took it away and hid it. Then whether it is sold for a sum of money, or directly taken for personal use. Good choice. That's why I said that the league's trainers were naive when they were still junior and intermediate. At this time, if the Rockets were in the fight, they had already fought for this Tyrannosaurus. Anyone who has such a powerful elf will have a lot of strength. Promotion. Shaking his head and no longer caring about others, Aoki let the beasts and ghosts directly burst into full combat power. Be sure to defeat a few more Tyrannosaurus. The fourth one. The fifth one. When Aoki was about to attack the sixth, the Tyrannosaurus dragon fighting Miss Juncher wailed, dragging her seriously injured body and slowly retreating to the sea. Miss Juncher let the water arrow turtle follow closely. Since Tyrannosaurus relinquishes resistance, the water arrow turtle can attack unscrupulously, but after all, the water arrow turtle is a water elf, and the dragon carp has twice the resistance to the water system. In addition, he has retreated into the sea water. The wind speed dog cannot continue to chase up. After all, a wizard of the water arrow turtle has some insufficient attack power. As the leader Tyrannosaurus retreat, the other Tyrannosaurus resounded in wailing in preparation for retreat. The black light on Gizzy was already very strong, but it was a little short of being full. If he could defeat another Tyrannosaurus, it would be almost the same. Ghost. There is one more. Hold on, and use black eyes at Tyrannosaurus. Goofy beast. Help Ghost to attack. Aoki said with his teeth. I saw Guy's small body. A huge grimace appeared suddenly, and then shot two rays of light from the two black eyes on the ghost's face, blocking a Tyrannosaurus dragon ready to escape. The dumb beast once again increased its super power by a level of output. I saw a small green muscle on his head. He also knew that Gizzy was now the most critical moment, and the black light would be completely before the siege. You must not stop the accumulation of experience. Roar. After being blocked by the black eyes, the Tyrannosaurus dragon found that he could not escape, and he had recovered from the violent state and entered the violent state again. Miss Juncher, who had seen the Tyrannosaurid dragons retreating in the distance, and the rest of the Alliance trainers, was trying to breathe a sigh of relief, and saw Aoki forcibly blocking the Tyrannosaurus. Will this again cause all the Tyrannosaurus to be violent again? A Union policeman standing beside Miss Juncher whispered, should not, and he should have to do this. You see, his ghost is obviously on the verge of evolution. If you cannot take advantage of this opportunity to complete evolution in one fell swoop, next time you want to get such an opportunity, but it's not much. Miss Juncher's vision was obviously much higher than others, and she broke the current state of Aoki in a word. Evolve. His ghost was so strong before it evolved. Isn't his strength soaring after evolution? Really powerful trainer. Hearing Miss Juncher's words, the other trainers standing beside them also sighed. Yeah, it looks like him much younger than me. and I don't know which master came from that family. It is probably a very powerful family, otherwise such a young age, strength and mentality are so strong. You see, he faced the hordes of Tyrannosaurus. There is no sense of cowardice. Hearing them, Miss Junshaw frowned, and then said, "He is a civilian trainer." Later, she ignored the marvelous voice of others, because in fact she was also very surprised. It is really difficult for a civilian trainer to have such strength and mentality at this age. But the world's most indispensable is genius. She has seen many people who are better than Oki, but she rarely sees civilian geniuses like him. Trainers, the resources that need to be invested in the cultivation of elves are absolutely massive, and civilian trainers cannot afford it if they do not have adventures. With Miss Junshaw's words, everyone sighed again. Why are the civilian trainers the difference? In their discussions, Aoki, with his dumb beasts and ghosts, was at the end of his battle with the Tyrannosaurus. Ghosts, Shadow Ball. End the battle. Aoki issued the final attack instructions. After this period of crazy use of Shadow, www.mentalnovel.com Ghosts has really improved the skills of Shadow Balls, let alone say that the speed of continuous shadow is much faster. Attack the last two Shadow Balls on the Tyrannosaurus, completely knocking them down on the beach. As the Polydragons receded, the tide on the beach was taken away, and the sand was exposed again. After Aoki threw an elven ball, he stopped paying attention, and kept his eyes firmly on Ghost's body. I saw the black light that had been firmly wrapped in him, and slowly filled the last gap, completely condensing Ghosts into a black light ball. Under Aoki's chip scan, I can see that all the data of Ghosts are fluctuating wildly, and the ups and downs are indefinite. Aoki knew that he finally made up the last experience gap and Ghosts was about to evolve. However, this is not a place for evolution. I just took the elven ball that the drowsy animal took with it, and it was equipped with a Dragon Carp Dragon Ball. Ready to leave here. Fifth more soon. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 209. 1-foot Tyrannosaurus retreats, and the dark clouds in the sky are not maintained by the elves, and naturally they soon dissipate. HTTPS. It may be because the rain is enough. After the dark clouds dissipated, the sun was liberated, and a gorgeous rainbow was drawn by the sea. It's just that these are not Aoki's current concern. Now Ghosts is about to evolve, but this is not a place for evolution, and he has some preparations for Ghost's evolution, and he can't perform here. Ghost, hold on, keep it, and evolve after you go back, Aoki said to the black light ball, and I don't know if Ghost could hear it. Ghost responded to Aoki, saying that he could hold on for a while. Aoki collected the Ghosts with an elf ball, and hurried toward the center of the elf. Passing by Miss Junshaw, they paused and said, "Miss Junshaw, I have something very important now. I live in the elf center. My name is Aoki." After speaking, he ran towards the center of the elves without turning back. Miss Junshaw wasn't angry at all. She was in the state of Ghosts, and apparently wanted to evolve. Presumably, Aoki took him back to the center of the elves. It was also to be safer and not to be disturbed. As for how to find Aoki and assign the rewards for this mission, as long as you know a name, with the ability of Miss Junshaw, can you still find it in the Elven Center? Fortunately, the Elf Center in Deadleaf City is not far from the seaside, and Aoki's physical fitness is very good. He ran in 3 steps and did 2 steps. It didn't take long to run to the Elf Center. After the inspection, he ran back to his room without stopping. Unlock the door and summon the elves. After the elves came out, the dumb beast explained the situation of the ghost to all the elves through the telepathy. The ghosts are about to evolve, and all the elves are waiting. Aoki waved her hands so that they don't have to be so nervous. After all, this is the Elf Center, one of the League's signatures. Most people really don't dare come here to make trouble, and people who can destroy the Elf Center are not blocked by Aoki now, let alone this is very rare. Besides, the power of the Rocky City rocket is not weak, and there will not be a force under the rocket Sylids who dares to attack the Alliance. After all, the law and order of the city of Dryleaf City has stabilized, and the situation of the joint rule of the Alliance and the Rockets has formed. The League controls all people and forces on the bright side, while the Rockets coordinate all underground forces in Dead City. Withered Leaves earn a lot in the port each year, and no one wants to easily try to break the balance. Big Milk Tank. Give a bottle of milk to the stupid beast, restore your strength. Stupid beast, you first meditate to recover the superpower, and you will need to make a powerful superpower shield when the ghosts evolve, said the beast. Today's dumb beasts also have a lot of fighting power, and it must be a little exhausted, but there is a milk tank with milk to restore physical strength and meditation to restore superpowers, and it will soon be restored to its full state. Ghost appeared in the room, and now he was completely wrapped in black light, so he was suspended in midair. Looking at the data display constantly monitored in the chip, Ghost's data is still fluctuating wildly, indicating that it has not yet entered the state of evolution completely. Aoki can wait for a while, and the dumb beast also needs some time. I took the towel from the big milk tank, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and took out 6 elves. These are the 6 Tyrannosaurus dragons conquered today. The most qualified one is the light green Tyrannosaurus that Aoki defeated at the beginning. The rest are yellow and dark yellow. However, the one with the highest level has only 30 levels. Although the qualification is only yellow, the value is very considerable if sold. Even if there is no reward mentioned by Miss Junshaw, with these 6 Tyrannosaurus dragons alone, the harvest of Aoki will not be low. In addition, the dumb beasts will be upgraded to a level, and ghosts will soon evolve. Originally it was just a day to relax. I did not expect that such a big gain was even greater than the harvest in the Gopher Cave. After a while, the dumb beast meditation ended, and he saw his eyes looking at Aoki very brightly. Aoki nodded, and the meditation efficiency of the beastly beasts became more and more efficient. The dumb beast, using superpowers to form a superpower wrapping circle around the ghosts, can be bigger without affecting the evolution of the ghosts. Aoki said. Yeah, the dumb beast heard his eyes light up, and a light blue energy mask wrapped the black light ball of Gizzy. Seeing the movement of the supercap, Aoki took the special device containing poison gas from the ring. Although Gizzy absorbed a little every day before, in fact, for the total amount, the consumption was not large. Ghost absorption is about an 1/10. Ghost, I will put poison gas in later, and you absorb it as much as you can. Aoki stood outside the energy hood and said to Ghost, ghosts are about to evolve. At this time, poisonous gas is put in and allowed to absorb. The absorption rate will be much faster, and the evolution of ghosts is the reorganization of gas in the whole body, and the conversion efficiency is much higher. The poisonous gas can develop the poisonous property of the ghost. At this juncture of evolution, the development of the poisonous system will be more thorough. After evolving into Ghost Stone, he can completely liberate his poisonous properties. Aoki put the mouth of the bottle into the energy shield formed by the dumb beast, then pressed the switch at the end of the bottle, and slowly put the gas in the bottle into the energy shield. The poisonous energy of poisonous gas is very powerful. After all, it is an important energy of the Quay-seeking elves during their lifetime. Even if they have lost the control of the original elves, it is not easy to resist. Although the superpower can restrain the poisonous energy, but the dumb beast is not enough. www.untlenovel.com, so it can only be limited to the poisonous energy. If the ghost absorption rate is slow and the poisonous gas is accumulated, the beast can't stop it. Fortunately, Gizzy is in a state of evolutionary fluctuations, and all the poisonous gas that Aoki put in has been absorbed into it. Slowly, when half of the energy in the bottle has been released, the absorption rate of ghosts has gradually slowed down, but it can continue. Aoki looked at the data from the chip at all times, and he could see that the fluctuation of Geyser's ability value had gradually stabilized, and it seemed to be about to evolve. After putting a few strands of poison gas at the end, Aoki put it away, and now there are about 40% left in the bottle. After Ghost absorbed the last few poisonous gas that existed in the superpower hood, the dull beast was relieved, and he was not very relaxed in facing that level of energy. Ghost, wait for you to evolve. Aoki murmured, looking at Ghost's current state. Now that all the savings are done, I'm sent to the door. It is said that Hibiscus is changing every day during this time. Nothing else means that it is a pity for a monthly ticket. Dark Cries of the Elves. Chapter 210. Ghost Evolution. After all the poisonous gas was absorbed, the data of Ghost suddenly stopped under the scanning of the chip. HTTPS. Then it seemed as if it was stuck for a while, then suddenly skyrocketed, and suddenly reached its highest point. In the eyes of Aoki and the foolish beast, the ghosts covered by black light began to slowly change their bodies. The light of evolution finally appeared on Ghost's body. After defeating a total of 6 Tyrannosaurus dragons, and then absorbing the poisonous gas of more than half of the strength of the Quasaking King, the gas was finally evolved. The shape of the ghost's body bathed in the light of evolution began to change. It was originally a round ball-shaped elf. It began to produce several spikes that looked like horns on the ball, and then 2 of them carried 3 claws. The hand suddenly appeared in front of the ball. These 2 claws did not have any connection with the body of the sphere, as if they appeared out of thin air. Then the overall body size started to grow larger. It was just a small ball-shaped ghost, like an inflatable balloon, which gradually grew larger. When the light of evolution dissipated, a ghost stone appeared completely in front of Aoki. Ghost Stone screamed softly, looked at his changes, and then looked at his sudden extra hands, all of a sudden not very suitable for his current situation. Ghost Stone, congratulations, your strength has taken a big step forward from today. Looking at this Ghost Stone in front of me, although it is better than other Ghost Stones, the body is not. There are too many differences, but the color on it is much purple than the ordinary Ghost Stone. Obviously, the poisonous properties have been effectively developed. Aoki was very happy, grinning broadly. Ghost Stone is the first elf in Aoki to evolve, and the elves who have been guarding him all look at Ghost with envy. For evolution, it has always been the goal of the elves. Seeing their peers have advanced, they have no other feelings beyond envy. However, that was really envious, very envious. Just look at the shining eyes of the scorpion-tailed scorpion. You can almost see the little stars in his eyes. The evolution of Ghost Stone is also an affirmation of Aoki as a trainer. Although he has completely got rid of the League's junior trainer in terms of strength, there is still some gap from the intermediate trainer. But the evolution of Ghosts has made him one step closer to the intermediate trainer. It can be said that Aoki is a quasi-intermediate trainer. As long as any of the ghosts are Aoki selves, the strength improves a little. The intermediate trainer will be at your fingertips. The strength of the League's intermediate trainer is equivalent to that of the Rocket's squadron captain, and the League's senior trainer also corresponds to the Rocket's captain. It's just that the Rocket's captain's position corresponds to the strength of the trainer. Specifically, the ordinary captain is the senior trainer corresponding to the Alliance, and the elite of the captain corresponds to the elite trainer of the Alliance. When the elite trainer goes further, he is the Quasiski. In general, the strength of the Quasaking King will serve as a Quasicodera in the Rockets. That is, a position between the captain and the Carder. The power is much smaller than that of the Carders, and because the strength is stronger than the captain, the position is only it's a high grade, but it's a lot of effort. To put it simply, the middle-level members of the Rockets, after becoming the captain, have truly entered the middle-level management of the Rockets, and become the Quasikings. That is, half of them stepped into the high level. The distance became Carders, only one step away. The ultimate trial of the Rockets mentioned by Ying, although the participating captains and Carders, in fact, ordinary captains do not have the right to know, at least those captains who want to slap their wrists with Carders, at least it is the strength of the Quasaking level. It's just that although they are in the position of captain, they can exercise much more power than the captain. Otherwise, there are not many captains in the Rockets. Why did they send such a person into the trial island without him? The captain's strength and power are relatively high, and it can be said that it is not too much to be called a Carder. Aoki is now the captain of the squadron, but his current strength is higher than that of the squadron leader, but he is only a little worse than the squadron leader. I believe that he can have the strength of the squadron leader before starting the ultimate trial. Of course, having the strength of a squadron captain does not mean that you have the rights of a squadron captain. You still need to be recognized by at least one middle management team before passing the assessment to become a squadron captain. By then, your men will have at least 3 squadrons. However, if it is a high-level rocket team like Ying, then the omission of assessment is not impossible. The position of the rockets, to explain, in order, they are the soldier, the squadron leader, the brigade leader, the quasi-cadre, the cadre, and there is a subdivision, and I will talk about this later. Speaking of the problem, now that Ghost Stone has successfully evolved, Aoki has also obtained his data through the chip. But one thing surprised Aoki. Pokemon, Ghost Stone Quasician. Gender, male. Level, 25. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Characteristics, floating. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Fire Fist, Ghost Face, Black Mist. Basic skills, Hypnosis, Tongue Licking, Resentment, Black Eyes, Curses, Night Shadow, Strange Light, Assault. Teaching skills, Sleeping, Shadow Ball, Spiritual Thoughts, Trait Exchange, Snoring. Skill Learner, Hold, Awaken Power, Grass, Dream Words. Others haven't changed much, but there is actually a Quasician qualification level, which makes Aoki be caught off guard. In the previous life, Aoki had never seen a Quasician qualified elf, or a quasi-qualified elf appeared. Chip. What is this Quasician? Aoki asked the chip directly, because Ghost Stone's original qualification was dark green, but because of ingesting a lot of poisonous and powerful gas www.mentalnovel.com, his original virulence talent has been greatly strengthened, but this enhancement has not yet let it break through the level of qualifications, so the chip temporarily positioned it as Cyan. The mechanized sound of the chip sounded in Aoki's brain. Quasician? Because of the huge improvement of the virulence talent, but it has not yet reached the chip's positioning for light Cyan qualifications, so it is temporarily classified as Cyan. But anyway, even if it is Quasician, it has reached the Cyan level. In addition to the changes brought about by the evolution of Ghost Stone's strength, there is also an increase in qualification that will also bring about an increase in strength. This is somewhat unexpected by Aoki. Although the level of the ghosts was increased a lot faster when using poisonous gas before, I did not expect to use it during evolution, which will also improve the qualifications. Aoki is thinking about whether each of the elves will use some props with special energy when they are evolving, so that they can optimize their qualifications while changing their physique. This is not impossible. P.S. The previous chapter break was definitely not intentional, it was purely accidental. Well, by accident. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 211. Junshaw visit. After the evolution of the Ghost Stone, the overall strength has been greatly strengthened. Coupled with the improvement of qualifications, it is no less inferior to any of the elves of Aoki. And the evolved Ghost Stone has developed the poisonous talent. As long as he is equipped with a few poisonous skills, he can get a huge play. The evolution of Ghost Stone into Ghost Stone is not only an improvement in physical fitness, but also an improvement in physical shape. For example, the 2 hands that appear can allow Ghost Stone to learn more physics skills. Hit. This is both a poisonous and a physical attack, which allows ghosts to have a more comprehensive improvement in their offensive skills. The skill CDs purchased in the black market have not been used before, so the timing is not appropriate. If you want the wizard to use the skill CD, then the skill learner is necessary. There is also a wizard learner in the wizard center, but there are a lot of them. But Aoki took such a bunch of skill CDs to use, and he was noticed without wanting to be noticed. Not to mention that the elf learner in the elf center can only be used after the alliance identity card is swiped. Although it is not stated that data will be recorded, the ghosts believe in the alliance. They will definitely match the identity of each elf using the skill learner card to record the data into the League's general database. Aoki has nothing to do now, but after his status in the Rockets is high, he will definitely be followed by the League's people, and then check the elf data. All the idiots know his identity. Although the chip can block the data recording of the skill learner, the skill learners are under the eyes of the staff of the Wizard Center. When I saw Aoki using the skill learner, there was no data display. So Aoki gave up the use of skill CDs in the Elven Center, so it would be okay to spend money to study in the black market. However, the two elves like the Dumb Beast and the Big Milk Tank can actually use the skill learner in the Elf Center. I just think that the Dumb Beast and the Big Milk Tank are not very short of skills now, so they will not be used alone. Wait until all it is better for the elves to learn together. All the elves recovered from the joy of Ghost's evolution. Ghost Stone also gradually accepted his current body, with only 2 more hands and a larger body, and the rest did not change. As for Ghost Stone's Quasisian qualification, the chip told Aoki that if the remaining 40% of the poisonous gas is absorbed by Ghost Stone, it may be stabilized in the light cyan qualification, but if it is stopped for a period of time, it may be qualified. Cyan qualification drops to dark green qualification again. After talking with the elves, the door of Aoki's room was knocked. The elves were put away, and after opening, it was the Lady Junshaw who fought alone on the beach. Aoki opened the door with a smile and welcomed him in. After Miss Junshaw came in, she took a subconscious look at the environment inside, and found that there was no special place at all, just an ordinary Elven Center guest room. After turning his head, he found that Aoki was looking at himself, and suddenly smiled a little embarrassed. Ha ha, sorry, professional habits, you don't mind. Aoki reached out and gestured for Miss Junshaw to sit down, poured her a glass of water, and then smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, understand, understand." Miss Junshaw was also a very straightforward and resolute person. She took out a bank card from her pocket and put it on the table. "This is your reward after participating in the second-level emergency mission. The total is 200,000 cash. Don't be too small." She also knows that for a trainer such as Aoki, 200,000 cash may not be a large sum of money, but this is indeed the largest amount she can win. After all, the trainers who participated in the battle altogether, there are so many. Although Aoki did her best and everyone saw it, she couldn't keep everyone from receiving the reward for Aoki. Of the 200,000, there were some rewards that actually belonged to her, but she chose to give them to Aoki. Aoki was stunned. In fact, he didn't expect to have so much money. With the P of the League, he was very surprised to be able to give 100,000. He didn't expect to have 200,000 this time. Presumably, this Lady Junshaw posted a lot. However, Aoki didn't say anything. Anyway, it was all money. Whoever gave it was not given. He picked up the bank card and put it in his pocket. "It's enough. It's enough. It's really a shame," Aoki said with shame, but he couldn't see the action of collecting the bank card. Miss Junshaw listened to Aoki's words, and then looked at his crisp movements. The corner of her smiling mouth could not help but pumped, and she recovered immediately. "Okay, then my task is done, so I won't stay any longer and leave." Now that Aoki has accepted the bank card, there is no guilt in Miss Junshaw's heart. When she went out, Miss Junshaw also said, "It should be called Aoki." Then Aoki, "Thank you for your help this time and hope to see you again in the future." After speaking, he closed the door and left. Aoki looked at the closed door, his mouth slightly raised www.untlenovel.com with a strange smile, and murmured, "Goodbye. See you again." Miss Junshaw did not ask how the Tyrannosaurus dragons of Aoki dealt with it, and Aoki herself would not say what the Tyrannosaurus dragons would do. So the two didn't ask very well. Some League trainers will sell some of the elves they receive for some money. After all, they are not supported by the big family. Then, occasionally selling a few elves, as long as they are not done under the eyes of the Alliance, they will open close one eye. They are all civilians, and it was difficult to raise them at first, and then blocked a development road. What else does the League do to suppress the underground forces like the rockets? So the sale of elves, as long as the amount is not very large, the Alliance will not deliberately ask questions. Moreover, the use of the Tyrannosaurus dragon conquered by Oki is in the hands of Oki. Whether he is giving away or selling is his own choice. Even if Miss Junshaw does not have real evidence, she will not treat Oki kind of. In fact, to be honest, even if she knew that Oki had sold Tyrannosaurus, she wouldn't do anything as long as it wasn't in front of her. To be one of the most important police chiefs in a city, there is still a need for emotional intelligence. Otherwise, even with the support of the Junshaw family, it is impossible to have such strength. In this world, who is a strong trainer, who is not so invisible to people? Even the Junshaw family is no exception. After that, Oki didn't go out with the elves anymore. Now, there are many people by the beach of Deadleaf City, who are sorting out the sundries and buildings by the beach. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Thank you for your support. Chapter 212 Stinky Money Making Right. Oki suddenly remembered something. He took out an elf ball from his pocket, which contained the yellow-smelling stinky mud which was captured in the gopher's cave. In the calculation of the chip, it is expected that it will be able to absorb all the energy of swallowing in 3 days, and the qualification will evolve into a dark yellow color. And in the later time, Oki let him out and devour some corpses, so he still hasn't exhausted the energy in his body, but under the scan of the chip, he can know that he has successfully become a dark yellow qualification elf. The qualification has really evolved, although it is only dark yellow. Oki looked at the elf ball in his hand. Through the red transparent part above, he could see the smelly mud inside. I saw that he was lying in the elf ball honestly, trying to digest the energy in his body without any resistance. He is not stupid, just can lie there comfortably to enjoy countless energy, and occasionally can go out to eat, for the soft spirits such as stinky mud. The environment in the fairy ball is still very comfortable. Chip, analyze the current data of stinky mud, and the possibility of upgrading, if it can be improved again. Compare the required resources with the stinky mud that was originally dark yellow. For this kind of analysis, there is no problem with the chip tripping. Calculating only, if the energy is sufficient, the next qualification upgrade time for stinky mud is expected to be 10 days, and the resources consumed will be twice that of the dark yellow stinky mud. The chip quickly summarized the data, and showed the two resources as a time comparison table in front of Oki. In this intuitive comparison, Oki can clearly see that the stinky mud that has just become a dark yellow qualification. If you want to be upgraded again, the resources and time consumed are more than double that of another stinky mud, and the qualification after promotion. If you want to be promoted again, it may not be as simple as doubling. Therefore, in this analysis, the qualifications of stinky mud have the possibility of unlimited promotion, but at that price, Oki dare not think about it. Maybe all the elves in a region are solved, and then let them absorb for hundreds of years. The stinky mud should be able to be promoted to become a blue qualification. However, this is only a stinky mud with a yellow or lower starting qualification. If the starting qualification can be higher, it is not impossible. For example, to conquer a stinky mud with a cyan qualification, and then provide him with a large number of elf corpses, and after spending a lot of time, may be able to be promoted to become a blue qualification. However, the time and resources consumed in this process made Oki uninterested. If you look at it this way, it is better to take a few green or dark green stinks, and then let them swallow the promotion, and a light cyan or even cyan stinks will appear. It is more cost-effective to compare resources, and time can make a lot of money. The cyan-legible elves are collectively called top-level qualifications in the elven world, and the price can be several times higher than the green-legible elves. Anyway, when fighting in peacetime, there will definitely be a lot of wild elves' bodies, which can also be regarded as waste utilization. By the way, they can make a lot of money. In this way, Oki thought of a good way to make money, which would not have any impact on him. When there are corpses of elves, they are handed over to the stinky mud. When they are not, They are hungry for a few meals. Anyway, their vitality is comparable to Xiaoqiang. It is no problem to be hungry for 10 days and a half months. Oka's starting goal qualification for Stinky Mud is light green, and it is still a light green that has not been promoted. At that time, I will go to the black market to buy a few green quality Stinky Mud, and then spend a period of time to cultivate it to cyan quality. And that even the Aoki is very impressed by the increase in value. Cyan approved elves. No matter what kind of elves, the price is more than 1 million alliance coins. If it is a relatively rare elves, it is not impossible. So it can only be said that the higher the hunter level, the more money will be made. Selling an elf worth 10 million to the Hunters Guild, and earning 10 million points at the same time, is to split a penny into 2 petals. And the purchasing power rises. As for the Hunters Guild, if it buys an elf at twice the price, will it suffer? Think of it as if their Hunters Guild was very disadvantaged, but it is not. The price of the Hunter Guild's acquisition of elves is actually lower than the market price, which is almost 20% off, but even if it is 20% off, most people are willing to sell it, which is 1.6 times the market price. However, every time after, the Hunters Guild will hold a large-scale auction, which will invite some famous rich people in the elven world. They wave a lot of money and fight against each other, and the price of an elf is more than 10 or 20 times higher. Small thought. They bought the elves at a 20% discount, and sold the elves at or above the regular price, and they were able to earn a lot. After all, fewer elves are sold, and more elves are purchased. Sometimes it is possible to win over a group of powerful people through some benefits, and the benefits obtained at this time are self-evident. Otherwise, how can the Hunters Guild be mixed by the League and the Rockets? Of course, the Hunters Association still has some other policies. Anyway, if you want to make them suffer, that is impossible. In the evening, Aoki is going to go to the black market of dry leaves www.mentalnovel.com to see if the Hunter Guild here has sold the Stinky Mud that does not meet the standards, and match several Tyrannosaurus dragons in hand to the hunter task. You should know that Tyrannosaurus Rex is in the task list wizard of the Hunter Guild, but the demand rate is high, and the price will rise when the demand exceeds supply. By the way, if you have the chance, find a skill learner and learn all the skill discs you bought last time. Now the Ghost Stone poison system attributes have also been developed. After learning the poisonous skills, the fighting methods will be more diversified. While there was still a little time, Aoki rented a training venue with the Elf Center. Aoki picked one of the most remote places and released Ghost Stone. After the Ghost Stone came out, he happily made a few laps around Aoki. Now that he has just evolved, his mind is still in the original Ghost, and Naughty can't help but smile. Well, Ghost Stone, now that you have just evolved, your physical training is not enough anymore. What you have to do now is to become familiar with your body, especially the extra 2 hands, which will be your big offensive weapon in the future. Even more need to master, Aoki said. Ghost Stone heard Aoki's words, calm down, then looked down at the extra hands. Some of them fluttered unnaturally. For Ghost Stone, this was a very strange feeling. Suddenly there was an organ on the body, and there was no stagnation in use, as if it should have been learned. A little time left. Do you see the dumbbells next to you? You need to do 1,000 lifts before eating. Dash. Third more! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Brothers insist! Exclamation mark. Chapter 213 Lost Dark Raven. After the training of Ghost Stone was over, Aoki let him return to his shadow again. Mobile phone HTTPS. Then I ordered a private room in the canteen of the Elf Center, and took a big meal with the elves, especially the dull beast. He was tired for a day, and his food almost caught up with the big milk can. While eating, the big milk tank was staring at the dumb beast for a while and seemed to be saying, "Why do you eat so much now?" Then the dumb beast screamed and continued to eat, which completely stimulated the appetite of the big milk tank. In this way, the consumption of this meal in Aoki was almost twice as usual, because the two large rice buckets completely opened their stomachs. After dinner, Aoki quietly entered the black market of Dead Leaves. Dead City is, strictly speaking, one of the cities that the Rockets can control. Although it is only the dark part of the city, it is similar. After all, Masashi, one of the three leading cadres, is the owner of the Taoist Pavilion in Dead City. Therefore, the black market of Dead Leaf City is also under the control of the Rockets. So the Hunters Guild, which is one of the Rockets' partners, has a very high status here. Aoki was wearing almost the same black robe as before, and a dark crow standing on his shoulders, but he didn't know why. His mood was not very high now. Standing on Aoki's shoulder, he looked imposing, but as Aoki, who knew him best, he knew his inner thoughts. Dark Raven, each elf has its own duties. You have done your best in your duties. Recently, there is nothing suitable for you to fight, so this is the case. Aoki understands that Dark Ravens have always been the big brother in the team, has the responsibility to take care of the other elves. But recently watching other elves surpassed him one by one, making some waves in his heart. The stupid beast that had the same strength as him has now completely surpassed him. If he did not rely on the advantages of evil spirits, he should not be able to beat the stupid beast. After joining the team, Paula didn't want to see the Dark Crow at first, but after he showed many times, the relationship between the two elves was also good. After all, they are evil spirits. There are many places that can communicate with each other. I also understand the idea of the Dark Crow, so I respect the behavior of the Dark Crow, who can give everything for the team. But the Dark Crow has to admit that Paula is stronger than him. Even after fighting in the Gopher Cave, he was promoted to the first level and reached level 24, but the gap with Paula was not pulled in, because Paula completely mastered 3 ice skills in the Mole Rat Cave, and the tacit understanding with Aoki was also initially successful. These are all good, because the dumb beast is similar to him originally, and Paula is stronger than him at the beginning. But today Ghosts evolved into Ghost Stones and reached a level of 25, which has completely surpassed him in strength. And Ghost Stones has also developed the poisonous attributes of Aoki. If there is no accident, the current Darkness Raven is no longer an opponent of Ghost Stone. Although the Dark Crow was sincerely pleased when he saw that Ghosts evolved into Ghost Stones, the little guy who had begun to join the team at the beginning and entangled him to ask Dong Wenxi has now surpassed him. There is also a new Lycort Scorpion. The Dark Crow can also see that the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion is very talented. It is only a matter of time to believe that it is better than itself. This is the reason why the Dark Crow is now lost, because he feels that his sense of existence in the Aoki team is getting lower and lower. It seems that it does not matter whether he is involved. After all the elves have been integrated into this team and no longer need him to make any adjustments. Aoki, who understood his thoughts, told him that he had done his best in his duties, and there was no need to compare it with other elves. Coupled with the fact that he has had fewer battles recently, his level improvement is slower. Gather Dark Crow screamed, and rubbed Aoki's head lightly with his head. He is not ignorant of the meaning of Aoki's words, and he has never regarded strength as the most important standard in the team. In his opinion, as long as Aoki's elves are getting stronger and stronger, he will be satisfied. But this is a subconscious loss caused by an elf who wants to become stronger. As long as you accumulate well now, it's up to me to get stronger. Aoki also gently touched his head and said, for the elves, if you want to become stronger, just follow your own trainer, because it is the trainer's responsibility to make your elves stronger. The Dark Crow's initial qualifications are a bit lower than those of the elves, but it is not that there is no chance of salvation. It is only Aoki who knows these things. The Dark Crow completely followed his training plan and completed it, and even paid more. If it can no longer be stronger, it can only be the responsibility of the trainer. Therefore, Aoki has always looked at this matter, but the time has not yet come. The Dark Crow that heard the words stabbed Aoki again. He was a little lost, but it did not affect his love for Aoki, and his joy in the evolution of Ghost Stone. After appeasing the Dark Crow, Aoki strode into the Hunters Guild. But he has been secretly planning the next growth of the Dark Crow. First go to the mission window of the Hunters Guild, and submit a light green qualified passerby and 5 Tyrannosaurus to match the mission. In the staff's strange eyes, all 6 elves matched the task. Good luck is that the mountain rat can match a suitable task. As for the 5 Tyrannosaurus dragons, Aoki is not worried at all. Such a hot elf, even if the qualification is only yellow, the price is very high. Sure enough, in the final matching result, the purchase price of the light green certified pangolin was 300,000 union coins, and the purchase price of a yellow qualified Tyrannosaurus was 250,000 union coins, only the light green ones. It is only 50,000 lower. Of course, there is a big reason for the level. After all, the Tyrannosaurus dragons are at least 25 or higher, and the trekking rat is only a dozen or so, which is also a big gap. 5 Tyrannosaurus dragons, 4 of which have yellow qualifications, add up to 1 million alliance coins and 1 million points in total. www.mtnovel.com. As for the purchase price of that dark yellow Tyrannosaurus dragon, it is 350,000 union coins, which has exceeded the light green qualification of the mountain rat. From this we can see how popular elven Tyrannosaurus is. As for the light green Tyrannosaur dragon, Aoki did not match the task, but stayed for the time being, because he thought that he would sail on the sea for a long time in the future. If an accident occurs, although the drowsy beak and the big-billed bird can take him a certain distance, but it is not a long-term plan. If the distance is long, neither the dumb beast nor the big-billed bird can safely bring Aoki back. After all, whether in the sea or at sea, there are many wild elves, and fighting is inevitable. But if there is a Tyrannosaurus, the effect is definitely different. All this Tyrannosaurus is only light green, and Aoki is not ready to conquer it as his own elf. But as long as it can be used temporarily, it will be sold after it arrives in Kana City, and it will not lose money. A lot of dash. Fourth more! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 214. By Smelly Mud. In this way, Aoki had a fishing trip to relax, and was then dragged as a strong man to resist the Tyrannosaurus group, and finally earned a total of 1.55 million, which is not even the light green qualified Tyrannosaurus. HTTPS. The price of that Tyrannosaurus was at least 500,000 yuan, so Aoki made more than 2 million in this trip, and suddenly recovered from poverty to a well-off level. Sure enough, no matter what, the strength is still first. When the strength goes up, you can earn more money. In this way, Aoki now has a total of 3.5 million points for hunters. As long as he earns 1.5 million points, he can be promoted to become a Samsung hunter. After that, he will definitely make money faster. And one thing is that the hunters' points are cumulative, which means that as long as you accumulate a total of 5 million points, you don't have to keep 1 point for nothing, which is a very humane rule. Aoki did not pick up the missions after matching the missions. The current toaster missions are still more yellow legible elves, rarely green legible missions, and Aoki will spend some time on cruise ships, so the elves that can be captured there aren't many. It's better to catch a green qualified elf and then match the task. Some people would say that since it is possible to directly capture the elf after matching tasks, what is the significance of the hunter still star rating? First, when the hunter level increases, the list of tasks to expand will be more, and the more tasks can be matched. For example, both the Toaster mission and the Samsung mission have a Tyrannosaurus capture task. The requirement of the Samsung mission is to capture a dark yellow qualified Tyrannosaurus dragon. The reward is 400,000 alliance coins, and the Toaster mission also requires the capture of one only dark yellow qualified Tyrannosaurus, but the reward is only 350,000 alliance coins, so if the Toaster hunter matches, you can only match the Toaster mission. The same dark yellow Tyrannosaurus can only get 50,000 union coins. And not only here, in the Samsung hunter matching task, the proportion of costs drawn by the Hunter Guild is much lower. Of course, these percentages are drawn by the person who posted the task, but the proportion is also counted by the person who posted the task in the total amount. So no matter what, a hunter with a higher star rating can earn more money. There is no doubt about it. As for the difference, not many people can say clearly, but as long as the star rating is higher, 1 star, the larger the gap between the two is, the better. Another point is more important. The Hunters Guild can exchange points for elves, but not all elves can be exchanged for points. Compared to some toaster hunters who can be exchanged by Samsung hunters, they cannot exchange all points for redemption. This means that if the Samsung hunter can redeem a light green Tyrannosaurus dragon, the required points are 600,000. If the toaster hunter also wants to redeem this elven, he cannot use the points completely. Maybe the points can only be reduced half, for example, 300,000 points plus 300,000 alliance coins. Of course, if you have a lot of money, you don't need to pay attention to this points system. Even if you are a sporadic hunter, you can pay in full. The Hunters Guild is primarily engaged in business, and will not say that someone does not do business unless he is on the blacklist of the Hunters Guild. So as long as there is money, the purchasing power of stars is not very important. But for those full-time hunters, star rating is very important. They can fully exchange points for a high-quality elf, and then sell it to others, earn a second alliance currency, and may be able to sell it. Is much more valuable than points. This is the way that happy hunters really make money. Aoki reached the 5-star level when his previous star was the highest. He also made a lot of money through this method. At the same time, he also used a lot of hunter points to change the elves all over his body. With the advantages of qualification and the accumulation of money, he successfully became a Quasiski trainer. Aoki went directly to the elf points exchange office. With an indifferent expression on the part of the staff, Aoki asked if there was an elf such as Stinky Mud. When the staff knew that Aoki was going to exchange for Stinky Mud, they looked at Aoki very strangely. Without him, there were too few trainers of such elves like Stinky Mud. No one wants to stay with a sludge that is about to spit every day, so the general price of Stinky Mud is not very high, and there may even be no goods. After all, it is not so easy to lock up the Stinky Mud. At least the iron cage is not enough. However, Aoki's luck was not bad. After the workers checked the computer, they learned that there were really 2 Stinky Mud in the warehouses of the hunters' public households in the whole city. It is said that one is a light green qualification, and the other is a green qualification, but the qualifications are not low. Stinky Mud is not a Tyrannosaurus, and it is not a popular elf species. If you want to be valuable, green qualifications are really worth a little money. So the lowest in the warehouse is light green. After learning that there are 2 Stinky Mud, Aoki is also relatively surprised. It is really this kind of elf is stinky. At Aoki's request, the staff reluctantly took Aoki to the place filled with Stinky Mud in the warehouse. No matter what kind of elf you exchange, even if you have the advantage of qualification, you still need to look at it and check the goods, especially for people with cheating chips like Aoki. The 2 elf are superior and inferior. Of course, if the 2 stinks are good, Aoki wouldn't mind buying them together. After all, they will be doubled to make money. When the staff arrived at the place with Aoki, the flight also fled, and told Aoki that if they need to buy, enter the number directly on the device next to it, and then swipe the card to spend points. Aoki was also helplessly covering his nose, even if the Stinky Mud was closed by 2 transparent glass devices www.metalnovel.com. But in order to prevent it from suffocating, there are still some small holes in the glass cage, then the odor cannot be stopped. Aoki directly activated the chip to scan the data of the 2 Stinky Mud. In terms of qualifications, there is not much difference with that staff member. One qualification island green, and the other is light green. As for genetic skills and teaching skills, in fact, Aoki doesn't care much. After all, he didn't buy them as his own elf, but just cultivated his qualifications and then sold them. Chip, See if these two stinks have been promoted and are there any chances of further promotion. At this time, a chip is still needed to collect the data and compare the results. Drip. The scan results are displayed. The data of the two stinky mud and the original two odorous mud of Oki were taken out for comparison. Today's debt repayment is more, tomorrow. Oh, it's already today. Today, Hibiscus is going on a business trip during the day, and may not be back until tomorrow night. So I may only be able to code on my phone for a while. For some, let us get a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 215 Learning skills through the data displayed by the chip. It can be seen very intuitively that no matter whether it is the green odorous mud or the light green odorous mud, it has not been promoted to the qualification level. Mobile phone HTTPS. In other words, as long as the resources are sufficient, the cyan qualification is expected, and the time taken is nearly tens of times less than that of cultivating the yellow qualified stinky mud to the cyan qualification. However, in the speculative data given by the chip, Oki found that whether it is light green qualification stinky mud or green qualification stinky mud, if you want to upgrade the qualification once, it will take longer than Oki imagined. It took 3 days for the yellow stinky mud to be promoted to dark yellow before, and it took 5 days for the dark yellow to be promoted to light green. However, in the calculation of the chip, the light green qualified stinky mud is promoted to become a green qualified. If the resources and energy continue, it will still take 15 days. As for the green qualified stinky mud, the chip cannot make an estimate at this time. Fortunately, the range of acceptance is better than waiting for months and years, Oki thought. Because if the original dark yellow qualified stinky mud is promoted to light green, and you want to be promoted again, the estimated time of the chip is 1 month. Since these two smelly muds have the value of cultivation, Oki no longer hesitates. The light green qualified stinky mud is level 17 and the price is 200,000 union coins, which is much cheaper than a yellow qualified Tyrannosaurus dragon. The green qualified stinky mud is 18 and the price is 350,000. It's a little more expensive than a light green certified mountain trek. From this we can see how stubborn the elves are. They are almost unseen, and the price is almost lower than that of the same qualified sting bee. Entered the numbers of two stinky mud cages directly on the machine next to it, swiped the hunter's identity card, and after deducting 550,000 points, Oki got two stinky mud elves. Put it all away, put the elven ball in your pocket, and pull the hood on your head, leaving the hunter guild directly. As for who would notice his presence, absolutely not. After leaving the hunter's public house, Oki looked for a shop selling elf skill CDs, spent 10,000 union coins, rented an optimal skill learner, and locked himself in his exclusive room. Although this kind of skill CD sales store will secretly record the sprite data using the skill disk, but they do not have real-time monitoring, and Oki can safely let the chip interfere with the machine, making it impossible to save the sprite data. Put a bunch of skill CDs on the table. Oki put the elves with the elves on the skill learner, and then use the skill learner to directly import the skills in the skill disk to the elven brain. As long as the wizard can learn this skill, the skill CD will be used. After use, the skill CD will be destroyed automatically without reuse. The first is the dark crow on Oki's shoulder. After putting it into the elf ball, Oki puts the provocative skill CD into the learner and waits for 3 minutes. The skills on the skill CD are burned into the dark crow's brain. When the dark crow was released again, although he had not used the provocation skill, Oki was able to see in the data of the chip scan that he had an extra provocation skill in his skill learner column. All the sprites follow the same pattern. The stupid beast learned the stomping skills of the ground department, which can make up for the shortcomings of the team without the ground department elves. Ghost Stone has just evolved, but Oki began to prepare for his skills at the earliest. In addition to the poisonous skills he acquired earlier, Ghost Stone also learned a provocative skill. There are a lot of skill CDs used in the big milk tank, because no skill CD has been used before. In addition to the standard holding and awakening powers, Aoki has prepared a life-saving skill substitute for her, a fight department skills split tile. After that, I was pulling, because, like the big milk tank, I have not used the skill CD, and the two skills of holding and awakening power are standard. Then I also learned a combat skill and kick, and an evil skill. These are some more practical skills. The last is the lowest level claw-tailed scorpion. Originally Aoki prepared the claw-lined scorpion to poison the skill. However, considering that the current claw-lined scorpion attributes have not been developed, even if they learn the poison skills will not show much effect. So after thinking about it, Aoki gave the skill of poisoning to Ghost Stone. Originally, Ghost Stone could not learn poison attack, but after the evolution to Ghost Stone, a pair of hands appeared. Ghost Stone was able to learn the skill of poisonous attack. In addition, although the current poisonous properties of Ghost Stone have not been fully developed, the toxicity has already had some effects. The poisonous strike has been learned for him, and the cost effectiveness is higher. As for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, the level is still low anyway, and I will buy it later. Therefore, the last skill discs used by the scorpion-tailed scorpion are holding, awakening power, and provocation. I haven't mastered a few basic skills. After learning 3 new skills, the future skills training of the scorpion-tailed scorpion will occupy a large part of his time. At this point, all the main battle elves in Aoki now have learned the skills of keeping and awakening power. In addition, I also learned several skills that are more effective in actual combat. As long as I can fully master them, I believe that in the future battles, I will definitely be able to get a greater improvement. But for the spirit of the newly learned awakening power, what is the nature of the awakening power? It is not known yet. Only after using it for the first time can you know. Holding all the elven around his waist, Aoki's left hand completely left the skill learner. At this point, this skill learner can normally record the data of using the wizard again, and this use will not leave any trace. All the skill CDs have been used, and Aoki's 2 main purposes of coming to the black market have also been completed. www.mentalnovel.com. After that, he habitually made a few laps in the black market, after throwing away those pesky followers behind him, leaving the black market. After returning to Shiba City, I didn't spend too much time outside. It was too late, and Aoki returned directly to the Elven Center. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning is the time for the huge luxury cruise ship Santanu to sail. Long sea voyages, even the Santanu, cannot guarantee absolute safety. Even if there are dumb beasts and big-mouthed tits, there is no guarantee that they will be foolproof. After all, dumb beasts are not the kind of people who carry people for a long time at sea, so the Tyrannosaurus that Aoki left must be conquered. Although this light green qualified Tyrannosaurus does not meet the requirements of Aoki, but if it is purely used as a means of transportation, it is enough, even a little extravagant. After all, Aoki's flight is only a yellow qualification. When Hibiscus is on a business trip, they are all mobile phone code words, and they are written in a hurry and tired. However, the update still guarantees that the 4 debts will be repaid, and will be repaid 2 days after the business trip. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 216. Trick to Cut Tail rented a training venue again with the Elf Center. HTTPS. It's dark now, but because of the light, there are quite a few people training elves in the training ground. Aoki found a remote training ground and threw out the elven ball containing the Tyrannosaurus. Because after the Tyrannosaurus dragon was conquered, Aoki did not do too much except to give him a simple treatment to prevent him from dying. So when it comes out again, both the physical and mental conditions are not very good, and it can even be said to be extremely poor. In addition, because of the violent daytime, the current situation is much worse than Aoki imagined. The dumb beast followed Aoki, and quietly looked at the very weak Tyrannosaurus, with blue light flashing in his eyes. If a superpowered person feels it carefully, he can know that his superpower is surging. Then Ghost Stone, who had been hiding in the shadow of Aoki, appeared beside the dumb beast. His triangular eyes twitched at the bruised carp dragon. However, Tyrannosaurus Rex is indeed a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even if it is scarred and has a weak mental head, it has the slightest concession, especially when it looks at the dumb beast and ghost stone. Although it is more irritable, it does not mean that the IQ is not high, and it can directly recognize the dumb beast and ghost stone as the two elves that defeated him. Now when he sees the old enemy, he is even more jealous. When he wanted to roar, the dull beast directly controlled his mouth with mental force so that he could not make a sound. After all, there are still many people in the training field. Although Oki is now on the edge, no one pays attention to them. But if you let the Tyrannosaurus roar out, with his big voice, it will definitely attract most of the attention. Fortunately, in his current state, a dumb beast and an elf could crush him enough. I found myself unable to make a sound, and the violent temper of Tyrannosaurus Rex came up, so I wanted to rush directly to attack. As soon as he moved, the original wound was affected, and even the painful roar could not be emitted, and he collapsed to the ground. When the Tyrannosaurus fell to the ground and wanted to get up again, he found a huge force on his body, making him unable to move again. Ghost Stone, exchange of characteristics, let him feel what it means to be intimidated. Auka's voice was a bit cold, and he knew that elves such as Tyrannosaurus could not be easily tame, even if he had been defeated by you. But their violent temper caused one of the main reasons why there are so few trainers using Tyrannosaurus. Without some means, it is really not easy to tame the Tyrannosaurus. Sometimes even if it is surrendered, violent phenomenon will appear when it is used. At that time, it is not so easy to control. So for this kind of straight-headed melancholy and sullen spirit, all he can do is press him all the way down, convince him thoroughly, and be afraid. Most of the characteristics of Tyrannosaurus are intimidation, and this one is no exception. So after the Ghost Stone uses the characteristic exchange, the special of the Tyrannosaurus becomes floating, and the characteristic of the Ghost Stone becomes intimidation. At this time, in the view of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ghost Stone, which was not very good looking, became very scary, which made him feel afraid. During the previous battle, Ghost Stone that is, Ghost defeated the Tyrannosaurus, so this time the effect of the threat feature is very prominent. I saw him lying on the ground, his struggling movements were much smaller. There was a hint of fear in the eyes. At this time, Oki slowly walked over, and the dumb beast and Ghost Stone followed him side by side. Even when Tyrannosaurus Rex is lying flat on the ground, the size of his head is much larger than that of Oki, but the overall head of Tyrannosaurus is not as tall as Oki. Oki looked down at the carp dragon so coldly, without a trace of emotion, extremely cold. The attention of Tyrannosaurus also moved from Ghost Stone's body to Oka's body, and a pair of big eyes also looked at Oki uncompromisingly. But I don't know why, Tyrannosaurus found that the expression of this human was really indifferent. When I looked at myself, I didn't want to look at an elf, but like an object that had no effect. Let him have a cold from the heart. This is the style of Oka's previous life to subdue the elves. For him in the previous life, the elf is just a more valuable tool. If it is broken or can't keep up with his rhythm, replace it. Therefore, when he subdued the elves, he had no feelings. If he did not submit, he would surrender to you. It is precisely because of this that in the last time, Oki of the previous life faced rebellion and separation. But in this life, Oki changed her mind, and treated each of the elves that she recognized with the feelings of relatives. The effect was beyond his expectations, and the elves were extraordinary in both combat and cohesion. But Oki just faced himself to recognize the elves, and he thought that his mind was small enough to accommodate those elves. This Tyrannosaurus is a tool elf in Oka size, so his previous life is very simple and simple. After all, the previous life was a trainer of the Quasiking. Facing an elf of 20 or more, is the momentum still weak? So even if Oki is very small compared to Tyrannosaurus, but in the view of Tyrannosaurus, Oki is indeed very tall, and it is constantly growing, gradually getting taller. In particular, Ghoststone's intimidation skills continued to play a role. Tyrannosaurus, I know you understand, now I speak and you listen. If you dare to resist a little, today is your death. Oki looked at Tyrannosaurus coldly, without a trace of emotion in his voice. I don't know why. Tyrannosaurus looked at Oki's eyes, and after hearing Oki's words, he slowly stopped struggling, but his huge eyes were still indomitable. Oki nodded secretly. This Tyrannosaurus Rex was a bit boned, a little better than the few cartilages he had conquered in the previous life. www.mtlnovel.com. Whether you admit it or not, during the day, I defeated you. If not for my mercy, you would have died now. As a strong man, I have the right to order you to do things for me. Speaking here, Oki lifted his feet directly and stepped on the head of Tyrannosaurus Rex without hesitation. When he saw Oki's movements and wanted to resist, Oki sighed angrily, dare to move and chop your tail first, then throw you back into the sea. Suddenly, Tyrannosaurus was afraid to move. Tail. If he killed him directly, he might not be afraid, but Oki said that he cut his tail and threw it back into the sea. I am afraid he will become the laughingstock of the entire Tyrannosaurus family. I am afraid that he will never be able to return to the group of Tyrannosaurus afterwards. After all, such a Tyrannosaurus without a tail, he really has no face to go back to see his friends. The most important thing is that some parts of Tyrannosaurus grow on the tail. Does the tail of this human being include that part? Question mark. Dash. Second more. Serve. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 217. Non-Super Evolution. In the end, under the intimidation of Oki and Ghoststone, Tyrannosaurus chose to surrender. Whether it was because Oki said that he would cut off his tail is unclear. Anyway, at the end, Tyrannosaurus obediently obeyed Oki's words and allowed Oki to stand on his head. In addition, Oki let the foolish beast sense the Tyrannosaur's heart through superpowers, and found that he had no intention of resisting except for panic and fear. After conquering Tyrannosaurus temporarily, Oki took the elves back to the room in the center of the elves. Take a night off and tomorrow is the day of the voyage. Today, the dumb beast and Ghoststone have gained some new experience through fighting with several Tyrannosaurus dragons, both in experience and in the use of skills, and they need to review and control before going to bed. As for the other elves, according to Oki's custom-made training requirements, just do a bedtime exercise. In the early morning of the next day, after finishing the morning training, Oki took the foolish beast to the Dead Leaves port after having hurriedly settled for breakfast. Although it is 10 o'clock in the morning, from 7 a.m., the Santanu is allowed to board a ship. After all, there are a lot of people on the boat, and many of them are dragging their homes. The placement of luggage and the search for rooms take a lot of time. When Oki arrived at the port, he saw people boarding the ship. Oki, who has booked a luxury suite ticket, is considered a more distinguished guest on board, so even if he does not have a large bag, there are several receptionists who respectfully took Oki to his room. Even if the overall price of the Santanu is much higher than other ships, but hundreds of thousands of prices like luxury suites, few people can accept it. After sending the receptionist away, Oki walked through the room. That's right, stroll around again, because the entire room is really very large. The total area is 300 square meters in size, including a huge bedroom and living room, and the remaining area is all indoor training venues. It is said that this training ground is made of special materials. So long as it is not a violent attack, it can basically bear it. In addition, few people will use the strongest attack skills on the ship. In case the ship breaks, it does not matter that the entire ship is harmed. If you can't even escape yourself, you will be in trouble. However, there is an intelligent detection device in the training field. When the Elvens attack reaches 70% of the endurance limit of the field, it will flash a red light to remind the trainer that he can no longer increase his power. Of course, even if it is broken, the hull itself has certain protection measures, and no accident of sunken ship will occur. But the innumerable high compensation is not something that ordinary people can afford. After confirming all the facilities in the entire room, Aoki was quite satisfied with the room as a whole. Although the price is a little bit higher, it is not too much beyond its value. It is customary for Ghost Stone to check the entire room again. Although a famous luxury cruise ship such as Santanu cannot do such a thing of shattering his own reputation, there is nothing absolute. But it is better to be vigilant. After looking around the corners and walls throughout the room, Ghost Stone told Aoki that there was nothing wrong with this room. Nodded with satisfaction, Aoki summoned all his elves. Of course, Aoki, such as Stinky Mud and Tyrannosaurus, would never let it appear in the room. As soon as the Stinky Mud appeared, I'm afraid this room will not need to be lived. Although Tyrannosaurus is huge, the room can still be put down, but he can only lie flat and can't move. What's more, they are not considered Ocus elves, they can only be regarded as relatively useful tools. Aoki sat slowly on the sofa in the living room, and the soft sofa caught everyone in. Looking at the elves playing around, a relaxed smile appeared. It's been a month and a half since I came to this world again. I didn't expect that I now have 6 main battle elves, and they all have enough talent. Watching the claw-tailed scorpion is playing with the ice cubes produced by the claws, and the claws tease the claw-tailed scorpions from time to time. These 2 elves are the most qualified among all the elves in Oki now, but after the ghosts evolved into ghost stones, the qualifications also evolved into Quasician. As long as the remaining poison gas is absorbed, the chip calculation should be able to make him completely stable in light cyan. At that time, Aoki will have 3 light blue qualified elves. As long as they are successfully cultivated, their future strength will definitely be greatly improved. In addition, although the qualification of the dull beast is dark green, his super talent is really prominent. Aoki remembers that Nazi wanted to seize the dull situation at that time. Nazi said a sentence of Aoki: it does not completely liberate the ability of the dumb beast, but Nazi can. It can be seen that the talent of the dumb beast definitely does not stop there, but Aoki did not find the ability to liberate the talent of the dumb beast. Otherwise, the elves that even the superpower Nazis want are not easy. Of course, she may want to be dumb beasts more to study, not to make them the main battle spirit. But even this is enough to demonstrate the excellence of the dumb beast. The Dark Crow's qualification is green, a small class lower than the foolish beast, but Aoki will no longer throw it away like the previous life. The qualifications of the elves are not impossible to advance. The Dark Crow evolved into the head of a crow, and it definitely needs the Dark Stone. Then Aoki will find the best Dark Stone for evolution, and I believe that his qualifications will never be lower than other elves. Of course, high-end and even the best Dark Stones are very difficult to find, but they are not without them. Like Devon's young owner, Dago, one of Oka's approaches to him will be to help him find high-quality Dark Stones. After all, the kind of alliance in German must be polite to 3-pointers. www.mtlnovel.com. It really is not a small trainer like Aoki can imagine. Moreover, Ogo himself is a person with a stone-collecting habit. Maybe in his collection, there are high-quality dark stones that Aoki needs. As long as he has, Aoki has the confidence to be able to bring it. Oka's own advantages are still very large. In addition to the knowledge of the elves, no matter the alliance or which power, at this time, no one has discovered it, or some individuals have found it, but the specifics are not known. What's the situation? Super evolution. I believe that as long as some of the information is disclosed, there are absolutely no problems to get some benefits from Ogo. You know, giant gold monsters are also capable of super evolution. However, if circumstances permit, Aoki will not choose to exchange on this condition, at least after he has collected some super evolutionary stones himself. Third more! Come on, ask for a monthly pass. Palm 218 sailing. There is still a solution to the Dark Crow's qualifications, but to be honest, Aoki is more of a headache because the big milk tank was still conceived by him in this world. It was originally used to feed the scorpion and the elves normally and restore their strength after the battle, but it was not expected that the big milk tank was soon accepted by the elves, and her efforts were also acknowledged by Aoki. So even if it has only light green qualifications, Aoki has also included it in his main battle spirit list. Although the big milk tank is mainly used as an auxiliary, even when fighting, she does not need to make a great contribution, but sometimes it is unavoidable to face some enemies. Now it seems that the gap with other elves is not very large, but as the level gets higher and higher, and the combat power of the elves of Aoki is getting stronger, the gap will be gradually opened. The big milk tank itself may not pay special attention to this, but as an affirmation of Aoki, Aoki will not let him leave the team anyway. However, there is no possibility of evolution of the big milk tank, and Aoki does not know what special props can enhance its potential. So it is because of this that he has a headache. I asked Dou to sell the exclusive intermediate energy block to Xiao Kaien's family instead of knowing that I could get a way to improve the quality of the big milk tank. There is no way for Aoki, but there is definitely a solution for a large milk tank farm with tens of thousands of large milk tanks, just to see if the price paid is enough. Dou said that he would give a reply within 3 days at the most, and he would help to communicate in the middle, and maybe try it out. The way Aoki can think of now is this one. Keep this thing in mind for the time being. Now the elf's strength is getting stronger and stronger, but the gap between each other will also be bigger and bigger. The stupid beast, Paula, and Ghost Stone are barely the first echelon of Aoki's elves, followed by the Dark Crow and the Big Milk Tank. Of course, the Dark Crow is much stronger than the Big Milk Tank. As for the Claw-tailed Scorpion, in the growth period, strength will not affect the entire team of Aoki. Now Aoki's overall strength has surpassed the average rocket captain, but there is still a little gap from the squadron captain. Therefore, Aoki wants to improve its strength. There are 2 ways. One is to focus resources to cultivate one or several elves in the first echelon. Of course, this does not mean that the other echelons will not be cultivated. It is just the focus of resources slightly tilted. The other is full training, without any focus and tilt, placing all elves on the same balance. In fact, Aoki is more focused on the first method, but considering that the elves have their own views, there is no rush to make a conclusion. But one thing is certain, that is, he is walking outside as an alliance now. And maybe in the next 1.5 months, he will be walking as an alliance for 1 month, so even if there is no emphasis on the cultivation of elves, the elves' growth rate will definitely be different. For example, when Aoki now goes out, he is carrying a foolish beast, so when he meets his opponent, the first elves to shoot is basically a foolish beast. The dumb beast will definitely grow faster than other elves, but if you add the focus of resources, the growth speed of the dumb beast will definitely be faster, and it may even be 1 step higher than other elves. The benefits of doing this are also obvious. The dull beasts will become a sign of the Aoki alliance. At the same time, when the dull beasts come up, Aoki will have the strength to compete for more resources for the elves, and their growth rate will gradually increase. Get up is the typical rich first drive rich. Moreover, this situation is still inevitable for Aoki. After all, when using the alliance status, the 2 skills of Dark Crow and Paula can be used less or better. Unless he chooses to regain his status in the rockets, he will give up his long-standing alliance status. Since the growth of the dumb beast is inevitable, it is necessary to slightly adjust the resources to make it the strongest for the time being. Aoki sat up and communicated all his thoughts to the elves. None of the elves had any opinion on his decision. After all, the tilt of resources does not mean that other spirits have no resources, just a little more. The elves also have a big picture, and the growth of an elven will also bring them many benefits. As for the stupid beast, his opposition had no effect. In this way, after the unanimous decision of the trainer and the elves, temporarily put the dumb beast on the blade of the knife and dance, and strive to grow to earn more resources. When Aoki and the elves made their decision, The Santuanu was finally there. As the broadcast rang again and again, the huge luxury cruise ship Santuanu started sailing to the coastal city of Shinao, passing by the city of Kana in Feniyuan, the target city of Oki. After that, Oki walked out of the room with the foolish beast and walked to the deck. This is the first time Oki has taken such a large cruise ship. It is said that the scenery on the deck is very good. Guided by the signs, Oki crossed various complicated roads on the cruise ship and reached the deck. Today's weather is very clear. It may be because the Tyrannosaurus dragons collectively asked for rain yesterday, and many of the rain clouds in the sky have been eliminated. Now the sun is high and the sky is clear. When Oki came to the deck, there were not many people. Many people are wearing gorgeous tuxedos and dresses, standing under the huge umbrellas on the deck, talking there with their wine glasses. There are also many ordinary people who are obviously far away from the rich and stay on the other side, each with a small group chatting. Of course, there are also individual people leaning on the railing and looking out to the distant sea. We can see that, whether rich or ordinary, there are more or less elves around. The reason why the Santuanu was built so large www.mentalnovel.com is because the cruise ship is mainly targeted at trainers, whether civilian trainers or family trainers. And there are a lot of public facilities in the Santuanu, which are used by those trainers. And there are dozens of public training and fighting venues alone. It's almost full every day. If you want to use it, you need to make an appointment. Of course, passengers in luxury suites like Oki own their own indoor training room. If you just want to fight, you may have to go to a public place. Oki walked to the forefront of the deck with a foolish beast, facing the sea breeze and the warm morning sun, breathed a lot of salty sea breeze, and felt like the whole person was soaking in the sea water. The cruise ship sailed fast, but compared to his huge size, the sailing was very smooth. Oki stood at the bow of the ship. Even if facing the waves coming in, there was no bump. Fourth more. It's over! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Chapter 219 Fight. After a while on the deck, Oki returned to the ship. HTTPS. No matter how good the scenery outside is, if the sea breeze blows down, the whole person will not be able to bear it, at least the mouth will dry. Back in the room, I took a bottle of free mineral water and opened it for a few sips. Then I managed to relieve some dry mouths. While drinking water in Oki, a teenager, about 17 or 18 years old, with silk-rimmed glasses, looks so gentle, gently pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of the nose, and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Takuya, and I'm Aura." Takuya is also a trainer. "Is there any interest in an elf battle?" Hearing his words, Oki froze slightly, and for so long after being reborn, he was the first person to ask the elf to fight. Looking at the other person is obviously not a civilian, then at least a member of a small family. Few members of the family have opted for civilians. You must know that in the elven world, the concept of family is still very important, especially some emerging families. They really do not like those civilian trainers, and forget that they themselves began to grow up from civilian trainers. If they are very old and powerful families, they have a very high level of cultivation. And even if they are treated as civilian trainers, there will not be that kind of contempt. After all, don't bully young people into poverty. Oki glanced at him, and the light from the corner of his eye passed over him. He saw two young men in tuxedos standing not far behind him, put their heads together, and pointed at Oki and the young man in glasses in front of him. "Look good." "Sorry, I'm not interested at the moment." Oki took another sip of mineral water again, and said something lightly, and passed him directly and walked back. He is not here to play with children. Oki's words made him stand still. As a family member, it is already a face-saving thing to fight a civilian trainer in his opinion. If it is an ordinary civilian trainer, shouldn't he nod his head and agree? Isn't this what the civilian trainers should do? As Oki walked past the two people who were laughing and watching the show, they also saw a stiff expression on their faces. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, but they are just a few sister-in-laws. I really think that I have a lot of elves and I just throw in a few resources to go in, and I feel that I am very powerful. Wait a minute, come and play with me in an elf battle. Whether you win or lose, you can benefit." Takuya, who reacted from Oka's rejection, immediately ran up, grabbed Oka's clothes, and said aloud, "Sven," before the appearance disappeared instantly. Because of his loud voice, it attracted the attention of others, and gradually someone came around. Oka's hand lightly shook the man's hand off his clothes, turned and looked at him with a proud look, and said lightly, "Okay, I won. I want a jet flame skill disc." Directly speaking, is a jet flame skill disc worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the crowd around them was shocked when they heard Oka's words. You have to know that even if the people on the Santa knew are more or less a little bit of money, but this is worth hundreds of thousands of things, not everyone can take out. The Lion of Oki made a big opening, and immediately shocked Imamura Takuya in front of him. He was a little bit of money, but it was not that he had no money to spend. However, at this time, he could not refuse to bite. After all, the benefits were mentioned by himself, and the other party just said the benefits. Originally, he just wanted to show his two companions the elf he bought recently. The meaning of showing off is relatively large. He just found a civilian trainer and showed them after winning. However, he did not expect that he was rejected by Oki from the beginning. Then, his face as a family trainer would be gone. It is estimated that they will be ridiculed by the two for several weeks, but was rejected by a civilian trainer. Therefore, he ran up the first time, stopped Oki, and promised that Oki will have a lot of rewards whether he wins or loses. In his opinion, it will be a big deal to spend tens of thousands of Union coins. You will be ecstatic when you lose, but Oki does not follow the routine at all. Open your mouth and spray the flame skill CD. He didn't have this skill CD, but he heard his father mention that it would cost at least 8 million to 900,000 Union coins, and there was no value in the market. After all, it is a more difficult skill to burn, and of course the value is higher. Now the people around are gradually increasing. He is already a little hard to ride a tiger. He blushes and wants to promise, but he can't take out the skill disc that sprays flames, even if it is not enough money. Seeing more and more people whispering and whispering around, he was a little overwhelmed when he thought of the limelight. Suddenly, he thought of a coup. Didn't you want to eject the flame skill CD? He'll let you pay the price you can't bear, so that he will always give up automatically, and then he will be relieved. Then if I win, I want your stupid beast. He glanced at Oki's dress before, not paying any attention to the stupid beast beside Oki. Just a stupid beast, this kind of stupid elves, he disdain. This kind of trainer using the stupid beast can go strong. Just looking closer now, he found that the color of the foolish beast was different from the foolish beast he had seen. Suddenly, there are many possibilities in the brain, and finally freeze on one, a different colored elf, also called Flash Elf. He couldn't imagine that a civilian training home could have flashing elves. At this time, he also refused the meaning of rejection, and insisted that the price of Oka's loss was a dumb beast. If you can really this dumb beast, then no one of your friends will compare with you, and you will be the person who has the flash elves in the future. As for the stupid beast that was stupid in his heart, he was long thrown out of the clouds. If you can have a flashing sprite, even the furnishings are fine. The people around him also set their eyes on the dumb beast beside Oki. You are reading book www.uukanzu.com. Is this just a flashy beast? This seems to be a flashy idiot, and this boy's luck is also very good. It's a pity, haven't you seen the clans in the clan who are following this elf? The colors of the flashing dumb beasts are similar to those of other dumb beasts. I wouldn't have noticed it unless someone reminded me. What is a dumb beast? The sound of whispering around passed into Oka's ears, causing his brows to gradually wrinkle. The color of the dumb beast is pink, but because of the nutrition it eats, the red blood vessels under the skin are brighter red, and it is not easy to recognize it without looking carefully. Got a dumb beast. Not only is this Imamura Takuya in front of me, many people who are watching around are showing a greedy look. Looking at Hibiscus, The difference was calculated without any delay. Should there be a monthly ticket reward here? Dark Cries of the Elves. Finally say it again. Think free fees watch and complete version please 100 degrees. I'll say it again at the end. Those who watch piracy don't trademark to take the rhythm. Write a rocket's plagiarism, write an energy block plagiarism, eat a meal plagiarism, write a big I also trademark plagiarism, I plagiarize you ma. Then did I kill someone to copy it? Exclamation mark. Writing a rainy team in the future is also plagiarism. Writing a sandstorm team is also plagiarism. Can PM write a hammer? Exclamation mark. Seeing a little similar plot, trademark plagiarism. Plagiarism, write a chance encounter door who will be sprayed. I am also convinced this is not allowed to write, then is not allowed to write. I write a hammer? Exclamation mark. I really can't stand it. I am not going to be a fan next time. ILL just ban it forever. Annoying? Exclamation mark. Want to write the PM text you want? Exclamation mark. Finally say it again. Look at piracy honestly. When looking at piracy, don't start commenting. See direct ban forever. Dark Cries of the Elves. Chapter 220 Waiting for battle. Loki stared at the youth named Imar Muratokaya in front of him for a while, and suddenly smiled. Okay, but I want to see your Jet Flame skill CD first. Mobile phone HTTPS. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he remembered his elf. If it was not for the ship, it was estimated that Oki could not help but explode directly. Hearing Oki's agreement, Takuya Imamura was immediately delighted, regardless of whether he could win Oki 100%. Just a civilian trainer, how many resources can you have to cultivate elves? And the coat that he wears is the costume of a junior trainer, so to a large extent, it is also a junior trainer's strength. However, he also beat the junior trainer several times. Moreover, this time he bought a new elf, he still has certain attribute advantages, and he bet. Alliance trainers are actually very particular about how to wear them. If they have the junior trainer strength, they will not wear the clothes of ordinary trainers, and if they have the junior trainer strength, they will not wear the clothes of junior trainers. This can be regarded as a status symbol. When the strength is stronger, the higher the level of the clothes they wear, the more they will be respected. Of course, the opposite is also true. The strength of a junior trainer will never wear the clothes of an intermediate trainer. If wearing the clothes of an intermediate trainer and the strength is not enough, then the people who have fought each other will become intermediate trainers, and when they are mistreated, they will still be ridiculed by others and can't help it. Therefore, the trainer's clothing is either not worn, and if worn, it generally represents the strength of the trainer. As for Oki, he has not reached the level of an intermediate trainer, but it is also a lot stronger than those of the junior trainer. At least, if the junior trainer in the league let Oki let go of his hands and feet to kill, 10 Oki in the wild could kill 10. If it is indoors, it can solve at least 3, and it is non-destructive. After all, junior trainers have basically not experienced wild survival, and are much weaker than the Rocket's captain. Oki wears junior league trainer costumes purely because it is more convenient. At least, wearing this suit is not a bad thing. The chance of being stopped by police on the street is almost zero. Imar Muratokaya thought that he didn't spray the fire skill CD, and he was anxious, knowing that this was the opportunity to get the flashing spirit. If he missed it, he would probably regret it later. Quickly looked around, looking for the two friends he just had. They were finally found in the crowd's corner. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. As he said, he immediately went to find his two friends, and quickly took them to a corner. At this time, an old man wearing ordinary, even a little yellowish clothes, with white hair and a pair of thick spectacle lenses like a bottle bottom, walked to Oki and whispered, "Boy, you are not worth it." Even if the other party has the ability to spray flames, they can't compare with your elf's value, and they are all family members. It's better to go back to the room and hide while they aren't leaving, as long as the boat is docked. The sound was a little light, but I don't know why. Oki felt that he was actually full of gas, just to prevent people from hearing, and deliberately lowered the sound. I think your stupid animal has been cultivated very well. The energy cubes that you usually eat must be at least advanced, and there are many other nutritional products. It is definitely not short of this money. It's better to have more than one thing. Come on, listen to the old man. Before Aoki spoke, the old man opened his mouth again. This time, it was Oka's turn to be surprised, because the old man could see at a glance that the energy blocks usually used by dumb beasts were at least advanced energy blocks. You must know that Aoki is now wearing civilian clothes. For civilians, even using intermediate energy blocks is extravagant. But the old man's eyes were so tricky, and he also saw that the dumb beasts were using other nutrients. The dumb beast does use other nutrients. Without him, just a milk tank. There are only two possibilities for the old man's vision. One is that the old man is a researcher of dumb beasts. He knows the elves of dumb beasts very well, and understands to what level of energy cubes they usually eat. Everything is well known. However, Aoki is more inclined to another possibility, that is, the old man is at least a senior breeder, and is an experienced breeder, not a newly born senior breeder. Otherwise his vision will not have this degree. But, such a shabby senior breeder? Aren't breeders all very rich? Thinking so much, in fact, it was just a moment, Aoki let go of his curiosity. He smiled and said, "Old man, it doesn't matter, he won't be my opponent. I want this skill CD." It happened that Aoki originally planned to buy a skill disc for squirting flames for the stupid beast, but last time because the money was not enough, it was temporarily put down. But now an injustice came to the door. As for why Aoki was so sure that this young man named Takuya Imamura could not beat himself. Only because Aoki had crossed his side before. He scanned the data of the elves in the elf ball around his waist with a chip, and finally confirmed his strength. It's an electrical elf. So do you think you are foolproof to fight a dull beast? Aoki sneered in his heart. Although the dumb beast is a water-based elf, it is also a superpowered elf, and Aoki has some preparations. Generally speaking, the restraint of elven attributes may represent victory, but it also depends on the commander's commanding ability. If it is a wizard with the same level of commander and qualifications, it is true that the party with the attribute restraint has a higher win rate, but it cannot be 100% confirmed that it can win. What's more, such a son-in-law who only relies on the resource heap elves. Hey! The old man heard Aoki's words. www.mentalnovel.com also knew that he could not persuade Aoki. Finally, I glanced at Aoki, and saw a very confident look in his eyes. Suddenly, his head was sulky, as if he saw someone he knew. He paused for 2 or 3 seconds. When Aoki shifted his gaze again, he reacted, shook his head slightly, and walked out of the crowd. There was also no intention of watching Aoki fighting, and he kindly spoke to remind Aoki, which was also caused by his own professional inertia. Aoki looked at his departing back, frowning. His eyes darkened. Just when the old man turned around, Aoki subconsciously scanned the data of him and his 3 elf with his chip. This old man is definitely a senior breeder. And it's a very powerful senior breeder, because when Aoki scanned the data, he saw a few elves that shocked him. Thank you for your support, thank you for your support in chapter reviews, and thank you for your support! Thanks for the 2 million rewards of the kind of big guy I want to scold. Oh, 2 more chapters. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 221. Old Horror. What did Aoki just see through the chip? A fossil pterodactyl with a level of 78. And several elves have a level of 60 or 70. What is the concept? It is that the old man who just spoke is at least a strong person at the level of Uranus. And it is not the kind of first-time Uranus, but an old Uranus. Mobile phone HTTPS. But look at his dress, a typical grandfather of the family. Maybe it was unwilling to be too swaggering, and Aoki didn't know it. He shook his head and temporarily closed his mind. Anyway, the old man must not mess with it. If he had a chance, he could get close and cheer up. Soon, Imamura Takuya, who had left with 2 friends, returned to the crowd again, and saw that he took out 3 bank cards and put them in front of Oki. There are 1,000,000 alliance coins in it, which is definitely enough to buy the Jet Flame skill CD. I won't compete with you for the extra money and lose a share, Takatsuma Imamura said in an air, but the painful expression on his face can't hide it. In order to borrow so much money from the 2 fox friends and dog friends, he made a lot of benefits, let alone, the comprehensive value is much higher than the borrowed union currency. Oki taunted, "My stupid beast is worth more than the money you are paying now. Don't show it in an airy manner." To whom Imamura Takuya was so stupefied by Oki, some speechless, blushing, not knowing how to justify, and finally uttered a sentence, go to the battlefield." Hearing his words, many of the onlookers showed a disdainful expression. Oki didn't say a word, turned and walked directly to the public battlefield. As they moved, many people watching the good show came to the battlefield together. More people were attracted on the way. When they finally reached the battlefield, they were almost surrounded by people. Many people are coming. It's really because the stakes are a bit big, which makes some good people unbearable. The public battle arena is dedicated to cruise ship referees, standing on a high platform outside the arena, holding 2 flags in his hands, and a red whistle on his neck. After explaining all the rules, the referee instructed the 2 to place their bet items on both sides of the referee seat. Imamura Takuya released 3 league secret bank cards, while Oki placed the Super Ball that took the dumb beast on the other side of the referee seat. There is no opinion on this dumb beast. He has 100% confidence in Oki and is very confident in his combat effectiveness. Oki said that there is no problem, then there must be no problem. In fact, even if Oki loses, he will not stay out. If he can't, he will let the beastly creature use the instant movement to take the 2 people directly away from the ship. Anyway, there is a Tyrannosaurus as a sailing to at sea. As long as there are no surprises, there is no problem returning to Deadleaf City. As for leaving a bad reputation, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's just an infamy who is willing to gamble and lose. Oki doesn't care. Big deal. Change to an alliance status. Now this identity Oki is operating soon. In addition, Oki scanned the data of Imamura Takuya elves, and how could he be his opponent with his fighting power? Come out, Ukiu. Tamahatu Imamura threw his elf ball and summoned the elf who was about to fight. Pokemon, Thunderhill Light Green. Gender, female. Level, 25. Attribute, electric. Characteristics, static electricity. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, serial slap, charging. Basic skills, wagging tail, electric shock, scream, harmony, flash of light, electric ball, electromagnetic wave, attack, shadow avatar, 100,000 volts. Teaching skills, snoring, shooting. Skill learner, none. Imamura Takuya is not a fool. It is because of his newly purchased Ukiu that he wants to make an appointment with Oki and show off in front of his friends. He originally only wanted a more crushing battle, so that he could show the strength of his elf strength and his strength. But he didn't know that Oki knew about the matter he was going to send Ukiu. This Ukiu has only a level of 25. Although it is the final evolutionary type, it is certain that the previous Pikachu absolutely did not develop its full potential. This forced evolution may even lead to a reduction in qualification. It may be that in the state of Pikachu, the Thunderhill was still green, but the trainees forcibly evolved, and may use the primary Thunderstone, which not only did not enhance the combat effectiveness after the evolution, but reduced the qualification. Forced evolution is a loss to the qualifications of the elves. This is one of the reasons why Oki has not allowed the Dark Crow to evolve. The potential of the Dark Crow has not yet been fully developed, and direct evolution is extremely detrimental to his future growth. Generally, this kind of elves are bought by elf sellers at a low price, and they are sold to people who have money but do not have much knowledge of elves. They only have a little knowledge and feel that they have found cheap. Imamura Takuya is such a person. Don't look at him as a family trainer, but in fact, his status in the family is not very high, and there are 3 older brothers pressing on it. When he saw Okyu and it was cheaper, he couldn't help buying it. In his opinion, the price of a completely evolved Thunderhill is only hundreds of thousands of dollars. So Oki guessed about his ability when he saw the elven ball around Tamahata's waist. An abandoned Okyu after evolution, an uncle who doesn't have much command ability, is only restrained by attributes. Such people are like killing dogs. Dummy, meditate directly after going up. Oki said lightly. The dumb beasts also saw their opponents, and the spirits were more sensitive to the power directly. www.mentalnovel.com, especially those battle-hardened spirits. After seeing Okyu, there was a slight disdain in the eyes of the dumb beast. At first, I thought how strong the opponent was. I didn't expect that was the same. However, after following Oki, his good habits kept him from being wary of any battle. When he entered the battlefield, he went straight to meditation. The other party is still enjoying the cheers of others. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Okyu of the electric system is still the ultimate evolutionary type, and can completely crush the dull beasts of the water system. Judging from the appearance alone, Samura Imamura won. Even he thought so. After seeing the foolish beast entering the meditation state, not only did not immediately launch an attack, but instead sneered at Oki with a sneer, then proudly said, "Okyu, 100,000 volts. Kill him immediately." People around me saw Imamura Takuya let Okyu use 100,000 volts directly, and the drowsy beast was still meditating with his eyes closed, and he did not consciously show his compassion. Second more. It is the mobile phone code of Hibiscus when traveling. Ask for a variety, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, subscriptions, collections, rewards, etc. Can be. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 222. Step on face. However, I have to say that this Okyu may not really have much actual combat experience. For an elf who can store electricity, using electrical skills only needs to stimulate the energy in his body. Mobile phone HTTPS. But this Thundermound just condensed electrical energy, and it took 3 seconds to fully condense. How could an elf give him so much preparation time if it hadn't been for a foolish beast? Finally, Okyu's 100,000 volts were finally condensed, and a large high-voltage current appeared on him, and the current was like a lightning bolt that slashed to the foolish beast. At this time, the dumb beast finally woke up from meditation, round eyes, full of blue superpowers. Never before had he had so much time to meditate on a beast in battle. Now he only felt that his body was full of superpowers. Stupid beast, hold on. Oki said calmly. As soon as his voice was remembered, the dumb beast used his skills directly according to his orders. As soon as this command sounded, the elves used the skills in line with the trainer's mind, and this was the real tacit understanding. In Oka's team, only the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast can do this step. Ghost Stone and the Big Milk Tank are almost close. As for Paula, they have just learned. The thick thunderbolt of the water pipe directly attacked the dwarf beast's holding barrier, because Oka's order was issued very late, almost at the moment when 100,000 volts were used, and also when Oki issued an order. However, how fast the thunderbolt is moving, so in most people's eyes, Oki's 100,000 volts are directly attacking the dumb beast that has not yet responded. Boom. Razor dust. The electrical systems moves such a straight attack on the water elves, even if they are similar in strength, at most 2 skills. They will directly lose their combat capabilities. In their hearts, they were thinking that the dumb beast was in danger. Imamura Takuya thinks the same way. After seeing the success of Okyu's attack, he thinks that the winning ticket is in his hands. If you think about it later, you will have a flashing dull beast. If you can evolve into a flashing dull beast, then you will definitely surpass your nasty brothers and become the heirs of the family. Just when he was a little excited and shivered. Stupid beast, mental shock. Then move closer and use the stomping directly. Oka's voice was still unmoved and sounded again. When others are still surprised, the dumb beast sacked directly. His eyes flickered, and invisible mental energy wrapped in superpower fluctuations, slamming into Ulquior's head just after the attack. Suddenly, Ulquior, who was somewhat proud of himself, felt a pinching pain in his brain, making his eyes a little unclear about the situation in front of him. Ulquior was a little dizzy when attacked, and Tamahatu Imura also discovered Ulquior's anomaly. He wanted to give a command but didn't know what to do, because the dumb beast still didn't appear in the dust. The next moment, a dull beast using teleportation appeared next to Ulquior. The two hoofs were raised, and the hoofs with ground-based energy stepped on Ulquior's face without stopping. Boom! Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground, and Ulquior was stepped directly under the horizon. The reason why Dull stayed in place after using the mental shock, but did not act, just because he was the first time to use the skill of stomping, so he was not familiar with it. After brewing for a while, the ground system energy successfully condensed on his forefoot. Fortunately, Ulquior was still in a daze after being shocked by the spirit, so the dumb beast could successfully attack him. Mound. The painful Ulquior called out subconsciously, but it had no effect. Stupid beast, come again. I heard that the dumb beasts raised their hoofs again. This is the second time to use stomping. The dumb beasts are more proficient than the first. Boom. Two hoofs stepped on again. The target is still Ulquior's face. The degree of cracking in the ground is more serious. This time Ulquior did not make a sound again, but fell directly into the pit and lost his fighting ability. The dumb beast stopped the attack and looked at Aoki. Aoki shook his head slightly. He knew what the dumb beast meant, and he wanted to ask Aoki if he wanted to get rid of the elf. But the current situation is not the same as usual, so Aoki did not let the dumb beasts fire again. This is also the elves of Aoki, who have always been fighting in the wild. When they met their opponents, they were largely dead-handed. This was the first time he had participated in such a fight, so some were not used to it. After understanding the meaning of Aoki, the dumb beast looked up at the still sluggish Imamura Takuya, with deep disdain in his eyes. Just like this person, still want to become his own trainer. Slowly walked to Aoki, and when everyone had not recovered from the surprise, the dumb beasts took the Pokemon Ball and the 3 League Secret Bank cards beside the referee to Aoki. Until this was the case, some of the rude referees reacted and quickly raised the Aoki flag in their hands and said, "Dummy, dumb beasts win." As the referee's voice sounded, many talented people were confirming what was going on. The dumb beasts can win. They also thought about it. Although this possibility is relatively small, it does exist. But like now, they defeated Ulquior so neatly, beyond their imagination. Fast. Too fast. The whole battle was won in almost 10 seconds. Aren't Ulquior restrained idiots? This is the question in most people's minds. Only a small number of people understand why Ulquior was so defeated. The first reason is that dumb beasts are indeed stronger than Ulquior. Whether it is combat literacy or physical fitness, they are more than Ulquior. Another is the ability to stomp. Stomp is the skill of the ground system, while Ulquior is an electric spirit, and the ground system doubles the restraint of the electric spirit. This is also one of the main reasons for Aoki to let the beasts learn to step on this skill. www.mentalnovel.com. I know that beasts are water and super ability skills, and opponents who will meet in the future will surely dispatch electricity to restrain the water system. Department of Spirits. Then stomping on this ground system can be a good countermeasure. It is also because the dumb beast has just learned and the skill use has not yet reached the level of mastery, so it is necessary to perform 2 stompings. Otherwise, the physical condition of the Thunderhill just now will definitely be defeated by the dumb beast that has mastered it. Therefore, Aoki's original order was only to instruct the stupid beast to perform a stomping, and Ulquior had not lost his combat ability before making up again. After receiving the Elven Ball and Bank card brought by the dumb beast, regardless of the appearance of Takuya Imamura on the opposite side, he calmly put it in his pocket. At the same time, Aoki was still secretly lamenting that this idiot's money was really easy to make. Help to come a few more. But after the battle just now, there must have been a lot of consolation among those who were foolish in their ideas. Third more! Exclamation mark. Still seeking. Thank you for your support. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 223 Ring Race Papapa. A sudden applause suddenly appeared in the crowd. HTTPS. Who? Awakened by applause, Takuya Imamura's eyes flushed, staring in the direction of applause. Originally, he was ready. Even if he lost this time, he would have to inquire about Aoki's identity when he returned, so that he could understand what a family trainer was after disembarking. Although his family is only a small and medium-sized family in the city of Cuba, for a junior trainer like Aoki, he doesn't want to need as much as he wants. Of course, Aoki didn't care about it at all. It was clear to see what he was wearing and the unbelievable upstart, but it was an insignificant existence in the upstart family, which had been destroyed by his previous life. The family doesn't know how much. Imamura, he didn't have any impression of such a clan name. If he offends, he offends. Maybe he can knock on them again. Besides, he is going to Fenyuan area later. The small families in the Kanto area have no role at all. They dare to come and Aoki dare to kill. Maybe you can make another one. Previous assassination techniques are a bit rusty. The crowd slowly separated. A chunky old man in a black evening dress, with a pair of small round glasses, and two thin chains on the temples attached to the back. The greyish beard on both sides was like a sticky mouth. On average, I saw him with a smile on his face, and if he was not followed by two beautifully dressed son-in-laws to support him, I am afraid everyone will feel like an uncle next door. Imamura Takuya saw the appearance of a person. His subconscious neck shrank, and he immediately crawled out of the defeated anger. He glanced down and glanced at the chubby old man, only to find that he did not look at himself at all. Relieved. Slowly move your steps and move backwards. Master Yamamoto. Master Yamamoto. Master Yamamoto. Many people in the crowd saw the old man's appearance very respectfully and bowed his head in a respectful voice. The old man known as Yamamoto also nodded with a kind smile and was very satisfied with everyone's title. Aoki also looked at the old man named Yamamoto. After turning around in his head, he found that there was no one who met the title, but the other side looked at himself with a smile. Reaching out without smiling, Aoki nodded his head in respect. The younger brother is extraordinary in strength. In the Yamato downhill, the Saint Tenno set sail by himself. Yamamoto touched the beard on his mouth and said with a smile. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Aoki's eyes narrowed. Yamamoto's family? It is definitely not a family in the Kanto area. Otherwise Yamamoto is not among the families that Aoki knows about the Kanto area and can rent the Santo Anu. Mr. Yamamoto, I don't know if there is anything I can do. Aoki bowed slightly. The family that can rent the Santo Anu is not comparable to the small family of Imamura Takuya. If possible, it is better not to offend. After seeing that Aoki finally looked as respectful as everyone else, Yamamoto and Diela suddenly laughed happily again. Haha, I don't have any hobbies. I just like watching elf battles. Unfortunately, I don't have any talent for trainers and can't participate in the battle. Come. After that, he glanced at Takuya Imamura who was slowly retreating. Suddenly the latter was sweating, nodding his head and expressing respect. Yamamoto Yamada's eyes flickered with disdain, but it was just a small family. With his ability, he even dirty his own hands against the other family. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Aoki's eyes drew a little, and then looked at the two gorgeously dressed girls around him. Didn't he have any hobbies? Believe you. The old man is very bad. Nodded. Aoki didn't speak. Yamamoto continued. So I'm going to hold an elf battle on the Santanu. It will take a long time to reach the next station anyway, and it won't delay any time. Of course, since the conference was held, there must be prizes. So, the final prizes will be temporarily set as Frozen Light, Quick Freezing Light, Earthquake and Surfing Skills CD. When Yamamoto said the reward, he glanced at the foolish beast beside Aoki before saying the prize. Aoki frowned slightly, and immediately recovered. What did Yamamoto just glance at the dumb beast mean? The 3 skills he rewards are those that can be learned by a foolish beast. Aoki is very sure of this, but is this a coincidence? Or was Yamamoto intentional? Since it is a competition, Of course, there are other rewards. As for the details, I will let my secretary formulate and then calculate it. But, as long as the participants, regardless of whether they win or lose at least, they will have a consolation prize of 5,000 Union coins. I hope everyone will actively sign up to participate, haha. He continued to touch the beard on his mouth and said, but the usual battle mode is a bit boring, I am a bit tired of watching, and it is not fair to some ordinary trainers. Game mechanism. As for the mechanism of the ring game, Yamamoto did not explain. I believe that his secretary will tell everyone what is going on. I don't know why. Yamamoto always intentionally or unintentionally swept Aoki and the beast around him, making Aoki feel very unnatural, but Aoki did not feel any maliciousness from Yamamoto's sight, and there was nothing. Overreaction. After speaking, Yamamoto Yamashita left the crowd slowly with the help of the two. Obviously, his body looks very healthy, but he has to be supported by two people before he can leave. And the two girls around him are obviously not simple roles. When Yamamoto Yamato completely disappeared into the sight of everyone, everyone seemed relieved to have a tacit understanding. www.mentalnovel.com. Facing the head of such a large family, whether it is a family trainer or civilian training at home, they all hung a heart. For fear of causing the other party, they were pinched to death gently. As for Imamura Takuya, he almost scared the urine just now. Now he has no idea of revenge on Aoki. He is thinking about whether he has left a bad impression on Yamamoto Yamato. Will the other party think about himself? And many more. With Yamamoto Yamato's status, you don't have to do it yourself to deal with such a small family as Imamura. As long as you chat with others, you can reveal your dissatisfaction with their family at will. Many people will destroy the Imamura family and ask for a Yamamoto big and happy opportunity. However, others did not know his thoughts, and the voice of discussion gradually became lively. As for Yamamoto Yamato's elf challenge, as long as he is a trainer, he has almost always been interested. After all, as long as you participate, there will be a reward of 5,000 alliance coins. This time, the most common ferry ticket for the Santainu is 3,000 Union coins. Fourth, more. Waiting for the debt repayment. Let me sort it out first. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 224. Disaster. When everyone was flexing his muscles, Aoki walked out of the crowd with the dull beast. Mobile phone HTTPS. To be honest, the reward for the first place is very tempting. With Aoki's current strength and resources, I also really want it. You should know that the value of the 3 skill CDs, including Frozen Relations, Earthquakes, and Surfing, is not less than the Jet Flame. Adding the priceless effect, the value of the 3 skill CDs may be 200. It's 5 or 600,000, maybe even higher. In addition, everyone who participates has a reward of 5,000 affiliate coins, which is another cost of nearly 1 million. Not only these, but also various rewards such as second place and third place. The price is even greater. But when it comes to chartering a cruise ship such as Santainu, Aoki was calm. Just met another big dog family. Calmly returned to his room, and since he was very interested in the first prize in the ring, Aoki would definitely participate. Anyway, after arriving in Zijing City, they also need to conduct training against the dumb beasts. Why not get used to it first? It's just that I don't know what the specific rules of the competition are, so I can only wait patiently. Aoki released the rest of the elves. Probably because of the longer time spent in the field, so the elves did not like to stay in the elven ball, especially the scorpion-tailed scorpion. Now the body of the claw-tailed scorpion has grown to the size of 3 basketballs. It is believed that after a period of time, it will be able to cross the growth period and grow to the size of the claw-tailed scorpion. The former Imamura Takuya didn't seem to have any threats in Aoki, but in the crowd just now, there were still a few that made Aoki feel a little threat. Aoki will not be arrogant enough to think that he can win the first place 100%. After all, this is a regular battle, and there are still many unconventional operations that cannot be used. If it is in the wild, Others dare not say that a large part of the passengers on this ship can be easily solved by Oki, including those who have more powerful spirits. Of course, the old man with terrible strength that Oki saw before is not counted. A strong man of this level, as long as he sends an elf, can sweep all the people on the ship without the ability to resist. Now that we have to wait for the rules to come out, Oki will not waste time and take the elves to the indoor training ground to start training. Now every elf in Oki has learned new skills, so no matter who they are, they must be trained. Fortunately, this training ground is very sturdy. Unlike the previous battlefield, the ground is also covered with rocks. The ground here is very hard metal, and the claws were scratched on it, leaving no trace. Seeing this, Oki was relieved to let the elves conduct their skills training. The Dark Crow's skill is provocation, but this skill cannot be exercised, and both Ghost Stone and Clawtail Scorpion have learned provocation skills. Fortunately, Laura has learned provocative skills at a relatively low level. Although she may not have mastered it very well, she can explain it to the Dark Ravens a little. So this aggression skill, Oki temporarily handed it over to Paula, when the elves encountered problems to answer them. The stupid beast learns relatively few skills, only the ability to stomp on this ground system, but the team does not have this skill, so the stupid beast can only explore slowly. Fortunately, Oki has a little understanding of stomping. After analyzing the specific effects and suggestions for the dumb beast, let him practice it by himself. Stomp is actually a range attack, which can cause certain damage to the elves in a certain range, and can also reduce the opponent's movement speed, which is a very practical skill. In addition, there are not many skills in the Oki team that can restrain the electrical elves, and stomping is very important. Ghost Stone has learned the two poisonous skills of Poisonous and Poison Strike. As long as he can successfully use the poisonous energy in his body, he can exert the power of these two skills. As for the rest, it is only constant practice, practice, practice until you master it. During this period, Oki once again let the foolish beast create a superpower energy shield for Ghost Stone, allowing it to absorb two poisonous gas in it. Now Ghost Stone is getting a lot faster at absorbing gas. I believe it will be able to absorb it in no time, and that is when he stabilizes his qualifications in Light Cyan. The Big Milk Tank is also an elf who may play in this ring game. Because I don't know how many elf everyone can use, Oki needs to be fully prepared. Of course, it's best to be dumb beasts and an elf can penetrate the audience. But no matter whether the Big Milk Tank needs to be on the field or not, the skills still need to be trained. She just learned the tile breaking skills, which happened to be trained with Paula's bottom kick. In the training field, there is only one target for fighting skills training. The Big Milk Tank makes an attack on the upper plate and the Paula makes a lower attack. They complement each other. As for the Scorpion-tailed Scorpion, he still mainly masters his original skills. It has not been a few days since he entered the growth period. His body has grown rapidly and the basic skills have been learned a lot of. Therefore, in addition to his physical training, he is practicing his basic skills as fast as possible. After arranging all the elves, Oki sat on the ground in a roundabout position, preparing for a superpower exercise. It was only when he sat down that the eyelid of his right eye suddenly began to beat. Oka's brow gradually wrinkled, applying a slang saying from the earth, her left eye jumping fortune, and her right eye jumping for disaster. Although it was a joke, but I don't know why, Oki suddenly had a bad feeling. After becoming a superpower, Oka's mastery of this power www.mentalnovel.com is not very high, and can even be described as very low, but he seems to have acquired an indescribable ability. It's like the intuition that belongs to the beast. The more sensitive intuition. Originally, Oki believed in intuition when he was living in the wild. After all, sometimes he would rather be credible than unbelievable. But this intuition is sometimes absent and sometimes inactive. But after becoming a superpower, Oka's instincts started to work. When he wanted to start superpower training this time, his right eye started beating wildly. His intuition told him that there might be an accident. Shaking his head and throwing out the thoughts in his head for a while, even if something happens, he can't do anything before the matter has come, and he is still in the ocean, and he can't do it if he wants to leave. But it's right to leave a heart in advance. There are many thoughts in my head, and I have been in meditation for a long time. After writing, my thoughts are a bit chaotic. When I return from a business trip, I have a lot of thoughts. I will get up tomorrow morning to sort it out. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 225. Creepy. However, after Aoki entered meditation, he soon woke up from meditation. HTTPS. What's going on? Aoki murmured with a look of doubt. It seemed to verify what was happening. Aoki went into a meditation state again, but this time was obviously much faster than the one just entered. After 5 minutes, Aoki opened his eyes again, but this time he didn't wonder, even a hint of joy in his eyes. This is another effect that comes from deep meditation, but there is no explanation in the superpower training manual. Aoki thought secretly in his heart. The reason why he woke up immediately after entering meditation was that Aoki found that he was several times faster than the previous meditation practice. Simply put, if the speed of meditation practice was 1 before, then Aoki's meditation practice speed is now 3. Fully tripled. I just don't know if it's because Aoki's super ability base is low, so it's tripled, or if everyone who has entered deep meditation, the practice speed can be tripled. Chip. Explain the changes in my body. The chip monitors his body all the time. Drip. The activity of brain waves is 3 times as high as before, and it keeps fluctuating up and down at this level, so the speed of superpower practice is increased by 3 times. At the same time, the chip also showed a data map in front of Aoki, divided into 2 pieces. One is the previous state, and the other is the state after he entered deep meditation. It can be seen that the activity of the brain is significantly 3 times higher. And the chip also showed a piece of data intimately below. It is estimated that the time to become a junior superpower, 10 years. I was happy again. What's more, the cultivation of superpowers is 3 times faster, but Aoki's foundation is worse. Even if it is 3 times faster, it is only to get rid of the weakest talented superpowers. But at least from now on, Aoki has a little hope for the junior superpower level. In 10 years, Aoki is now 15 years old, and 10 years later will be 25 years old. 25 years old is still relatively young in the age of trainers, and then can use the ECG. After a little bit of self-confidence, Aoki entered meditation again. After 3 hours calmly passed, there was another noise on the Santanu. Trimad 1 Gad 2. Catch X. The secretary of Yamamoto finally posted the content and rules of the competition. On each screen on the cruise ship, the rules and prizes of the game are played in a loop. I can say that this event is very grand. Aoki was also sitting in his room, watching the huge TV screen in front of him, and the prizes for each ranking were listed above. The first place is a skill CD with 3 skills of freezing light, earthquake and surfing. Second place, Jetfire skill CD. Third place, 300,000 Union coins. Fourth place. All the prizes are almost close to 4 million Union coins. Yamamoto Yamada can be said to be very generous. As long as they are in the top 8 prizes, almost all are worth more than 50,000 Union coins. At the same time, in order to make everyone feel at ease in fighting, Yamamoto also opened the elf treatment room of the Santuanu. All the treatment costs are free. What I want is to be able to see a lively battle. Below, the rules of the game are also shown on the TV screen. Considering that there may be many trainers participating in the competition, and the strengths of the trainers are uneven, it is obviously too wasteful of time for some people who are significantly stronger than the average trainer to go to a battle. So this round of competition is divided into the preliminary round and the main round. In the first round of the preliminary round, according to the form of random matching, all the registered trainers were divided into 8 groups, and the big battles were conducted in the 8 battle venues on the Saint Anu. Only 2 people in each venue were able to qualify, decide on the top 16. Of course, because it is a random match, there may be 3 or more strong trainers in a battlefield, or there may be weak trainers in a field. In the end, the short ones are selected, tall, leading to the elimination of powerful people. Those who were eliminated in the preliminary round went directly to the loser group. Without affecting the overall fighting process, they took time to compete and finally selected 4 people, allowing them to get a chance to challenge the preliminary round of 16. As long as the challenge is successful, you can replace the person to become the top 16. Then the start of the race. There are 3 elves allowed per person, and random draw will be held. Finally determine the ranking of each rank and award prizes in order. It should be noted that during the preliminary round, each person can only use 1 elf in the battle arena. The elves are attacked to play, or if they lose their combat ability, they are eliminated. Try Mad 1 Gad 2. Catch X eliminators can receive a consolation prize of 5,000 Union coins if they are eliminated after entering the competition, but they have not entered the quarterfinals. They can also receive a reward of 20,000 Union coins. Generally speaking, the competition system is very reasonable, and the prizes are attractive enough. I believe that most trainers on board will sign up, but for those who are really powerful, they may not see this kind of prize. For example, I reminded Aoki that he was wearing a normal old man. His strength may be the strongest existence on this ship in Aoki, and he has reached this level. www.mtlnovel.com. It is estimated that this kind of prize. Otherwise, Aoki will not have to participate. Yamato can rent a cruise ship such as Saint Anu. How can there be few powerful bodyguards around him? As soon as they enter the competition, no one has to compare, and it is decided directly. He is just these people. For various reasons, he will not participate in this tournament. The deadline for registration is before 12 o'clock this evening. Anyone who wants to participate, just call the front desk through the phone in the room. Because everyone's information is recorded when buying the ferry ticket, you can know who registered by the room number. Aoki thought for a while, and then called the front desk directly and reported a name. The registration is very fast. In less than a minute, the other party has completed the registration and told Aoki that the time of the preliminary round will be tomorrow morning. The whole schedule was very fast, as if it was prepared in advance. When Yamamoto Yamaha said that he was going to host the Taiwan race, all the staff on the ship moved quickly, and the various divisions of work were methodical. All the preparations for the competition are done. The official game will start tomorrow. The more he did this, the more Aoki felt a little bit wrong. Everything was too fast and smoothly made Aoki feel a little creepy. Congratulations to Henry FFF for being the head of this book. Hibiscus owes 5 more. Hard Code. Raw. Rising Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 226. Fire Department 3. Early in the morning the next day, after Aoki and the elves finished their morning training, they followed the broadcast prompts and came to the largest open space in the cabin. HTTPS. There are 16 battlefields and 16 training venues here, all of which are public places. If you want to use it, you can use it for free as long as you submit a deposit for a certain fee. Only if it causes damage to public goods, you need to pay. When Aoki came here, many people were already here. Not only those trainers, but even ordinary people who are not trainers, have come a lot. After all, even if the Saint Anu is mainly a luxury cruise for trainers, the trainers also have family members. Of course, it is better to take the family with you. And of course, money will make money. Even if ordinary people want to buy tickets, they will not refuse. Whoever sells is not. King Ma stood aside silently. People are still a little more. I believe that after a period of time, you can start the game. Many of them are like Aoki, with their own elves around. All the sprite data in the scan range of the chip are all at a glance. Most of the elf levels are only a dozen or so. Even if there are a few 20s or so, there are only 21 and 22, which have just reached the 20th level. And the general qualifications of the elves are not very high. On average, they are only yellow to light yellow, and occasionally only a few reach light green. When the people came almost, one of the referees came to the pre-built stage, without much explanation, after repeating all the rules, directly announced the start of the dot. As for the people assigned at each venue, the staff entered the computer long after the registration was completed, and the random assignment was completed directly. Now just go to the battlefield where your name is based on the name displayed on the screen and wait for the start of the preliminary round. Aoki scanned it roughly. There were about 200 or 300 participants in total, and there were 8 venues in total. Then there were 30 or 40 trainers in each venue. Only 2 out of 30 or 40 people can qualify, which can be said to be more difficult. Of course, this is just for others. Aoki was assigned to venue number 7. When he walked over with the dumb beast, many people watched his arrival, and more or less hostility appeared in his eyes. Trimad 1 Gad 2, Catch X. Yesterday's battle between Aoki and Imamura Takuya. Many people are watching, they have a certain understanding of the strength of Aoki. Anyway, alone definitely not beat. So when they learned that Aoki was on the same battlefield with them, they were all hostile. In this regard, Aoki just smiled slightly, without any feeling. This is just a disease-free moan belonging to the weak. When Aoki stood to his designated location, a young man standing next to him who looked about the same age as Aoki immediately approached Aoki. He did not show hostility and indifference, but said to Aoki with a smile, "Hey, you are the trainer who used the dumb thunderclap yesterday as a dumb beast?" Aoki glanced at him without speaking. But Aoki didn't speak. It didn't mean he wouldn't pick it up by himself. And one step closer to Aoki, the whole person was about to touch Aoki. "It must be you, but unfortunately I didn't see your game yesterday. I didn't expect to be able to be with you in a venue today. It's really good luck." Then the number of qualifying places in this venue has been determined. Only you and me now. Aoki's eyelids were drawn, and he slightly moved his steps to keep himself far away from this young man who had been familiar with it. When the young man saw Aoki's movements, he didn't realize his rudeness, but instead took a step forward. But this time he was not able to approach Aoki anymore, because the dumb beast who couldn't see the past built aside of Aoki directly. The superpower barrier. The young man hit the barrier directly. "Oh, it hurts," the young man shouted, holding his head. Frowning at the young man, Aoki said, "What are you doing? Oh, by the way, I think our strength is definitely stronger in this battlefield. It would be better for the two of us to unite and wipe them out directly. What do you think? Here is your strength I can't see through. Everything else is rubbish." When he talked about the others, he showed a disdainful expression. Hearing what he said, Aoki took a subconscious look at the elves beside him. Hitomi contracted for a moment, and he didn't notice before. He didn't expect that the elf beside him was the evolutionary type of the fire department Uzanji, a little fire dragon in the Kanto area. The fire dinosaur. Pokemon, fire dinosaur. Gender, male. Level, 25. Property, fire. Characteristics, fierce fire. Carrying props, none. Trimad 1 Gad 2. Catch X. Genetic skills, Bite, Dragon Wave, Metal Claw. Basic skills, Grab, Scream, Spark, Smoke, Dragon's Wrath, Ghost Face. Teach skills, Lightning Fist, Fire Fist. Skills Learner, Spray Fire, Hold, Rock Fall, Stand In. This is the first time that Aoki has seen the fire department Royal 3 houses in the Kanto area. If it is about potential, in the view of Aoki, the small fire dragon is definitely the most potential of the 3 elves. Of course, this is under the same qualifications. After all, the fire-breathing dragon has 2 super-evolutionary forms, and although the fire-breathing dragon is a fire and flying spirit, in fact, there are some dragon blood in it, so he can learn some dragon skills. www.mentalnovel.com. No weak people. Okay. Aoki nodded in agreement. Most of the people who can own the royal family elves are members of the Alliance S family. From this young age, They are definitely members of the Alliance S family, and his elves are indeed one of the more powerful ones in this battlefield. It is not impossible to sweep all the others out of the game. Anyway, for Aoki, everyone is the same. This time it was the man's hairpin, and when he heard Aoki's clear and affirmative answer, he first hesitated for a moment, then immediately rejoiced and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha ha, I know you have a vision. Yes, as long as the two of us are united, water and fire help each other," sweeping the audience. I can't say what he wants, but if he wants to get closer to Aoki, the dumb beast's superpower barrier is not cleared. Suddenly, he patted his head. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jite, from Chengpan, Kanto, and I am on my first trip." After saying that, he reached out his hand and looked at Aoki very sincerely. In his opinion, Aoki's ability to agree to fight with him so easily is to believe in his strength and his character. So for someone who trusts himself so much, Jita also has great trust in him and directly confided his identity information. Aoki stretched out his hand, shook hands with him, and said lightly, "Aoki, second more, various requests, everything, monthly pass, recommended tickets, subscription, favorite, give a reward." Rising Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 227. Attract hatred. After shaking hands with Aoki, Kit was very excited and wanted to come up and hug Aoki. Mobile phone HTTPS. Who knows that Aoki took a step back, and once again slammed into the wall of superpowers made by dumb beasts. I saw that he glanced at the dumb beast with a resentful look, and then looked at the calm Aoki, feeling that he must have had an illusion just now, thinking that Aoki would actually hug him with him, as the beginning of a legend. I didn't give him a chance to complain anymore, because the contestants were all there, and the referee began to let everyone's elves enter the battlefield. The battlefield this time is still rocky. There is not much advantage for Aoki. Of course, there is no disadvantage. After entering, all the elves watched the other elves very vigilantly. Except for some people they knew in advance, they united the elves and wanted to eliminate others. Aoki and Kit also belonged to this kind of people, and saw his fire dinosaur walk directly to the dumb beast, indicating his position. There are many people who want to be the first to attack the Aoki dumb beasts. After all, they know that dumb beasts are powerful, so some people want to join forces to expel him first, but they don't expect the same powerful fire. The dinosaur stood directly beside the dumb beast. The dumb beast glanced at the fire dinosaur next to it, then looked at Aoki again, and after receiving his affirmative answer, the dumb beast resisted the urge to fly it directly from the water gun. I have been following Aoki for so long, and it is only Aoki's other elves who can be so close to him. This is the first time that a strange elf is so close. The instinct of the battle is to use a water gun subconsciously. Fortunately, he resisted. As the referee's whistle sounded, the chaos began directly. "Stupid beast, meditation," Aoki commanded. "Aoki, how to solve them? Is it together or?" Git asked with confidence next to him. From the beginning of the battle, he seemed to have become a person, without the familiar appearance of the dog skin plaster just now, with a cold face as if he were fighting. "Half a person," Aoki said. "It is good." After I finished speaking, the fire dinosaurs rushed straight out and rushed into the elf group who were fighting in the field. Various skills were used madly, and Git stood beside, calmly directing, although the sound was not loud. The fire dinosaur was able to capture his voice and make the correct action. Try Mad 1 Gad 2, Catch X. This look makes Aoki look a little different. This jitter is not easy. Stupid beasts. We also went up, moved in an instant, used stomping, and then threw them out directly. Yeah, the dumb beast screamed. The instant movement started directly, and also rushed into a group of fighting spirits. After a day of exercise, the stomping skills were not completely mastered, but the proficiency was still a lot higher. The stupid beast that suddenly appeared in the elven group surprised the group of fighting elves, as did their trainers. I didn't take the initiative to challenge Aoki's foolish beasts just to get rid of the weak ones first. But the foolish beasts now appear in the elf group. Isn't that just a target for everyone? Everyone gave up the original opponent very tacitly and directly ordered the elves to attack the dumb beast. But the dumb beasts did not care about them at all. The energy of the ground system above the two hoofs had already condensed, and slammed on the ground, causing the rocky ground to crack directly. The elves who were preparing to attack were interrupted by their original actions. Some are unstable. Their bodies are a bit crooked, but the drowsy beasts do not stop moving. After meditation, the superpower directly outputs high power, and the mental energy is fully activated. Elves drew a beautiful arc on the ground, and he lost all of them. Their trainers watched as their elves were thrown out by an invisible force. Even fools knew that they were made by dumb beasts, but there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, none of the elves thrown by the dumb beasts were injured, and all of them were eliminated because they left the field. So these trainers are not too hostile to Oki, and even some of them are compatible with him. Haha, it really is the person I fancy. Fire dinosaurs, we are going to cheer. Git saw the foolish beast sweeping the leaves and sweeping the other people out, and said with a smile, "Roar." In response to his words, the fire dinosaur roared, and the attack moved a little faster again. Oki is very confident about the dumb beast. After giving an order, he allowed himself to play freely on the field, but he kept his eyes on Git's fire dinosaur. This fire dinosaur is still good, although there are some defects. It is not important. Watching his various skills come in handy, defeating the opponent directly or just hitting the field, it is an attack, clear and neat. Try Mad 1 Gad 2, Catch X. Some of the people who responded wanted to join forces to deal with dumb beasts and fire dinosaurs, but the strongest is just a group of elves around 20. And they haven't experienced real battles. How can there be resistance to the elves of this level? Besides, the dumb beasts don't need to defeat or kill them, just keep throwing them out of the field with superpowers. With more and more arcs in the sky, the onlookers were gradually attracted to it. www.mentalnovel.com. After seeing that foolish beast who defeated Takeya Imamura yesterday, many people took it for granted. Expression: yesterday's dumb beasts were a lot more powerful when fighting. Now they just throw other elves out. In their opinion, Oki let the dumb beasts show mercy. After all, it is not easy to treat it. Moreover, the beloved of the foolish beast and the Oneshot spike of the fire dinosaur next to it form a sharp contrast. More defeated people have transferred their hatred to Jita's body, and even the foolish beast was thrown out by the elves. The trainer also stopped his resentful eyes on Jita. After the last elf was defeated by the fire dinosaur, he gasped and slowly walked to Jita's side. Jita immediately took out an intermediate energy block and fed it to the fire dinosaur. Then when he looked up, he found that most people looked at him with hostile eyes, which made him startled. Oki, why do they look at me like this? Even if they are eliminated, I will not eliminate them all by themselves. Git asked softly near Oki, who knows that Oki turned his head to look elsewhere, and then stepped away. At the same time, my heart disdain, who makes you fierce dinosaurs so brave? You do not attract hatred, who attracts? Suddenly, all hostile eyes became clearer. If you can kill with your eyes, oh, it should be a beating. It is estimated that Jita has been beaten as a pig. Third more! Exclamation mark. Various requests. Rising Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 228. Almost Oki. Their side is the first place to end the battle. HTTPS. Because Oki showed his strength in front of the crowd, those contestants did not dare to directly confront Oki's stupid beast without the organization. And Jita was very lucky to be placed beside Oki. The two strongest people directly negotiated and did not fight, so there was not so much trouble, as long as the weak were eliminated as soon as possible. But other venues are not so fortunate. In one venue, there were two strongest people who fought together at the beginning. As a result, both of them lost and they were taken advantage of. However, the problem is not big. As long as the strength is strong, even in the loser group, it can become the top 16. It is only a little bit more troublesome when the battle in all battlefields ended. The top 16 was temporarily settled, which took no more than 2 hours, and Oki and Jitter waited more than an hour. Maybe because of the preparation of sufficient feet in advance, there was no case of the elves being seriously injured and they were not treated, and because the treatment was free, they used their full strength in the battle. Various bleeding events are also frequent. The elven trainers who were thrown out of the field by the dumb beasts, in the end, they were very fortunate that their elves had not been hurt, but were shocked when they were thrown away. Compared to those elves who are still in the treatment room, I don't know how many times the luck is. These 5,000 alliance coins are very comfortable to take. Even some people have a grateful feeling for Oki. After all, there is no harm without comparison. Those who are hostile to Jitter also slowly let go of their hostility. After all, there are such people around them, and they will accept that their elves are injured. In short, under the methodical treatment in the treatment room, the contestants' spirits recovered very quickly. At this time, the referee also told everyone that the 16 qualifying trainers have been determined. The afternoon time will be the battle of the losers. 4 of them will be determined and they will have a chance to challenge the top 16. This makes a lot of people who are picked up by cheap people because of strong competition want to get back where they are. Those who entered the top 16 because of luck can't help but wipe the sweat on their foreheads, and their families understand their own situation. Fortunately, even if eliminated, you can get 20,000 union coins, which is a lot more than other people's 5,000 union coins. Try Mad 1 Gad 2, catch X. After knowing the result, Oki took the dumb beast and walked back directly. Jitter originally wanted to follow Oki and the result was directly by the dumb beast. The superpower was stopped 5 meters away, and in the end he could only give up very resentfully. I just feel that Oki may not know enough about herself, and she needs to be more enthusiastic in the future. Oki doesn't know what he thinks. If you know, I'm afraid it will cause headaches. This kind of self-acquaintance is the most uncomfortable for Oki, and others are also kind. Oki has not yet become the kind of killer who does not agree with each other. He kills because the other party wants to deal with himself, or it has affected his own interests. Even if G kills Jitter, it is not of great benefit to Oki, but may attract a lot of anger. Members of the Alliance are not that easy to kill, especially in places where there are so many people. Of course, Oki never thought about killing him, but his enthusiasm made Oki somewhat unbearable. At most, when he came over, he would let the dumb beast form a barrier with superpowers. On the way back to the room, Oki saw a somewhat familiar figure while passing by the cruise ship's restaurant. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over. The back that made Oki a little familiar is exactly what reminded the old man of Oki yesterday, that although he failed to persuade Oki, his intention was still good. When I approached, I only saw that he was still wearing that worn-out clothes, holding a cup of tea in one hand and a newspaper in the other, a relaxed look on the Santanu. Such a dress is actually quite different. Many people see his clothes unconsciously when they pass by him, and they show a disdainful look. If they don't see a few on his waist, if Elf Ball is a trainer, some people may directly taunt. The old man didn't care about it, just drinking his tea and looking at his newspaper, as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Even Oki walked to his side. If he was not very close, presumably he would not react. I put down the newspaper in my hand, raised my glasses, and after seeing the person, she smiled. "It's your little brother, what's the matter?" He recognized Oki all of a sudden, and because there were no people around him, there was no way to suppress his voice this time. You can clearly hear the midges in the sound. Try Mad 1 Gad 2, catch X. Oki smiled and said, "Boy comes to thank the old gentleman for his exhortations yesterday." I heard that the old man waved his hand directly. The old man was anxious yesterday. When he saw such a good elf, he was afraid that he would be snatched by those sister-in-law. It was a pity. I did not expect to be able to cultivate such excellent elf trainer. How can we be weak in combat? I said that it was a bit embarrassing at the end. He did a lot of things yesterday. The trainers were extraordinary in strength, so there was no need to worry about not being able to beat each other. He almost helped me out yesterday. Anyway, You reads www.uukanzu.com. I still want to thank the old man. Yesterday, TOEFL just won the test. Let me invite the old man to have a meal. It is almost time for lunch. The old man glanced at Aoki in surprise, then looked at the foolish beast next to him, and suddenly realized what he understood, and said with a hearty smile, "Ha ha ha ha, well, then he'll take a meal." After saying that, he carefully folded the newspaper into his pocket, and drank the tea in the cup. "Waiter, bring the menu." Looking at the appearance, there was no consciousness that he was the party invited. After the waiter took the menu, he turned directly to the back and ordered all the most expensive dishes. When the waiter looked at him suspiciously and guessed whether he was able to pay, the old man patted Aoki's shoulder with a smile. "Don't look at me. Wait for the little brother to pay for it." Aoki didn't mind, nodded slightly to the waiter, and handed him a bank card, saying, "Serving can be faster." The waiter nodded again and said it was okay, and left with the menu and bank card. I have only two words in my heart: tyrant. Because the price of the dishes just ordered by the old man adds up to 30,000 union coins. Aoki added a little water to the old man's cup with a smile, and sat obediently. The old man was very pleased with Aoki's way, nodded with satisfaction, looked at Aoki and asked, "Say, what's the matter?" Fourth more various requests. Rising Darkness of the Elves. Chapter 229. Yaoshi. Aoki smiled and said, "The elderly can directly see the level of energy cubes used by stupid animals, and they have been taking nutritional products." Presumably the elderly is a scholar who specializes in stupid animals. Hearing Aoki's words, the old man froze. He stared at Aoki for a long time and found that there were no emotional fluctuations in it, just like a Wankinquan. The old man originally thought that the little guy in front of him had seen through his identity, so now he wants to set it up. This kind of thing has been encountered in his identity, and I don't know how many times. It was just that Aoki's words made him a little dazed, and indeed it was seen that his identity was different. But the slightly vulgar boy in front of him seemed to be wrong. Although I was a little embarrassed, I immediately responded. The feeling is that he is passionate about himself, and even makes this young man who looks like a civilian trainer invite himself to eat such a big meal. How can he feel that he is leaning on the old and selling the old? If the boy in front of him really guesses his identity, it's okay. He eats it, and eats it. In the end, it will give him a little benefit. However, it seems that the youngsters of the past year have guessed their identity wrong, which makes it seem a bit too much for the other party to invite such a big meal. Suddenly, the old man's face was reddish. Fortunately, people are old and have thick skins, so they cannot be seen. Aoki glanced strangely at the old man. He already knew what his identity was, but he didn't say it. Aoki is not a fool, so if you say it directly, how can you be close to the old man? It would be nice not to be kicked out. Some things are better said than broken. Ha, ha ha, the young man has a good vision. I am indeed a scholar who specializes in dumb beasts. The old man smiled and concealed his embarrassment. He knew he was thinking wrong, so when he was ready to pay, he just rushed to pay. It's just the lunch of 30,000 renminbi, but he has a little pain. The moment Aoki lowered her head, a flash of teasing flashed in her eyes. From the recent behavior, the old man should belong to the Alliance. Being a member of the Alliance, although it is not a good thing for Aoki, it is not a bad thing. At least it will not kill people with moodiness. After all, it's a topic with a strong king. If it is not good, it will ignite the body. Aoki made the stupid animal on another chair, and summoned the big milk can, so that she sat beside the stupid animal. How can two people eat lunch for 30,000 union coins? Anyway, I can't finish it. Let the elves come out to help eliminate a little and save the waste. After the big milk tank came out, the old man's eyes lightened slightly, and then he looked at the foolish beast beside Aoki, showing a stunned look. The nutrient used by the foolish beast he thought of should be milk in a large milk tank, which is indeed a good choice. In addition, Aoki let the foolish beast sit on the chair with the big milk tank. Not only did he not let the old man show his displeased look, He nodded a little comfortably. In this age, there are not many people who can get along with elves like friends. The old man, I would like to ask you some questions. Aoki let the foolish beast and the big milk tank sit down, showing a modest vacancy, and said, "You ask." The old man took a sip of tea slowly, and returned to the light and cloudy appearance before. Why can dumb beasts learn fire-based moves? Aoki said after thinking about it. Hearing Aoki's problem, the old man put down the cup in his hand and sorted out his thoughts a little. Although the dumb beasts are the elves of the water system and the superpower system, sometimes the magical system of the elves is not directly related to the attributes of the elf. For example, the ghost system and the superpower system are also restrained by each other, but the ghost system, the elves can still learn superpowers. Why? In fact, not only elves, but even humans can use superpowers. You may not have seen them, but there are indeed such people who can use superpowers because their own mental strength is strong enough, and after a certain amount of exercise, can use a certain level of superpowers. Similarly, although the stupid beasts are water spirits, they are very sensitive to energy. Their ability to use superpowers means that their mental abilities are actually very strong, so don't look at them usually dull, as you always describing them. The super mental power makes them have much higher control over energy than ordinary elves, so it is not unusual to be able to learn fire moves. The old man said such a long list of breaths. In fact, as a senior breeder, he has his own research on many elves, otherwise how to make corresponding high-level energy blocks. Therefore, it is not necessary to say that he is a half-study scholar. Aoki looked thoughtful. In fact, Aoki has not really studied these things carefully. He only knows that foolish beasts can learn fire moves, but why it is not clear. And the chip will not make a detailed description of these things for him, as long as he can use it. As for why, these things are not what he is after. But the old man's words made him think of a lot of things. The fire-style moves that foolish animals can learn are only sunny days, jet flames, and larger character explosions. Is it possible to learn other fire-style moves if you have enough control? Then my heart moved slightly. www.mentalnovel.com and continued to ask, how should the superpower of the dumb beast be improved? If the initial superpower of the dumb beast is very weak, is there any way to improve it quickly? Aoki's question is not really a question about a kind of elven monster. Many of the superelves have this situation, which is a large-scale problem. But the point is actually one: how to improve the superpowers of superpowers. This is also a problem that plagues Aoki. This problem is more difficult. After the old man drank several sips of tea, he said, I haven't done much research on how to quickly improve superpowers, but, after hesitating for a while, the old man continued to say, however, I heard that some superpowered elves may have a thing condensed in their brains. The name should be Yoshi. However, there are very few elves that can condense flares in their brains, and there is no regularity. There may be flares in the brains of super low-power superpowered elves, and no flare in the superpowered elves. Stone. This is also possible. Of course, I just heard about it. I haven't seen it before. Yoshi. Hearing the old man's words, Aoki also remembered that when the chip was used to analyze the conditions for the rapid promotion of superpowers, there was an item named Yoshi, but this chip did not have any explanation for this Yoshi. Paying off debts even more. Calculate the debts owed. It seems that there are 13 chapters. The more you owe, the more you owe. I'm not in the state today. I slept at 8:30 yesterday. I woke up at 6 this morning and couldn't sleep. The whole person was confused during the day. The code is very out of state. Let me adjust it again. Chapter 230. Ogo called. Aoki had a lot of superpowers in the past, but I haven't seen any so-called flares. But it may also be because he didn't break their heads to take a look. After all, he didn't know that there was such a thing, and it was not so bloody. And the chip has no data on this. Even if it is scanned, it is regarded as a normal component. and it will not remind. When Oki fell into contemplation, the dishes ordered came one after another. I didn't ask the old man any questions during the meal, but I just chatted about some common things. It was learned from the chat that the old man's surname was Liu Sheng, and the specific name was unknown, telling Oki what his last name was, just to stop Oki from calling him the old man. Mr. Liu Sheng is also very happy to eat this meal. After all, it is very valuable. Although he was thinking of paying the bill, when the waiter brought Oki's bank card back, he remembered that Oki had already paid the money in the beginning. It was a little embarrassing, but everyone was eating and nobody noticed him. In particular, dumb beasts and big milk cans are originally big stomach kings. Oki let them out just to not want to waste extra food, so they worked hard. However, Mr. Liu Sheng was originally a bit old, and he didn't eat a lot. Looking at the dumb beasts and big milk cans, they looked very pleased. After eating, Elder Liu Sheng was about to leave. After hesitating when he stood up, he still said to Oki, "Pay attention to safety." It can be made up for his embarrassment to Oki. After all, in his view, Oki is just an elf who loves foolish beasts, and has not guessed his identity. He extorted him like this, a little unhappy, so he reminded Oki to pay attention to safety. As for what safety to pay attention to, the old man did not say, when Oki wanted to ask. The old man waved his hand and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Pay attention to safety. It seems that he knows what, this voyage is not so easy. Oki went back to the room and sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Before, I felt that there were some strange things on the boat, but the specifics always felt unpredictable. The intuitive reminder of superpower and the reminder of Liu Sheng made Oki determine that there was indeed danger this time. By the way, sailor. Suddenly, Oki thought of something, and was surprised when he leaned on the sofa back. Oki hasn't even seen the sailor's shadow once since boarding the boat. Although sailors do not often come to the cabin, most of the time in their own positions, or just in the cockpit, but at least several times. But Oki has never seen a sailor's shadow. Of course, it's also possible that Oki stayed in the room and didn't go out much. 35xs. However, under various conditions, it seems that the voyage of Santuanu is getting stranger and stranger. Even Yamamoto is very strange. But Oki can't do much right now. If something really happens, at least he now has the ability to escape. It really doesn't work. Just hold the old man's thigh named Liu Sheng. Anyway, with his heavenly king strength, no one can keep him. Oki often appeared in front of him several times, and when he asked him to take him away, there was absolutely no problem. The people in the Alliance were like this, indecisive and kind. The afternoon is the battle time for the losers, and it has nothing to do with Oki. I took the elves to do the training indoors, and I was doing meditation training on my side, but maybe I was a little worried, and the meditation time was much slower. Halfway through my thoughts, my cell phone suddenly rang. Oki took it out and found that it was a text message from Ogo asking him to make a video call to him if he had time. Fortunately, the luxurious suites of the Santuanu are equipped with special video telephones, and various space transmission devices are also readily available. Oki let the elves train themselves, walked to the screen phone, and dialed Ogo's phone. Almost instantly, the call was connected and Ogo appeared on the screen. "Hey, Oki, it's been a long time," Ogo said with a smile. Looking at the environment behind his screen, it should still be in his original home. Oki smiled and said, "It won't be a few days." "How's it going?" "Think about it for a few days." Haha smiled to cover up the embarrassment, and immediately said, "No problem. The other party can buy your ability block formula, but you did not tell me what your requirements were before, so I just mention after a while. I didn't say the terms of the transaction." Oki nodded. Before, he wanted to send a text message to Dou and asked him to ask for some conditions, but later he forgot. "I want to exchange this recipe with them for a way to improve the qualifications of a big milk tank. You also know that I have a big milk tank, but when I accepted him, the qualifications were relatively average, so I wanted to upgrade her qualifications and potential. but there aren't many circulations of elves like big milk tanks. You can only look at ways to get them. Dorou frowned and said, "This condition is a bit troublesome. You must know that the way to improve the qualifications of the elves is quite secret. I am afraid that your energy cube formula has not yet reached this value. There are actually many ways to improve the elf's qualifications, but most of the time, it is an accidental promotion. It is difficult to use fixed methods and items. www.mentalnovel.com. At least hundreds of thousands of times after the experiment, it is possible to determine. I know, in short, I want to trade their big milk tanks to improve their qualifications. Now there are not many big milk tanks circulating outside. Even if they told me, it was not of much value to me, and I can sign a non-disclosure agreement without revealing methods, and if not enough, I can raise." Aoki rubbed his temples and said, "The big milk tanks are almost monopolized by Xiao Kaien's family. Even if the way to improve the quality of the big milk tanks is leaked, in fact, for their family, it will not have any impact and there will not be any major losses. Even Aoki's formula can be said to give them away for free, without the need to pay any resources and consumables." Ogo also knows that Aoki is very reasonable, but when it comes to a family secret, even if the secret is leaked to the family, it does not have a great impact, but the nature is different. At this time, money cannot be measured. "Well, I can help you to ask, but this time I can't guarantee it. You know that this thing involves a lot." Ogo felt a headache. Even if his family is better than the big milk tank farm quite a lot, but at this time, the family cannot be coordinated, or the impact will be much greater. It may even be passed on by a caring person. Large families in Fenyun area oppress families in Chengdu. I don't know if I promised Aoki, right? Ogo felt that his temples also hurt. Ask for monthly tickets, recommended tickets, subscriptions, various requests. Thank you all. Chapter 231 Hidden Danger. Then Aoki and Ogo exchanged some other things. Most of them are related to the elves. Although Ogo's strength is much better than Aoki, but in terms of knowledge, Aoki completely crushed Ogo. So when the two were communicating, most of the time, Aoki was explaining something, and Ogo was listening like a student. If someone sees the situation before the two of them, I'm afraid they will startle their eyes. This is the young owner of the German company, not to mention anything else. With the huge knowledge reserve of the German company, if all of them are mastered, there are no more than 10 Aoki. However, there is a chip in Aoki. When it does not work, you can also query the chip's database directly. That Ogo could have said that Aoki was a ghost. However, as the next heir of the German company, Dorou is certainly not all water. Many unique insights have also made Aoki mouse set off, and he can't help but lament that some things can be understood this way. After all, Aoki was an earth person. Although he has lived in the elven world for 2 generations, some of the inherent ideas retained on the earth are still difficult to change, and Ogo is a native of the elven world. Their perspective is it's a little different from Aoki. The things spoken are very local, especially when talking about all kinds of stones. Ogo was very enthusiastic and almost wanted to pull Aoki to talk, because he found that Aoki actually knew all kinds of stones very well. If it weren't for the telephone, Ogo would definitely give Aoki a cup of coffee, and then the two would chat for a day and a night. Unfamiliar, Aoki almost turned the chip upside down in response to his various stone information. Ghosts know why. As a trainer, they will still be the champions of the league. They actually know more about stones than elves. However, Aoki also asked from the side if Dogo had high-quality dark stones. Unfortunately, Dorou is still more interested in those unknown stones. There is no intentional collection of such things as evolutionary stones, so there is no superb dark stone in the family. Aoki let him pay attention to it, and if he found something, let him inform himself. There is no need for high-quality dark stones. Dorou also readily agreed to this. All stones, a little attention to have little effect on him. When they were chatting, Aoki even faintly asked Ogo if he had seen the super-evolutionary stone, but Ogo had no special impression of what Aoki described. However, this unseen stone made him very interested, and repeatedly asked where Aoki had seen it. Finally, after a few panics, Aoki did not cope with the past, but if you look at Ugo's interest, you should look for it vigorously. At that time, he could not find the role of the super evolutionary stone, and Aoki could take the opportunity to exchange things. It can also be disclosed to Doru in advance, allowing Devon's huge capabilities to help find super evolutionary stones. However, for such things as super evolution stone, Aoki now dare not use them even if he owns them. However, this will ignite the upper body and cannot be released for the time being. Two people made a video phone call for 2 hours. In the end, Ugo still had no idea. If it was not Aoki interrupted in time, I am afraid that it would be such a waste of time in the afternoon. Keek, it's like making a phone call. Of course, the two were talking about elf knowledge. Ugo also asked Aoki about the Metal Monster custom energy block, because the chip has not yet been analyzed, and Aoki also inferred that the experiment had not been completed. A long sigh of relief, Aoki wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although there was no pressure to chat with Ugo, but in order to deal with his various topics, Aoki broke his brain. However, the original agitated heart gradually calmed down after chatting with Doru. No matter what happens to him on the Santenu, Aoki needs to face calmly. At least there should be no problem in saving his life. However, for safety reasons, Aoki still needs to prepare in advance. Soon, the afternoon passed, and the elves planned to train all afternoon. The most obvious improvement is Ghost Stone. The original poisonous properties have been developed, coupled with a very unique poisonous skills, allowing him to control his own poisonous energy control a lot. Moreover, Aoki still absorbed poison gas from time to time, and now about 20% of that special container is left. Poison gas contains a huge amount of energy. If it is completely absorbed, in addition to the quality of Ghost Stone can be completely light blue, I am afraid that the level can be increased by 1 level. Although not as fast as in Ghosts, the effect is good. After having dinner, Aoki walked out of the room, found a toilet, let the beastly animal locate a space coordinate, and returned to the room again. Then he changed his clothes and even the human skin mask on his face. The dumb beast used the teleportation Aoki to teleport directly to the past. Opening the toilet window, Aoki and the stupid animal went straight down. At this time, Yamamoto was holding a glass of wine www.mentalnovel.com in the uppermost room of the Santuanu, and stared blankly at the video phone in front of him. It all started as planned. When are you going to come? Yamamoto and Koguchi sipped the wine glasses and asked. The video phone is completely black. If it is not because the small lamp holding the call is still flashing, most people will think that there is no call. After a while, the hoarse voice rang on the phone. Wait a minute, I think some people in the league have mixed in. You pay attention. After hearing the words from the phone, Yamato's hand holding the wine glass gave a slight meal, and then put it next to his mouth. But this time instead of taking a small sip, he filled the wine in the wine glass with a mouthful. Are you in the league? Really annoying to die. Wouldn't you clear out the internal bugs first? Every time they were informed, the other party seemed to be in silence. Instead of answering Yamamoto's question, he shifted the topic. Is this thing good this time? It's not bad. Some of them make my eyes brighter. Also, you can be sharper. Don't let me wipe your every time. If you continue this way, you don't need to cooperate. Looked like a face. His eyes flickered with murderous intentions. Don't try to provoke our bottom line. After finishing this time, we should also lurk for a while. Just hope you can continue to develop well. The other person's hoarse voice was in the words developing well, aggravated the sound. Don't worry about you, but your leader, won't you come by yourself? Send a few of you every time. Second more. Various requests. Have you lost your monthly and recommendation tickets recently? Chapter 232. Locate the island. Jumping out of the window, when they are about to touch the sea surface, the dumb beasts levitate them on the sea surface with superpowers. Aoki took out an ordinary elf ball and threw it out. A gigantic Tyrannosaurus appeared in the sea. The Tyrannosaurus dragon, who has been stunned in the elf ball for a long time, finally managed to return to the sea again. When he came out, he wanted to roar and vent his sullenness. Although in the elf ball, life is very comfortable. Who eats and sleeps, he will be fat. But he is the overlord in the sea. That human being really raises himself as a pig. So when he first came out, he was going to scream, to shut up. But before he roared out, he was interrupted by a cold voice, and suddenly felt a cold in his lower body, and obediently did not roar out. Silently looking at Oki, this man looked like a devil in his eyes. Obviously there is only such a small one, but when it comes to talking, why is it so powerful? Oki and the stupid beast slowly flew over the head of Tyrannosaurus. After standing firmly, Oki said lightly, "Be quiet and leave the cruise ship first." He stomped and motioned that he could move. After receiving Oki's instructions, the Tyrannosaurus obediently leaned down and slowly swam in the sea. Because he didn't dare to make a sound, he didn't move fast. Against the direction of the cruise ship, Tyrannosaurus took Oki to the unknown sea. What Oki didn't know was that his every move was in the eyes of an old man on the top deck of the cruise ship. If Oki is here, this old man should be able to recognize the old man named Liu Sheng who eats at noon. I saw him standing silently on the top floor, listening to Yamamoto's loud and arrogant voice in the room below, and then looking at Oki's direction away. A slight smile appeared on his face. The mouth moved slightly and no sound was heard, but from the shape it can be seen that it should be funny little guy. Fortunately, Oki is more vigilant. He didn't summon too many elves, and didn't expose his face mask. Otherwise, the old man's statement may be changed. He only recognized Oki through the height under the black robe and the beast around him. Just a few words. During the day, did the little guy notice anything abnormal? Just leave now. Where are we going? The old man Jaeger moved slightly, and Oki's small movements seemed insignificant to him. His focus was on Yamamoto. Yamamoto's communication with the mysterious person below the room. When they heard something, the cold light in their eyes shone, hiding for so long, and finally caught their tail. It happens that I don't have the funds to do research now, so I can use you to exchange some rewards. 35xs. Oki. After they left for some distance, Tyrannosaurus reciprocated by Oki and could sail at full force. Suddenly, the liberated Tyrannosaurus swayed quickly and quickly moved in the sea. He hadn't been swimming in the sea for such a long time. After some wild elves felt the waves in the water, they slowly approached them. Feeling the approach of other elves, Tyrannosaurus Rex develops its own intimidation to the greatest extent. After feeling the pressure, many elves ran away. Even if there are some powerful elf, after seeing the figure of Tyrannosaurus, they quickly ran away. Although some elves are stronger than Tyrannosaurus, they did not step forward to challenge him, but only looked at them silently before turning back to their territory. Everyone knows that Tyrannosaurus Rex appears in groups. Although only one Tyrannosaurus Rex is seen now, if it causes a group, it will be troublesome. Tyrannosaurus is not a big needle bee. It is really scary when it appears in groups. Feeling the fear of other elves, Tyrannosaurus Rex feels a lot more physically and mentally. After so much in the elven ball, he almost considers himself a pig. Back in the sea again, I can feel my happiness as the overlord in the sea. A sneaky glance at Oki and the dumb beasts above his head found that they had no expression, and the Tyrannosaurus dragon felt like he couldn't hold back. Opening his mouth again, he felt that neither a man nor an elf above his head paid attention to his behavior, and suddenly opened his throat. Roar. The roar continued for a full minute. After roaring, I felt that my whole body was relaxed, and it was too long for me to finally roar out. Comfortable! Exclamation mark. Suddenly his body was a little stiff, because he felt the terrible man above his head and stopped his eyes again. At the same time, I was a little scared, and I was full of energy. The speed of swimming was once again faster. After the person above his head turned his eyes away, he was slightly relieved and hurried to catch up. Oki looked into the distance. He was not ready to let the Tyrannosaurus take him to Deadleaf City. It had been sailing for a day. The speed of the Santuanu was not slow. If he wanted to swim back, he would waste a lot of time. It was just when sailing on the Santanu that Aoki noticed passing by an island, and he planned to leave a superhuman coordinate on the island first. If something really happens on the Santanu, you can also let the dumb beasts move with their instantaneous movements. www.mtnovel.com. Lest it be like a headless fly at sea without knowing how to float for how long, I don't even know the direction. So he took the dark carp to take the Tyrannosaurus to take him to that island. Aoki is ready. If you have the opportunity, you will let the beastly go up and leave the coordinates every time you pass by the island, so that you don't have to float blindly at sea whenever an accident occurs. In fact, after the danger was originally determined, Aoki also considered leaving directly, and it was a big deal to wait for the next cruise ship after returning to Deadleaf City. It just takes a lot of time, and now time is the most precious for him. One more important point is that Aoki is really very interested in the first 3 skills. If you can get those 3 skills, let alone, the hitting surface of the dumb beast will increase by 30% again. Aoki murmured, looking at the small island that was gradually growing in the distance. It is best not to have accidents, and it is best to reach the area of prosperity. But in fact he knows that this is impossible. A strong king of the Alliance has appeared on the ship, and he himself has heard his mouth to be careful. Then 90%. This voyage certainly something will happen. The island looked very close, but Tyrannosaurus swam at full speed for 20 minutes before reaching the island completely. Tyrannosaurus, sailing at full speed, panted, so swimming at full speed was a bit too much for his physical strength. Aoki threw away a few ordinary intermediate level energy blocks to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and after recovering his strength, he recovered it into the Elven Ball. Furthermore, I have been sorting out the plot recently, and my mind is a bit messy. Chapter 233. Prepare in advance. This island, whether viewed from a distance or close, is a very small island with only a few trees on it and no life. 35 XS. Aoki and the beast did not stay long, so he left a superpower coordinate here. A dull beast. Is it okay? Aoki asked after the dumb beasts left their coordinates. Yeah nodded dumbly, indicating no problem. Aoki put his hand on his back, mobilized one of his few superpowers, and communicated with the superpowers of the foolish beast. This allows the dumb beast to consume a little bit when using instant movement. The blue light on the dumb beast slowly lit up, and Aoki and him were wrapped in superpowers at once. After the blue light skyrocketed, it disappeared instantly. Aoki and the stupid animals reappeared in the cruise ship's room. From Aoki's point of view, no one's behavior should be known, because the distance is relatively long. The dull beast is slightly tired using instant movement. After drinking a glass of milk, the dull beast enters a meditation state. Aoki took off his clothes and released all the other elves. They are all training this afternoon, and sometimes they will learn from each other. After all, some skills cannot be used by a single elf. For example, provocative skills. In short, their training results are good today. This time Aoki did not give them a massage at night or let them train again, but let them surround themselves. The stupid beast recovered was squatting on the side of Aoki. Aoki patted the head of the stupid beast and said, "The stupid beast creates a superpower barrier and covers us all." Hearing that the dumb beast directly launched its superpowers, wrapping up Aoki and all the elves. Aoki took a small glass bottle out of the ring and filled it with a bottle of milky liquid. It was on the trial island that the ground milk was obtained. Before selling half a bottle, that is, 200 drops, there are still 200 drops left in this small bottle. Although Aoki made a lot of money when selling land and milk, it was a last resort and there was a lack of money. Otherwise Aoki would not choose to sell it even if it made more money. Open the bottle carefully. A fresh fragrance permeated the supercap made by the dumb beast, and it didn't float out. All the elves took a deep breath after smelling this smell, and the exhaustion of the day seemed to disappear like this. Suddenly, all the elves looked at the small bottle in Aoki's hands with agility. Dark crows and foolish beasts know the earthly heart in Aoki's hands. But other elves don't know. This is Earth's clearer. Although for you, the effect cannot be maximized, but some hidden and unknown pains on the body, it works well. Aoki explained. Although there are no signs of dark illness in the elves, there are some things that cannot be detected. Even the Alliance's detection machines cannot be 100% sure that the elves have no dark injuries. However, if you take ground milk, you can still avoid the emergence of dark diseases to a great extent. In particular, the elves who have always lived and fought alone, there must be some injuries on their bodies, and they may not be cured at once, and some injuries may not be detected. Will burst out. Aoki used 2 drops of ground milk for each of the elves, and then let them all go back to their places to sleep. Earth core milk will slowly exert its effect in their bodies. Even Ghost Stone can eat Earth core milk, because Earth core milk barely belongs to a collection of energy. That's it, this night, except for the Ghost Stone who needs to stand guard. The rest of the elves slept directly through the body's natural Newtown metabolism to digest the heart milk to bring the roll. The next day morning, with Oka's playful smile, the elves lined up to go to the toilet, and the broken look made to Aote's. Today is the start of the main event. However, the original 16 players must first challenge the 4 players from the loser group. Because of the need to hurry, when Aoki got the battlefield, the challenge had begun. As for why not wait for Aoki, because no one chooses to challenge Aoki at all. As long as the referee is on the field and the challenger and the challenged are on the field, the challenge can begin. So when everyone was on the scene, it was found that the 4 of the losers had already ended the challenge. Suddenly many people felt sorry and didn't see the exciting game. There are 4 losers, and 3 of them actually defeated the original 16. Therefore, as long as the strength is strong, even if the team did not qualify in the preliminary round, the loser group can still qualify when challenged. Soon, the race started directly, because now there are relatively few people, so I used a venue directly. Anyway, there is a whole day. The Aoki lottery was scheduled until the afternoon, so there was no fight in the morning. Standing in the crowd, he saw a person looking around, who was working with him and attracted hatred. After seeing him, he ran up happily immediately after seeing Aoki, but fortunately the dumb beasts isolated him directly from leaking a half a meter away. Jitter was playing in the morning, but it was not him in the first round, so he was looking for Aoki. www.mtlnovel.com. After seeing Aoki, he wanted to give him a warm hug, but was stopped by the beastly beast. I saw him looking at Aoki very resentfully, and Aoki's eyes twitched, pretending that he couldn't see him, watching the game silently. Seeing this, Git had to give up and watched the game together. As soon as he entered the viewing state, he forgot the existence of Aoki. It can be seen that he still liked the game very much. Aoki was also very happy. 2 young men, almost 10 years old, were playing in the field. They were passionately commanding their elves, and they were very imposing. However, Aoki was not particularly interested in this and moved silently to the referee's stand. To stimulate the enthusiasm of the contestants, Yamamoto Yamata directly sent his secretary to place the top 3 prizes directly on the referee seat. Unlike Takahata Imamura, who gave Union coins after losing, Yamamoto Yamato had already prepared and directly released all 4 skill CDs. The 3rd place was also awarded 300,000 Union coins, which was also directly cashed out. A small pyramid aside, the colorful pyramids are more eye-catching than the 4 skill CDs. After all, most of the time now, money is spent on cards. Even if cash is used, it is a small amount of money. For these 300,000 cash, the stimulus is quite large. Aoki and the stupid animal came to the podium. Let the stupid animal quietly leave a superpower coordinate here, and then calmly return to the side of Jite before. Git didn't respond at all, and was totally absorbed in the game. Fourth more, a bit uncomfortable. Chapter 234 Blue Turban. The 2 players in the arena are similar in strength and are playing hotly. The last 2 have only 1 elven. After a fierce battle, one of the talents barely wins. After the game, Git came back, watching Aoki show 2 rows of teeth. Aoki, wait to see me a bunch of 3. I left without saying a word, because next time is his game. Aoki stood on the sideline for a while and waited until the game started, After seeing the elf of Gid's opponent, Aoki left directly. The opponent's strength is too weak, and the level is a little stronger than Takashi Imamura. It is estimated that it may really be a bunch of threes by Jita, at most. Letting Jita send a second elf will end the battle. Aoki has no mood to watch this kind of game without suspense, and this kind of play-like game really makes Aoki very unaccustomed. It's like two people are fighting. They have a gun in their hands and can shoot, but they use the gun as a melee weapon. The two of them attack the opponent with their fists. They just have to hit the ground to win. Isn't it a superfluous move? Aoki turned around in the cabin and found that yesterday's old Yanagi was not found. Originally I wanted to chat and talk about it almost. Since I didn't find it, I went straight back to the room. After returning to the room, he did not stay. According to the progress of the current game, even in the afternoon, Aoki estimates that he will have to wait a long time before he can play. When Aoki returned to the room, he dressed himself up, then put away the doll beast, and left the room directly. The character of the dumb beast is too big, and it will be guessed by people when they act. Aoki carefully avoided the service staff and slowly walked under the cabin. I haven't seen a sailor since boarding the ship. It may be a more formal manifestation to others, because a sailor cannot directly enter the passenger's residential area. However, in Aoki's view, this is the problem. No water can be completely clear. Even if the sailor is very disciplined, Aoki does not believe that every sailor can hold back the residential area, even if it is only passing by occasionally. It is this situation that is more special. Please Mew slowly walked down the corridor, holding the elven ball of the dumb beast in his hand. And whenever he finds an accident, he summons the dumb beast to move instantly. I won't return to the room. It must be the first time to escape. Fortunately, I didn't meet anyone when I went on. When Aoki came to the sailor's room, he saw the first sailor through the window. There is nothing special. The other party did not find Aoki, and they are doing what they should do. Al frowned and looked for a while, but found no abnormalities. Continue to crept to the deep. Just seeing the first sailor does not represent a problem. Aoki came to the sailor's cloakroom and, looking at no one around him, walked directly into the cloakroom. There was no abnormality found in it. It was a normal sailor's room. The smell of sweat and the smell of seawater mixed together, and Aoki frowned. Is everything okay on board recently? Suddenly a voice appeared outside the door. Rest assured, there is no problem. The equipment is completely normal, and the above conditions are all. Shut up. Some things should be said, some things can't be said. Don't you know? Another person suddenly interrupted that person's speech. Aoki heard the movement and quietly hid behind a closet. Well, it's easy to speak. Guilty. You don't tell adults. Rest assured, the next time I have a snack, I remember from the mouth. Yes, yes. The sound gradually went away. Hearing the chat between the two, Aoki is now 100% sure that the voyage of the Santo Anu is absolutely problematic. After there was no movement outside, Aoki came out from behind the closet. Enduring the unpleasant smell, with his weak superpowers, he opened the sailor's wardrobes one by one and saw if he could find any abnormalities. When Aoki was about to give up and look elsewhere, Aoki found some clues in the last cabinet. In the last sailor's cabinet, under the various dirty clothes, Aoki saw a blue turban. When Aoki saw the sign on the headscarf, the hand shaking the door suddenly shook. The pupil, which had been dilated in the dark, contracted sharply. Shocked, Aoki looked at the turban in this cabinet, and after confirming that he had read it correctly, he quickly restored the clothes inside. Locking the cabinet door, Aoki summoned the beast directly. Under dumb eyes, Aoki didn't explain anything, just let him return to the room with himself. After returning to the room, Aoki sat on the sofa and said nothing for a long time. What I have seen before is indeed a bit scary. If it is not your ability to accept it, I am afraid it will directly exclaim. Aoki is very heavy now, because the blue turban he had seen before was printed with a white logo. Even if the average person sees it, I don't have any special feeling, but Aoki can see what the sign represents. In the current timeline, that force should still be in the incubation period. But why can you see the other party's sign here? If it was the organization, Then this time the Santanu was really more dangerous. Suddenly, Aoki thought of something again. It's hard to say that Yamamoto has cooperated with each other. But Yamamoto, no, is it true that the name of the person is Yamamoto Yamato, but many people who saw him that day called directly given his name? It looks like Imura Takeya's scared look is not fake. Aoki kept his thoughts silently in his heart. Then I thought about the Alliance King class named Liu Sheng. www.mentalnovel.com. What was the purpose of wearing such a sour appearance on the ship? He reminded himself to be safe. Did he just remind himself to be careful of the organization? Let yourself be careful about Yamamoto Yamato. Why did Yamamoto Yamaha see his own eyes at first glance? But he couldn't say anything strange. Why are the 3 skill discs he rewarded for the first place all dumb beasts able to use? Why is there a sudden match? And the rewards are so generous. The entire game paid too much money. Why does it seem that all the preparations for the game are prepared in advance and the game runs so smoothly and quickly? Isn't there a long time to reach the next stop? The opponent seems to be deliberately speeding up the progress of the game. Even if there is a loser, it will be completed in the afternoon of the preliminary round. Today's race is also ready to end in a day. Combining all kinds of things. There is no problem to Ghost. After Aoki thought through all the thoughts from beginning to end, now there are only 2 options before him. First, leave Santanu now and don't get involved. The second one participated in it and left after receiving the first prize. But the second one is obviously much more dangerous and does not know if the game can go to the end. Aoki sat on the sofa with a somber face. Repaying the debt is more and more. And finally the debt owed to the Alliance leader is almost finished. There are 2 Helm Masters below, 1 Church Master and 1 head. There will be nothing tomorrow. Chapter 235 Cried in the afternoon. After being notified by the broadcast, Aoki came to the playing field again. When looking at the top 3 prizes above the referee, Aoki felt that these things were extremely dazzling. If you didn't want to try these prizes yourself, I'm afraid to evacuate now. If we go now, all dangers are irrelevant to ourselves. But after returning from the sailor's room, Aoki thought for a long time and decided to stay. The first is because the prizes in the competition are really enticing, and things are placed so brightly here, anyone will be more attracted to look at them. Yamamoto Yamato's trick can be said to be very superb. But if that's the case, it's not worth Aoki's choice to stay. The reason is more because of the old man Yaja who ate together. At least, Aoki doesn't have to worry that he will face the kind of power that he has no fight back. Enemies who cannot escape. Moreover, Aoki did not believe that if the Alliance was aware of it, it would only send such a king-level strong man to come. It's just that Aoki didn't know Liu Sheng's behavior was actually spontaneous. He was not really sent by the fighters on the ship, and most of them were relatively weak Alliance trainers. Everyone is relatively strong. If Aoki knew, he'd be thinking about it again. In fact, the League often wins by number, leaving Aoki a subconscious illusion. The second point is because the organization that the blue turban that Aoki saw belongs to, although that organization is equally strong, it is still not enough compared to the Rockets. But the point is not here. The point is that in Aoki's impression, that organization should not have appeared at this point in time. If you go to war, it may happen that the League is watching the situation before it is fully released. Therefore, Aoki feels that as long as the leader of this organization has a little brain, it will not cause too much influence and attract the attention of the Alliance. Then Aoki only needs to guard against the smiling face of Yamato Yamyama. Aoki stood in his place when he arrived. The audience and his opponents had been waiting for a long time. If they show up a few minutes later, they will be disqualified. Aoki's opponent was a young girl about 20 years old, with a black ponytail and flat looks. Aoki didn't remember her at all. It was only when the referee introduced that the girl's name was Xiangtsai. The battle begins directly. Aoki sent out his current sign elf, Dumb Beast. The opposite Xiangtsai apparently studied much about Aoki. The first elf sent was the grass elf Mouth Flower, apparently trying to control the water system of the beast by the grass system. Scanned by Aoki's chip, This mouth-dwelling flower is a deep yellow, classy, and fade grass elf. Oka's previous gambling condition with Takashi Imamura was a fire-type spray flame, so Xiangxiangtsai must have learned the fire-type moves, so the grass-type moves can play a relatively large role. But she clearly didn't think about it, and the dumbfounded flower was also a poison elf, and was twice restrained by the superpower. Stupid beasts, don't need to keep your hands, forcibly attack with mental shock. After Oki knew about the possible crisis on the ship, she was even in a mood to play the games with these little farts. Take the lead and let the dumb beasts use the strongest skills directly. The purpose is simple. End the battle as soon as possible. Stupid flower, paralysis powder. Xiangxiangtsai did not hesitate to let the stupid flower use paralysis powder. This kind of elven mouthful of flowers. All 3 powder moves can be learned after the level is reached. If you can use the 3 powders normally and reasonably, it will have a good combat effect. But now it's too slow for dumb beasts. The paralytic powder in the mouth is definitely not trained for a long time, but it is slower than just using the speed. When he has not completely spit out the paralysis powder, the dumb beast has used the spirit-wise shock. Crush on level, crush on qualification, crush on skill use, and attribute advantage. Kudiehua was directly defeated by the 2 mental shocks of the dumb beast. Fortunately, the dumb beasts kept their hands, and the last spiritual shock was not used. Otherwise the dumb flowers will not lose their fighting ability, but will die directly. Xiangxiangtsai bit his lip to control his emotions, stared at the expressionless Oki for a while, and then threw an elven ball again. This time, she didn't think about wanting to take advantage of some attributes, and summoned her strongest elf directly, which was the one that made her stand out directly in the preliminary round. A level 5 and light green qualification ratio bird. It was her elves who had managed to help her, and her initial Pokemon. BB Bird has the advantage of flying. In the preliminary round, it was very easy for her to qualify. Fly up, BB Birds. Use the wind. Xiangxiangtsai commanded. Dummy, hold on, and meditate. Neither elf has any advantage in attributes, so it is hard for Kunsi to look at hard power. BB Bird is indeed the original wizard of Xiangxiangtsai, and it is more than a stunner in the speed of its moves. Winds quickly formed in front of his wings, and a small whirlwind flew directly to the beast, covering it. The dumb beast did not hide at all, and directly used the holding skills to resist the attack from the wind, and then entered a meditation state in an instant. Dark crows and dumb beasts also often compete, so he can be said to be very familiar with this skill. Hold in time and perfectly avoid the wind damage. The dumb beast opened his eyes after meditation. Stupid beast. www.mentalnovel.com. Quick battle, mental shock. Then read the water gun and shoot him down. The dumb beast's eyes opened sharply. When BB Bird thought that he was successful in causing wind damage, the spirit shock hit BB Bird at an extremely fast speed, and then a water gun ejected immediately. Speed has been strengthened again. Attacked by mental shock. When a bit dizzy, BB Bird was gliding slowly and landing. A water gun hit him again and shot him directly. BB Bird, hold on. Tornado. Xiangxiangtsai yelled, looking distressed at BB Bird shot down. Stupid beast, solve it once, and move your head in a flash. I heard that the dumb beast moved instantly and started directly, and came to the BB Bird who had not yet stood up. The round pink head bounced out and slammed into the BB Bird on the ground. Boom. The ground was directly sunken, and BB was lying in a stone pit with no fighting ability. The dumb beast moved in an instant and returned to Oki again, looking at Xiangxiangtsai coldly, waiting for her to send another elf. Weak, it is too weak. This is Oki's first impression. Seeing the heat of others fighting, but I feel too weak as soon as I come up. Trainers who have not experienced real combat, trainers who have no clear training direction, there is really no combat. Xiangxiangtsai's eyes were red and she bit her lip and put away Bibis. Looking at Oki, who didn't have any words to comfort, he cried directly with a wow. Monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collections, subscriptions, rewards, and more. Chapter 236 Fabricated History. Not that she has not lost, she has never been defeated so quickly. Which battle does not need to command dozens of times. You can come and go in order to distinguish between victory and defeat. Even if the strength difference is too large, this kind of unsympathetic situation will not occur. The girls will let a little face. Unfortunately, his opponent is Oki. Xiang cried, and the people around were also rioting, whispering something with her head down. Oki felt a headache, but didn't make any sign, just motioned to wait for Xiang's next elf quietly. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Xiang had no other action except to squatting there and cry. The referee also looked a little bit, and frowned and asked, Xiang, please send a third elf. Xiang looked up at the referee, glanced at Oki with red eyes, bit his lip, and choked sobbing, and the whole person was pumping and pumping like an electric shock. In the end I still couldn't hold back, and wiped the tears on my face with my hands. He uttered a sentence, admit defeat. He ran away without looking back. After hearing Xiang's concede, Oki left with a foolish beast, leaving only a group of onlookers discussing fiercely. In general, a girl was crying around Oki, but later said that Xiang was much older than Oki, and finally became lamented that Oki was powerful. When Oki left, he also glanced at the prize above the referee's seat with the light from the corner of his eye. 35XS. Although it is now placed there in such a large and bright light, Oki found that several people were actually watching the prizes secretly. Presumably Yamato's subordinates should prevent someone from directly shooting the prizes. There are definitely many people who want to take risks. Before returning to the room, Oki also deliberately searched for Elder Liu Sheng. Unexpectedly, I saw him reading a newspaper in the restaurant, and Oki walked directly to it, ready to be close to him. Liu Sheng was surprised when he saw Oki appearing beside him. He originally thought that Oki had left, and it seemed that Oki came back that night after going out that night. However, he did not see Oki returning from the Tyrannosaurus dragon all night when he stood on the top of the boat. Then I saw the foolish beast beside Oki, and some understood what was going on. Why don't you go to the game and come and talk to my old man again? Elder Liu Sheng said, drinking tea. Oki sat next to him with a smile and said, isn't this coming to learn from you? It's still not very handy in terms of cultivating beasts. Elder Liu Sheng glanced at the foolish beast beside Oki. Your foolish beast is very good, but it is not like an inexperienced person. Speak something. Hey, isn't that willing to spend a lot of money to buy high-level energy cubes? Oki seemed to be unable to understand what he meant, sitting in a chair beside him and talking. Master Liu Sheng has enough research on dull beasts. I just want to ask when dull beasts eat energy cubes. If there is anything that requires special attention, or how to use power cubes, to make dull beasts grow efficiently. Higher. 35XS. That said, it began to involve the various production processes and experience of using energy blocks. Elder Liu Sheng put down the newspaper in his hand and stared at Oki for a while, then took a sip of tea and slowly talked about a lot of his own unique ideas about the energy blocks of the dumb beast. He also studied the dull beast, or the dull beast's evolutionary dull beast, for a period of time. Therefore, he is also in control of the various habits and daily life of the dull beast. Oki also slowly talked about the training experience of foolish beasts. Many places made the old man Yan Lushing look at it. Even Oki revealed a little bit about what he would do on the energy cube. After talking about the content of the production of energy cubes, the old man Liu Sheng suddenly came to the spirit. It is not like a mode of perfunctory but chatting. The old Liu Sheng began to be surprised. Looking at Oki's height and listening to the sound that Oki just started to change voice, it was obvious that the age was still relatively young. At such a young age, it is not an alliance trainer, and it is already relatively good to have this strength. I did not expect to have a good track record in cultivating homes. Elder Liu Sheng is a real senior breeder. and even has a much higher status than the average senior breeder. Aoki spoke a lot of things. He could immediately understand what Aoki is now. Liu Sheng is even more surprised that he possesses the ability of an intermediate breeder properly. You know, when he became an intermediate breeder, he was already in his 20s. At that time, he was also famous for his genius. But look at Aoki in front of you. She is only 15 or 16 years old. Even if you have studied since childhood, you will not be able to become an intermediate breeder so quickly. Genius, gifted. In addition to these words, Yanagi could not explain that Aoki was able to master so much knowledge at this age. Oh, that Aoki, who taught you these things? Liu Sheng still couldn't help asking when talking about it later. Oh, there are a few elders in the family, and a lot of books are left. I read the books at home when I'm fine. I can't help looking at them, but I don't know if these things are right. Aoki scratched. After scratching his head, he said a little embarrassed. After hearing Aoki's words, Liu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he couldn't wait to say, so, hasn't anyone taught you these things? Aoki pretended to think about it. It's not that no one taught me. The elders in the family told me to read more books, and then I would ask me a few questions when everything was okay. If I couldn't answer, I would continue to read. Don't answer. They didn't let me go on a trip after their problems. But I learned a long time before I could start traveling on my own. Family disciple? But it doesn't look like www.mtlnovel.com ancient family. Then would you please tell me the name of the elders in your family? I don't know, either. Grandpas and grandpas are calling. I don't even know what their last names are. And often. They are all very good to me. I have always regarded them as my own grandparents. Aoki has long understood the identity of his alliance, and it is best to be an orphan in his own life. Fortunately, the identity given by the shadow is also an orphan. As for other things, there is not much explanation. The information recorded by Aoki's ID card was also recorded after he was assessed as an alliance trainer. As for the previous information, it was taken by a vague line. This situation is very common in the League, so it is commonplace. Because I don't know how many people like to live in the old forests in the mountains, an unknown person often appears. After passing the tests and tests of the Alliance, they can still obtain the identity certificate of the Alliance. Or you can get Alliance status with the guarantee of several Alliance members. After all, they are not members of the family, and the assessment is not so strict. In addition, there are many ancient families hidden in various places, such as the guardian family of some relics, or the sole heir of a dismal family. Too many. If all of them are investigated, the alliance is estimated to be busy. As long as your heart is correct and your character has passed, it is not difficult to obtain an alliance identity card. The difficulty is to obtain a high confidence alliance ID card like Aoki. Monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collections, subscriptions, rewards, and more. Chapter 237 Ready to board. Time flies fast. Aoki has been on board for 3 days. The Yamato competition has gradually come to an end. There is no suspense. Aoki and the Foolish Beast passed the round of 16. Then they defeated their opponents in the quarterfinals with an absolute advantage and entered the quarterfinals. In these 2 battles, only the Dumb Beast and one Elven fought, and they completed the promotion directly. Then on the 3rd day, in the semi-final match, the opponent's strength was good. Although he is a bit older, it seems that he should be almost 30 years old. But also because of the age, the strength of the elves is okay. After the full strength of the dumb beasts, the 3 elves who barely defeated the opponent successfully promoted Aoki to the final. And because these are the dumb beasts fighting these days, plus the free time every day, they are exercising. So after defeating the opponents in the semi-finals, the ranks have been raised by 1 level and reached the 7th level. Although the rest of Aoki's elves are training hard, their level has not improved. However, Aoki estimates that the scorpion-tailed scorpion only needs to exercise for 2 more days and fully control his body, and the level may be improved by 1 level. Ghost Stone should also be able to upgrade 1 level after absorbing all the poisonous gas. The opponents of the Oki final did not exceed his expectations, that is, Jita, who made the line with Oki in the same battlefield at the beginning. In the first few games, Jita was not as easy as Oki. Although the fire dinosaurs are not weak, but the fighting skills are still a little worse, so Jita was successfully promoted to the second elf finals. His second elf is not weak, and he is a mosquito-scented prince. If nothing else happens, Oki will have a formal showdown with Jita tomorrow morning. The winner will be rewarded with 3 skill discs for the first place, while the second place will also receive a skill disc for jetting flames. In these 3 days, in addition to playing and training, Oki spent most of his time chatting with Father Yanagi. From the beginning of Oka's restrained inquiry, Liu Sheng intentionally tested Oka's knowledge about nurturing the home, although neither of them said anything. Now they have known that Liu Sheng's identity is an alliance breeder, and the grade is not low. In fact, it is a senior cultivator, but both sides tacitly leave it alone. Mr. Liu Sheng will test Oka's knowledge about cultivators from the side. Oki will also control his knowledge to a level that is not close to intermediate cultivators, and will focus his knowledge on cultivators placed on top of the energy cube. Anyway, there is a chip. As long as there is knowledge in the chip database, Oki can obtain it at any time. If you are not afraid that the knowledge displayed is too large, you can do it to scare the elderly. If you just do that, it will be too shocking, so that after being known by others, people who are interested in it will have to inquire about their identity. If the status is generally good in the alliance, if the status is high, I am afraid Oki will be difficult to hide. Intermediate breeders are acceptable to Yanejiu. Adolescents of this age can master it to the highest degree. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will bring it back to the League for investigation. Therefore, the degree of the breeder who controls himself is right at the middle breeder level, and Mr. Yanejiu gradually began to believe in Oki. Many of the more exclusive breeders' knowledge will not be treasured, and those who can bring excellent descendants of alliances like Oki will still carry it. After all, in Liu Sheng's view, Oki is a rare genius breeder genius, but he has to choose the path of training. In short, the relationship between Oki and Yanagi has reached the point where it can be joked occasionally. Up to now, Oki can be sure that once something unexpected happens on the ship, as long as the situation is controlled within a certain range, he can definitely cling to the father's thigh and retreat. After the game was over today, when Oki and Father Yeji chatted, he could vaguely feel a little nervous. It wasn't the kind of nervousness that was scared, it was the kind of tense preparation that was about to prepare for what was about to happen. At the same time, Liu Sheng had directly told Oki, if there was a chance, he would leave the Seine Tenu in advance, and the situation may occur in the next few days. On this point, the second day when Father Liu Sheng chatted with Oki, he was almost clearly talking to Oki. After all, in his opinion, Oki is still a rare talent. If he can be avoided, let him prepare in advance. It was just that Oki had not responded positively to this matter, and Liu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Young and fearless, Oki returned to the room and sat quietly on the sofa. Now the atmosphere on the boat has been a bit wrong, and it's not just Oki who finds something strange. Even Jita's raw-headed, after the battle, would run to Oki and ask him if he felt a bit wrong. Oki didn't say much, but in his opinion, I'm afraid that organization can't wait any longer, and if we don't take any action, things will develop in an uncontrollable direction. The other party may even discover the presence of Father Liu Sheng. Oki also asked Father Liu Sheng vaguely, but the other party didn't say anything to him. In fact, Oka's speculation and premonition were relatively accurate, because Yamato could not wait any longer. In the room on the top floor of the Santuanu, he called the mysterious man again. I saw bloodshot eyes in his eyes. www.mentalnovel.com. Before he was calm, his voice was a little hoarse. It's been longer than the expected time. If you don't act, I won't care about it. I will withdraw now. Yamamoto, ready. We are ready to board a ship tonight. Send me all the information you collected. Don't order me. Not qualified. It's almost enough for your leader to come. Yamamoto interrupted the man's speech directly. Oh, why? Yamamoto, I heard you miss me. Suddenly, the voice of a middle-aged man sounded from the videophone, and there was a hint of play in his serious words. At this moment, the elder Yaneji Yamamoto, who stood on the top deck and watched Yamamoto, narrowed his eyes instantly. Things are a bit troublesome. I didn't expect Lord Boss to shoot this time in person. It's probably foolproof. Yamamoto Yama suddenly changed his expression and said with a smile, "Ha ha." After a cold laugh, the phone was hung up. Yamamoto Yamaha's expression became very serious after hanging up the phone. If the person who came to talk to him at the beginning, then he can still guarantee the initiative, but if the leader of the organization comes, he is afraid to reduce him. Original share. At this time, the elderly Liu Sheng on the roof had disappeared. He started looking for Orchestrail in the cabin and told him to leave now, otherwise it would be too late. But he talked with Aoki for so many days, but he didn't know where Aoki lived. Monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collections, subscriptions, rewards, and more. Chapter 238 Swell Tent. A submarine suddenly appeared on the sea and appeared silently beside the Santuanu. One by one, black shadows appeared from the submarine, and with the help of the elves, came to the Santuanu. In the sailor room at the bottom of the Santuanu, the sailors quickly took off their clothes one by one, put on blue and white clothes, and put a blue turban on their heads. Then they stood neatly in the sailors' room, waiting for their commander to arrive. Suddenly, the Santuanu stopped. Many people awoke from their sleep immediately. Why did the boat stop? At this time, Aoki was quietly sitting on the sofa, and he felt the movement of the boat stopped. "Are you here?" Aoki murmured softly, quickly changed his clothes and put on a black coat. In fact, at this time, it is best to leave right away. But Aoki left the drowsy beast to leave the superpower coordinates on the podium in advance. Originally, someone was always guarding, but now that the organization has started, people who don't know Yamamoto Yamato are still paying attention to those prizes that are small for him. If there are still people guarding, then Aoki will not stay, and leave with a foolish beast. But if the guard there relaxes, Aoki doesn't mind winning the reward that should have belonged to him. However, Aoki is not stupid, and ran without the first time. Isn't it a bird in the past now? Aoki smashed the fire alarm in the room with her fist. Suddenly, a fire alarm rang in all the corridors and rooms on board the Santuanu. People who had just been a little strange about the boat also ran out of their rooms, and those who were still asleep were awakened by an alarm. After seeing the firelight, he immediately put on his clothes and ran out of the room. All of a sudden, the Santuanu messed up because of the fire alarm. Yamamoto Yama on the top of the ship, his face was very gloomy, and the organization he cooperated with has begun to get on the ship. He knows clearly that as long as everyone is in place, he can take down all the people at once. There is no trouble. But now the fire alarm rang, and his plan was suddenly destroyed. Snapped. Throw the glass in your hand directly to the ground, and then take out 4 elven from the drawer in the room and place them on your waist. Picking up the wireless phone in his hand, roaring, "Shoot Laotsu, leave no one, grab them all." Then he walked out of the room with 2 bodyguards and the girl who had been by his side. It was only when he was out of the room that there was a person in front of him. If Aoki was there, it should be recognizable. This is the old master Liu Sheng, who has been deliberately close to him these days. But he didn't look at all kind now, and Yamamoto Yamato stared out with a black face. 35 XS, he said coldly. "You have united the water fleet." Yamamoto Yamato saw the appearance of Liu Sheng, and apparently hesitated for a moment, because he also saw Liu Sheng several times in the video surveillance on the boat, but he was very ordinary and his behavior was no different from that of a poor old man. Did not get his attention. Aoki walked out of the room with a dull beast. There is chaos in the corridors and cabins. The smart people are not only Aoki, but some people find the street a new anomaly, so the first time the alarm goes, they take their elves directly to the street. An Asgard room. The huge cruise ship Santenu is also guarded by special alliance members, who are the safety guarantee of this ship. It's just that him going to let them down. Yamamoto's first thing to take control of the ship is to occupy his guardhouse. Now the people in the guardhouse are all Yamamoto. Some people also have the same idea as Oki, and want to collect the prizes of the Taiwan competition first. Money is moving. Those who choose to take risks are not a few. When Oki bypassed the chaotic crowd and reached the battlefield in the cabin, there were many people here. However, many people were lying on the ground holding their stomachs, apparently being attacked, and their elves were lying aside. They should have lost their fighting ability. Several others were fleeing frantically, and they wanted to touch the fish in the muddy water, and they met the members of the organization wearing blue and white clothes when they boarded the ship from the submarine. Oki was shocked when they saw their outfits, even if they had prepared in advance. Water Fleet. In the future, the Water Fleet, one of the two dark forces in Fenyuan, will have a similar organization with the Fire Rocket. It's just that the two organizations are just like their names. They are like water and fire. Otherwise the underground forces in Fenyuan area would have been unified. It can be seen that the strength of the Water Fleet is absolutely not weak. But it shouldn't be the time when the Water Fleet appeared. Why did they meet them here? And they shot directly at the Santenu so that they would not be chased by the Alliance. Yamato is probably working with the Water Fleet. So how can he continue in the League, or the patriarch of a large family? Oki couldn't figure it out. But the Water Fleet appeared on the battlefield for the first time, so the three prizes he wanted were probably not available. Nothing could be done, and Oki didn't demand it, and went straight back with the dumb beast. Boom! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, a loud explosion sound came from the uppermost layer of the Santenu. The impact of the explosion felt, and the entire ship swayed slightly. Liu Sheng stood on the back of the fossil pterodactyl, and looked indifferently at Yamato and the two elves around him. The previous explosion was because the big character explosion of Yasuji's fossil pterodactyl directly repelled Yamamoto's Heluga and Dian Lobster. Yamaha just entered the Uranus level some time ago. www.mtlnovel.com. Still with the help of the Water Fleet, he successfully broke through to Uranus. Faced with an old-fashioned king like Liu Sheng, he is still a senior cultivator. The strength of the elves is directly crushed. Even if the two elves have attribute advantages, they cannot resist Liu Sheng's fossil pterosaur. Well, when you enter the Uranus, you start to be unscrupulous. Father Liu Sheng hummed coldly. Even if he was a strong Uranus, Yamato, he did not look in his eyes. However, just when Liu Sheng wanted to make the fossil pterodactyl attack again, a purple-black shadow from the bottom up directly placed the attack target on his body. Helpless, can only let the fossil pterosaur dodge this attack. Attacking it will save it. The elf who attacked Liu Sheng before was a fork-shaped bat, and this fork-shaped bat also possessed the strength of the King of the Heavens, and it was more than one of the two elves of Yamato. Liu Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at a man who was slowly coming up the stairs, followed by a big wolf dog. From the perspective of Liu Sheng's senior breeder, we can immediately see that the strength of this great wolf dog is also at the level of the King of Heaven. In this way, the fossil pterosaur will face the four King-level elves at once. Boss, Yamato shouted after hesitated. The visitor glanced at Yamato, and there was a hint of killing in his eyes. After this man was powerful, he began to swell. Monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collections, subscriptions, rewards, and more. Content. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 239. Find someone to hate? Content. Water Indus. Phone. Liu Sheng murmured after seeing the appearance of the person. Water Fleet, an organization that aims to expand the ocean area and subvert the world for the elves. The Alliance knows that they exist only because they are very underground in the rich area, and they have been in the incubation period. There are relatively few cases of destruction, so they have not done anything. Water Indus is also an old-fashioned King of the Heavens. Liu Sheng is not sure if he is his opponent, but whether it is his opponent or not, The situation is doomed. The Alliance did not find anomalies in the Santanu, and his actions were spontaneous. He only happened to find Yamamoto's anomaly at an accidental opportunity, and then happened to interrupt his own experimental funds, so he did not notify the Alliance. The intention is to arrest directly at Yamamoto Yamaha to do scourge alliances in exchange for a lot of money. In addition, he happened to have a few precious items to buy in Feniyuan area, so under the double-edged sword, he decided to take his own shot. In his opinion, it was only Yamamoto Yamato, a Quasar King class trainer. Could he just grab it? Unexpectedly, in the matchup just now, I found that Yamamoto Yamaha actually has the power of the King of Heaven. Even so, Liu Sheng was confident that Yamamoto Yamato could be captured. He knows that forces have joined forces with Yamamoto Yamato, and he also thought that the strength of the people may not be weak, but at the very least, he should be at the peak of the king or enter the level of the king. 35 XS. Liu Sheng acknowledged that he was arrogant, although just now, he had called to inform the Alliance, and in an hour, the Alliance would send someone over. But in this hour, the water fleet was enough to transport things on board, and most of the passengers would be captured. Water and us, can you finally bear it? The old man Liu Sheng asked loudly. Oh, I don't mean it. All of this is not dominated by my water fleet. We're just here to help, right, Yamamoto? Shui Wutong teased. Yamamoto Yama heard a word, with a slight twitch on his face, but at this time he did not dare to refute the words of Shui Indus. Yes, Chief. Yamamoto Yamato respected. The leader of the water fleet, Water Indus, is an old-fashioned king of the heavens. At the same time, he has 3 kings of the heavens. His strength is similar to Yamamoto Yamato. One of the people who talked to him on the phone before is just one of them. It is Shui Wutong himself. Get out of the way, and his men should stay at their base. Looking at them like a pair of dead pigs is not afraid of boiling water. There is a headache. The water fleet's headquarters has always been at sea, but it's really not easy to know exactly where, unless the Alliance is willing to spend a lot of resources and time to investigate. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Liu Sheng's head. Aoki. I hope that little guy can escape. Liu Sheng couldn't help thinking. Originally Aoki did not run away immediately. He did not persuade anything, because in his opinion, even if Aoki did not leave, it is easy to protect him by himself, but did not expect that the development of the matter was beyond his control. At this time, Aoki was secretly watching the crew of the water fleet. After they boarded the ship, under the command of what seemed to be the captain, they quickly occupied various places in the Santanu. Originally, there were a large number of people in the water fleet. Yamato is light or dark arranged in it. After the operation signal of the water fleet was issued, they quickly subdued the sailors who were loyal to the captain. Then, from bottom to top, they joined the water fleet members who boarded the ship, and everyone who saw them during the operation was arrested by them. Aoki took the dumb beast and ghost stone with him, lying on the highest level of the stands in the battlefield, silently watching a person caught by them. A special person held a stack of papers and went to each person to check the information. If it matches the information in his hand, it will be pulled out to the side and guarded by a special person. Gradually more and more people came out of them. Aoki found a pattern. That is, in Yamamoto's competition, the several people who performed well were all beaten out by them. Are they trying to catch some potential trainers and bring them back to the water fleet base to brainwash them as members? Aoki thought secretly. Because there were no special identities among the captives, most of them were civilian trainers, and those family trainers, even if their strength was okay, were not pulled out by the water fleet. Obviously I don't want to offend those families so soon. Just a few families are not useful to the water fleet, but if these families join together to put pressure on the Alliance, they will have to take it even if the Alliance does not want to, at least to destroy some of the water fleet members and give these families an account. However, if you just catch a few civilian trainers, the Alliance will only do what it likes, and give up after a few fights. After all, the Feniyuan area is not a league of words. Many local forces are interspersed, and the Alliance cannot do anything extraordinary without lowering its voice. This is why the water fleet dares to be so unscrupulous. So in this way, there should be no problem with Jitter. He is at least an Alliance trainer and his identity is guaranteed. However, it is also uncertain that Git has excellent talents. Just catching a member of an Alliance, the Alliance is not going crazy. It depends on whether Git has the potential to attract the water fleet to adventure. Aoki now takes care of himself and doesn't care about Jitter, who has only a few sides, although he may be familiar with Aoki from Jite's point of view. No, if there are only a few trainers, it is not worth the enthusiasm of the water fleet to be so active. www.mtlnovel.com. Father Liu Sheng has not appeared yet. It must be entangled. When I communicated with him before, he secretly disclosed out of disdain for Yamamoto Yamato. It shows that the strength of the opponent is definitely not as good as Father Liu Sheng, so the only one who can entangle him is the master of the water fleet. The water fleet is not a rocket, but it is still in the incubation period. There are certainly not so many masters. Father Liu Sheng is an old-fashioned king of the heavenly king, at least an intermediate king of heaven and even a senior king of heaven. Then the person who can stop him is at least an intermediate king, not water. Did the fleet's water and us go out? The more Aoki thinks, the more likely it is, and the more it shows that what makes the water fleet so impressive on this ship is definitely not just a few civilian trainers. Maybe these trainers are just to cover. So, there should still be some people to get the most important thing, or no one has yet to take it. You need to wait for the above heaven level master to determine the victory and defeat, and then go to the thing, take it out. It seems that there is still room for operation. Aoki, who had planned to give up, blinked an unknown light in his eyes. People like Yamamoto Yamada will definitely not rest assured that they will leave important things to others for safekeeping. They will definitely be placed in their own rooms or even on themselves. In the past, it was definitely looking for death. I need to find a few people to attract me to hate. Aoki murmured. He has gradually come up with a plan. Monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collections, subscriptions, rewards, and more. Content. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 240. See the big dogs again? Content. Midnight. 35 XS. Santuanu. Top. A fossil pterosaur and a fire-breathing dragonfly in midair. Below are a total of 4 elves, namely the fork-shaped bat of the water sycamore, the great wolf dog, Yamaru Yamato's black luger, and the iron lobster. The two sides have fought for more than 15 minutes, and each has its own victory. In fact, Yamamoto Yamato and Water Indus have a quantitative advantage. Even though Yamamoto Yamato's strength is relatively average compared to the other two, but after all, they are also heavenly kings, and it is not that easy to pass. Had it not been for Father Liu Sheng's 2 elves to be flying elves, I would not have been able to fight so easily. However, in general, the water Paulownia side has the advantage. But the right to attack is in the hands of Mr. Liu Sheng. Although Water Indus also has a fork-shaped bat that can attack in flight, if it makes a sudden attack, it will face the combined attack of the fossil pterosaur and fire-breathing dragon, so Water Indus does not take the initiative. People on both sides chose to drag their time. Water Indus is waiting for his men to take away all the valuable things from the trainer and the ship. And Father Liu Sheng is waiting for the arrival of the Alliance reinforcements. Although during the call, it was learned that it would take at least an hour for a large number of Alliance combat members to arrive successfully. But those are just standing fighters in the league, and the real masters will never come at this speed. 35 XS. It is said that the person in charge of the Alliance in this area is rushing over as quickly as possible. Although the person is only just entering the Uranus, as long as he arrives in time, Shuatong and Yamamoto will not be so easy to escape. At least one person must be caught to extinguish the anger of the Alliance and all forces. So the battle between the two sides just seemed very fierce. In fact, it was just that several elves lost several skills to each other, causing some huge roar. They also feared that the damage would be too large, causing a lot of damage to the Santuanu and even the shipwreck. That kind of thing can be a big deal, and the Alliance will definitely do its best to fight the life and death of the water fleet. You must know that in order to make a huge luxury cruise ship such as the Santo Anu, it has been built with many large families. This is going to destroy, even without the Alliance's shot. Each big family will be furious to find the trouble of the water fleet. At that time, even if the water fleet can hide again, it will be found out. Therefore, both sides did not come up with all their strengths, and everyone who was very acquainted sent only 2 elves, which would not be defeated by a sudden attack, but also be able to master the initiative to a certain degree. On the other side, Aoki, who decided to find someone to attract hatred, directly let the foolish beasts use instant movements to take them out of the stands of the battle square. During this time, in many places on the Santo Anu, the dumb beasts left superpower coordinates in such a large range. As long as Aoki wanted, the dumb beasts could move instantly at any time. Of course, in some confidential places, Aoki did not have the opportunity to approach. But Aoki will not be stupid until now to run into trouble. The dumb beast moved directly to the captain's room at the forefront of the Santo Anu. When people from the water fleet reported the situation before, I learned that many trainers and crew members found the captain's room as soon as the ship broke down. Of course, some people also found the guardhouse, but the people in the guardhouse have long been replaced by Yamamoto Yamato. So those who went to the guardhouse were also arrested. But the captain's room is different, and the people who have the power to fly the Santo Anu are unusual. The strength is not weak, at least above the elite trainers, but absolute loyalty to the Alliance, otherwise the Alliance will not allow him to control the Santo Anu. So those who run to the captain's room are safer. And the captain's room is not only the captain's close friends are also here. Although their strength is not as strong as the captain, they are still a lot stronger than other sailors and other members of the water fleet. There are even 1 or 2 people who have reached the level of senior league trainers and are their own successors specially trained by the captain. All were now blocked in the captain's room by the water fleet. Because the opponent's strength is relatively strong, the people in the water fleet did not dare to rush forward, and thus stalemate. Anyway, as long as the Heavenly King level strongman separates the victory and defeat, then this is not a problem. As for the engine of the Santo Anu, it was already destroyed by the sailors who were disguised by the water fleet at the bottom of the ship. Without professional people to repair it for more than half a day, don't want to start it again. The dumb beast quietly took Aoki to the side of the cab, just avoiding the sight of the water fleet. As for why it is not directly transmitted to the cab, because Aoki did not have the right to enter before, so there is no way for the stupid beast to leave space coordinates. Fortunately, now that the distance is relatively close, the dumb beast can also move in instantly. He paused for a second and eased. Aoki quickly changed the mask on his face, and the foolish animal moved Aoki directly into the cab, just avoiding the water fleet soldiers patrolling. A figure suddenly appeared in the room, making the people in the room suddenly excited. All the skills of the elves were pinched in their hands, waiting for their trainers to launch an attack command. Aoki raised her hands above her head, holding an Alliance ID card in her hand to prove her identity. Fortunately, there was an Alliance trainer who had run over before and recognized Aoki's identity. "Aoki, I'm glad you're fine." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, and then I saw a figure fluttering towards Aoki. www.mentalnovel.com. Bang! The sound of a bone hitting the wall sounded. The person who flew towards Aoki was the Jitter who had been familiar with it before. Unexpectedly, Git was here. "Jit, do you know this person?" I saw the elves who had been waiting for a while and slowly cleared their way. A middle-aged man in his 40s slowly walked up. I saw him wearing the captain's costume, with the Union's exclusive badge on his chest, and stared at Aoki sharply. Apparently he is the captain of this ship. The person who moved in instantly, although holding the Union ID card in his hand, could not let him be vigilant. Jit quickly got up from the ground, glanced at the dumb beast around Aoki pretending not to know what happened. Rubbing his forehead a bit red, grinning his teeth, "Yeah, uncle, this is Aoki I told you, not only powerful, but also very rich in knowledge. It is even more imposing." From the words of Jitter, He could hear that he had a great affection for Aoki. Just to Aoki was very surprised that this person, who is obviously the captain of Santanu, is actually Git's uncle. Aoki mouth smoked. Is it another big dog? Thanks for the rewards of students. One more ode. Various requests, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, favorite, subscription, give a reward, various requests. Intent. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 241 Tactical Planning. Intent. Hearing Jite's words, the captain looked at Aoki for a while, but still couldn't see anything. 35XS signaled the sailors around to let their elves converge first. Aoki was relieved when the surrounding elves took off the attack. The level of these elves is not low. If a sudden attack is launched, the dumb beasts may not be able to take their own safety. However, his hand was still attached to the dumb beast's back. Hello, Captain, I have a way to take you out. And staying here is not the way. Almost all the passengers on board have been arrested. One of the purposes of the water fleet may be those talented civilian trainers. Aoki finishing after a bit of thought. Today, Yamato and the water fleet's heavenly powers have been dragged down by the Alliance's heavenly powers. If the captain can lead everyone to launch a counterattack, it is not impossible to have a chance for World War I. And what the water fleet is looking for, I don't know yet, but I guess it's not in Yamamoto's room, it's just him. Aoki told everything he had guessed. The captain listened to Aoki's words and frowned tightly, especially when Aoki said that the passengers had been caught. As the captain of the Santanu, he was responsible for every passenger, but now that the water fleet is attacking, a group of himself is trapped here, and his passengers are arrested. He has the strength of an elite trainer. He is only a step away from the prospective King of Heaven. He could have rushed straight out, but he didn't know the situation outside and could not act rashly. After all, there were many passengers in the captain's room to find help. Be accountable to them. How do you prove what you said? The captain asked after a moment of silence, staring at Aoki stubbornly. As long as Aoki showed something strange, he took him directly. Aoki stared straight at the captain, and his voice was not ill. The captain can protect himself with your strength. There is absolutely no problem. If there is anything false in what I said, you can escape to report to the Alliance and let me later. No one can survive in the League. I can't prove what I said now. All judgments are with you. But at least the Alliance Heavenly King, who is still fighting upstairs, also knows me. Maybe you have seen it in the monitoring before. I often talk with. He sat down to eat and drink tea. Would that make you believe me? Indeed, when Aoki and Father Yeju ate together, they did not hide at all. They were all exposed under the cameras of the various St. Annas, and they could still be seen if anyone had noticed. The captain motioned for a sailor to adjust the video surveillance. Most of the time is at the restaurant table. Focusing on the monitoring of the restaurant is fine. Aoki reminded. However, I didn't mind the captain's cautiousness. At this time, I need to be more careful. Otherwise, if Aoki is a person sent by the water fleet, then they are really dangerous. As for how to identify Mr. Liu Sheng, this point is believed that the captain saw it through outdoor surveillance when several Heavenly King-level strongmen started fighting and caused a huge roar. After a while, the sailor went to the captain and whispered something in his ear. Then the captain's eyes gradually softened. All the previous actions on Aoki were only worried that he was a spy on the water fleet. But now that he knows that Aoki is familiar with the fighting strong alliance outside, the captain puts down some vigilance. After all, the people who can become the Heavenly Kings are not fools, and those who can get their recognition, at least, do not have to worry about getting a knife behind their backs. After proof of identity, Aoki, who is also a passenger of the Santanu, for the captain, each passenger is the object he needs to protect. It's just that the strength of these objects is uneven. Sorry, I'm the captain, and I'm responsible to everyone in this room. The captain said apologetically. Aoki ducked away from the direction of the captain's bow and apologized, and quickly waved his hand, saying, "The captain is welcome." This is also necessary. One action was recognized by most sailors. The captain was no different from his father for them, and Aoki's respect for the captain's behavior was recognized by them. The little brother Aoki, I don't know what you can do. Your stupid beast can take us all out. After the apology, the captain couldn't help asking the method. After all, it is the passengers on his ship who are suffering now. As the captain, letting passengers experience these things is really difficult to blame. Aoki nodded. The dumb beast can't take everyone out, but it can be done with a few people first, and I can do it several times before I come here, and in other temporarily safe places. Let the dumb beasts leave the coordinates. If there is now, there will be basically no security issues. The captain's heart moved. Could you take these passengers to the rescue capsule first, and let them leave the Santuanu in a lifeboat first? Captain, to be honest, in fact, I don't support letting passengers leave first. I don't know if the enemy still has other ships at sea. I hurriedly went out and just delivered to the door. And if all the people in the captain's room disappear, I am afraid to stay. The guards here will all be gone. You know that a large part of the water fleet's strength is retained here. If you can drag them here, it is better to let them stay here. Hearing Aoki's words, the captain was lost in thought, and no one else spoke, because their mainstay is still the captain. www.mentalnovel.com. What about your suggestion? The captain asked after thinking about it. I mean leaving a part to attract the attention of the water fleet people outside, at least to ensure that they are attracted here. You can leave a part, put on the clothes of the captain and the sailors, and then deliberately create some movement and let them confirm that the captains are still inside, and they are afraid of the captain's strength, and I am afraid they will not rush in. The biggest possibility is to stand still here, so that the people inside are still safe. And the captain and sailors, I suggest that you can change into the clothes of the passengers, and then attack Yamamoto's room together to find the most important thing, or just directly attack the water fleet in the cabin, and now rescue the passengers. However, my suggestion is to raid Yamamoto's room. At least there must be fewer people there, and the Uranus-level strongmen are fighting there. There must be fewer people left in the water fleet, and then they must rescue them. In Yamamoto's room, the water fleet will definitely send someone for support. At that time, we will surprise the cabin, so the probability of success will be much higher. Aoki confided his plan. Of course, this is just his ideal state, and if it goes well, it will happen. However, Aoki's own careful thinking would not speak out. Various requests, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, favorite, subscription, give a reward, various requests. So insist on 5 changes every day, at least monthly, and recommended tickets come a little bit. Thank you for your support. Content. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 242. Action begins. Saint Tenu. In a remote toilet. AI is that, Aoki often goes out from here, leaving coordinate toilets on some islands. As the dumb beasts moved momentarily, they finally brought the captain and some of the more powerful sailors here. After this incident, the captain couldn't help but sigh. It would be too convenient to conquer an elf that would move instantly. When bringing them over, Jita had asked to join in, but was rejected by Aoki and the captain. In the end, Jita had no choice but to put on the captain's clothes and dangled in the cab to attract attention. At least the water fleet has not launched a killing ring until now, just arrested everyone. Jita's personal safety is still guaranteed. And the captain's trusted sailor, the strongest one, was left, in order to ensure their safety. In the end, the captain clapped. He took 2 people to raid Yamamoto's room, trying to attract people, and the rest went directly to the battlefield in the cabin to rescue those who were caught. Of course, if they haven't attracted most of them, then Aoki will not act rashly, otherwise they will not save people. I am afraid they will be dragged in. After everyone came over, Aoki fed a few high-powered energy blocks to the foolish beast, and then put it into meditation. Although the distance is not far, there are too many people. Divided into several batches, the dumb beasts still have some difficulty. Captain led the 2 sailors out of the toilet slowly, leaving the rest to wait until their success attracted the attention of others, and then acted after releasing a signal flare, and told the rest of the leaders, if you encounter something, you can discuss with Oki. I can see that his trust in Oki has also increased. Although Oki's strength may be relatively low among these people, Oki's thinking is very strange, and the two of them may discuss a special method. After the captain disappeared in the corridor, Oki and others locked the toilet door, not too dirty, and sat directly on the ground to adjust the state. In fact, it is not dirty. On luxury cruise ships such as Santanu, every toilet is clean, very clean, and there is no smell. It's just weird that a few big men just squeezed into a toilet like this, especially the sailors around Oki. Because they often do some physical work, they are very strong. Oki feels like a child in it. Although Oki has now begun to develop and is close to 1.7 meters, he is still much younger. But apparently no one here thought much. Now, in this case, he can't do anything, and can only wait for the captain's notification. Shortly after the Yamato boarded the ship, she opened up a range of signal shields covering the entire ship, and all communication systems had long since failed. I also sent the message to the Alliance in time, as soon as Master Liu Sheng found it. Otherwise I am afraid that the Santanu is really dangerous. I waited for 10 minutes, the captain and they still did not send out a signal flare. The sailors could not sit still. I'll go and see. You stay here. If I don't come back after 10 minutes, you can just assault the water fleet. Oki stood up, and the foolish beast passed 10 minutes of high-intensity meditation plus advanced energy blocks. The assistance is almost restored. Oki, it's too dangerous for you to go out like this, said the sailor captain who was left by the captain. It doesn't matter. I have dumb beasts that can move instantly. If the situation is not right, I will return directly. I just go and see if the captain is okay. Speaking, Oki directly put his hand on the back of the dumb beast, and then the superpower of the dumb beast wrapped Oki together, and disappeared in place instantly. Well, in the future, I really need to get a superpower to be an elf. It is very convenient to have a momentary movement. Sailor said a lot of people. In fact, not all superpowered spirits can master the instantaneous movement. Even if they can master it, they are not as easy to use as dumb beasts. More importantly, the general intelligence of superpowers is not lower than that of humans, and they have such magical abilities as superpowers, which they don't care about for some humans. Superpowers have their own pride, or superpowers are more proud than most of them. In short, not everyone can subdue superpowers. At least, these sailors who are 5 big and 3 thick are estimated to have little hope in this life. The dumb beast moved instantly and left Oki, but instead of taking Oki to Yamamoto's room, he took him directly to the observation platform on the battlefield. AI is where Oki had been hiding before. Captain, they didn't signal. There were only 2 possibilities. Either it was discovered just after it passed, the 2 sides fought, and the captain had no chance to send a signal. Either the captain, they have not yet reached Yamamoto's room, and they fought with the guards, so it is not time to send a signal, or because of local restrictions, the signal cannot be sent. In short, going directly to Yamamoto's room is definitely more dangerous. So Oki let the dumb beasts take him directly to the battle square here. I can clearly see that except for some basic combatants, the rest of the water fleet are no longer here. At the beginning, the same person as the commanding Kada was no longer here. A lobster creep and an iron lobster circling around the arrested crowd, because their elf have already been seized. So even if these elf are not strong, they are not opponents. The roar of roar was still ringing from the top of the ship, and the battle between several kings continued. Oki noticed that apart from those who stayed behind guards, www.mentalnovel.com, Yamato left. The guards' prize is gone. I guess it was the captain's assault that came into play and was summoned urgently. The prize table is about 100 meters away from the people in the water fleet. As long as the speed is fast, Oki has the opportunity to try it. Ghost Stone. You go to the fire hydrant on the other side of the square and wait for the faucet to burst directly. You can make as much movement as you can, and then go directly to the prize table after the end. Ghost Stone nodded, and moved directly with the help of the shadow. He appeared at the fire hydrant on the other side of the square, exposing his eyes and looking at Oki, waiting for his order. After Oki saw that Ghost Stone was ready, he looked at the members of the water fleet in the field. His eyes flashed coldly. "It's better not to disturb me, otherwise you will get those things even if you kill." Anyway, Oki no longer feels a special danger. Give Ghost Stone an actionable look. Boom. 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 Dash. Various requests, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, favorite, subscription, give a reward, various requests, HTTPS, genius address, mobile website reading URL. Chapter 243 Life is not easy. The Ghost Stone lived up to Oki's expectations, creating a huge movement on the other side of the battle square. Directly attracted a lot of attention of the water fleet. Although there are still some who are guarding the arrested people, it has to be said that the defense on the square is really weak. Oki's eyes flickered. In fact, at this time, all the arrested people could be freed, creating greater confusion. I weighed Oki and still didn't choose to do that. Although it seemed feasible to release everyone, that would attract a lot of attention from the water fleet. It would not be so easy to get those prizes. I patted the back of the dreadful beast. He suddenly realized that he used the instant move to the prize place on the podium. At this time, the ghost that caused the damage also ran into the shadow of Oki at the fastest speed. Oki was wrapped in a black robe, and the huge black robe covered the dumb beast at the same time. From a distance, it was not clear that something appeared at the prize table. A ghost ball from the ghost directly shattered the glass on the prize table, and Oki waved all the 4 skill discs inside until the sound of broken glass was heard. No one from the water fleet responded, but when I looked up, I only saw a broken glass cabinet. And there was a shadow that disappeared. And those prizes originally in the glass cabinet were also missing. After the Lishui fleet rioted a little, it calmed down. The people in the water fleet seem to be pretty good. The goal of the visitors is only the prizes, not the rescue of those arrested by them. Otherwise, I am afraid that after being partially attracted by the previous shadow raid, it may still cause confusion. At that time, in order to prevent those people from escaping, the water fleet would have to kill a few people to kill the road deer. But their leader said whether to kill or not to kill, so as not to stimulate the alliance and also make their loot less. The current situation is completely acceptable to them. Anyway, those prizes are not something of their water fleet. However, the next time there is a big movement, they will probably be more cautious, at least not allowing so many people to investigate the situation, or to keep this group of people as the first purpose. Oki took the time to change his clothes, and then let the dumb beasts take him to the toilet in an instant. The sailors, who were impatient in the toilet, saw Oki's appearance and immediately surrounded them. Oki looked at it better than himself, and the muscular sailors surrounded themselves, feeling that the air was not too fresh. "Oki, how about it, Captain? Did they do it?" The captain finally pressed the rest and asked. Oki shook his head, his face a little hesitant. "I did not see the situation of the captain, because there were too many enemies, but the captain and they successfully attracted attention. We should now rescue the arrested people. There should be no problem. The strength of the remaining sailors is okay. After all, they are all men who have experienced the sea experience. How can they survive in the dangerous sea without any strength? Even if it is Saint Anu, the number of attacks from wild elves and pirates every year is not small, and every time they can save themselves, the pay of these sailors is also very important. After the introduction of the sailor captain, among them, the sailor captain has just entered the threshold of advanced trainers this year, and the rest of the sailors are at the level of intermediate trainers. They are not the embroidered heads of the league, they are real intermediate trainers. "Let's go out now, we are going to be stricken here, and we must beat the cubs of the water fleet to find their teeth," one of the sailors called. These sailors have really seen blood. There are quite a few pirates at sea. When fighting pirates, it is normal to kill a few people. The rest of the people also stood up and said they were going out to fight, and it was too shameful to shrink into the toilet. The sailor in hesitation hesitated, looked at Oki's intention, and agreed with everyone's proposal. In a few minutes anyway, The Alliance will be here. Let's protect those passengers and fight for the water fleet to take away. I heard that the people of the Alliance were coming soon, and Aoki's heart tightened a little. He was not afraid of the Alliance. He could sit and laugh, even the king of the Alliance. How could he be afraid of the ordinary members of the Alliance? What Aoki is worried about is that if the members of the Alliance intervene, his space ring will definitely be checked. By then, he will not be able to cover up the stealing of 4 skill CDs. Then I bewildered the captain about them, and they may be exposed. Although I won't be ill at that time, the relationship that I cultivated with Father Liu Sheng will definitely not be maintained. Even the other party will doubt whether he approached him intentionally. I finally found a thick thigh with a relatively high status in the league. Aoki didn't want to be destroyed because of several skill CDs. You should know that if you can enter the Alliance, these relationships are more important than the so-called resources now in your hands. If you can also enter the league, I believe that with Sakage's vision, I will definitely invest a lot of resources to help myself. I may not have as many cadres as the big 3, but as long as I show enough loyalty and talent, it may not be impossible. Aoki thinks far away. This may affect the way he will go in the future, so the relationship with Father Liu Sheng cannot be broken. I seem to be looking for a chance to leave. However, how to go? Aoki still have to plan carefully. Cannot go for no reason. That will also be suspected by the Alliance. The thought in his head was a momentary matter, and Aoki was now going to take the sailors into the water fleet's detention area. Now there are basically no members of the water fleet in the isle. Some of them guard the arrested people, some of them stay on the submarine, and some of them are attracted by the captain. Of course, those that were originally blocked in the captor actually accounted for the bulk. Aoki, they don't have many people now. www.mentalnovel.com. However, when Aoki was stealing prizes before, he found that the members of the water fleet who stayed behind were actually average, and there was no strong person with a higher level of training. Now they go. Even if they can't rescue all of them, they can still rescue some of them. Howling wind and fire rushed directly to the battle square. The sailors' tempers were also very upright, and they were not prepared for any tactics. Even the sailor has no plan. He can see Aoki stunned. Can you rush around like a bull? Aoki, who was still in the front of the team, was slowly squeezed to the end by a group of big men. At this time, Aoki really had a lot of sympathy for the captain. All of his underarms were such a group of simple-minded guys with developed limbs. It must be difficult when sailing. Life must not be easy, right? Silently for a few seconds for the captain. The sailor captain rushed into the battle square with the sailors. Aoki did not enter behind them, and he appeared on the tube platform again. Various requests, monthly tickets, recommended tickets, favorite, subscription, give a reward, various requests, https, genius address, mobile website reading URL, chapter 244 Small Eyes for Worship. Intent. When Aoki appeared in the stands, the sailors were already fighting with the members of the water fleet. 35XS mobile phone, various elves of Iron Lobster, Heroic, Weird, Big-billed Bat, Reachable Duck, and Hot Monkey appear in the square. Started the melee, except that the sailor captain fought directly with the temporary captain of the water fleet. The other sailors did not separate the battlefield, but contended with the fighters of the water fleet. Because the sailors and the pirates are fighting together, and they get along for a long time, their tacit understanding is much higher than the water fleet combatants. So even though there are more people in the water fleet, the sailors still fight with them. However, the longer the time drags on, the greater the advantage of the water fleet. After all, the large number of them means that there are more elves and can better time. Aoki watched for a while in the stands, and after most of the members of the water fleet entered the battle, Aoki came to the bottom with a dull book and a ghost stone. Ghost stone, etc. will use hypnosis directly, maximum power, hypnotize a few people who can hypnotize a few water fleets. Dumb beasts, you use thought to control the people of the water fleet. As for their elves, if smooth the words should not be a problem. Aoki gave orders to the foolish beast and ghost stone. On hearing that, they nodded, saying there was no problem. Ghost Stone submerged in the shadows. When Oki waved his hands, the two elves began to cooperate to deal with the members of the water fleet. When a member of the water fleet fell, the rest found out. But just as they were about to act, the superpowers of the dumb beasts directly controlled them. Oki took a lunge, took the elven ball from the waist of the first hypnotic member of the water fleet, and locked his still-loving lobster soldier into the elven ball. Then they didn't care about them anymore, but took out a few knives from the ring and untied the bound people. Give them the rest of the knives and let them help the remaining people untie the rope. At this time, the elves left by the water fleet also reacted, and the evil iron lobster directly broke the dumb beast's superpower. All members of the water fleet were restored to action. Oki snarled, "Hurry up, if you know where your elf ball is placed, go get it yourself and I will temporarily lead them away." Talking with the dumb beasts and ghost stones, he fought with several soldiers of the water fleet. But Oki's strength is obviously weaker. After all, the other person is more powerful. At this time, Oki whispered a hand and whispered, "I lead them away. You try to free others. If you can't do anything, save as much as you can." The person pulled by Oki next to him seemed to feel the momentum of the great shore of Oki. Look at Oki with little stars that seemed to be flickering. "Oki, I forgive you." Suddenly a word came out of that man's mouth. At this time, Oki could see clearly that the person who had just come by hand was actually the fragrant sun who was crying by herself in the top 16. Although she still had tears in her eyes, what kind of ghosts were those little worship eyes? Oki felt that her head was a little bit sore, and she drew it to Xiangxiangtsai. However, from the current situation, it seems that he can only explain to Xiangxiangtsai. Remember, you can save as much as you can. If you can't, retreat first. People in the Alliance should be here soon. Oki sipped, interrupting Xiangxiangtsai who wanted to speak again. After letting the dumb beast and ghost stone give a full blow, they turned and ran out of the battle square. Several members of the water fleet who were injured by Oki's attack also struck their heads and rushed out with Oki. Oki ran in the corridor, followed by several members of the water fleet, and kept their elves attacking. But both were stopped by dumb books and ghost stones. Oki's mouth was sneer, and the dark eyes had an unstoppable killing intention. He has always pretended to be a League's obedient trainer, even when he is in combat. During the raid just now, if Oki could kill him, even if the elves of the water fleet could react, Oki would definitely solve 3 or 4 people at once. That way the previous fighting situation would not be so tense. But now is the result that Oki wants now. The support rushed into the siege of the water fleet and rescued the members of the trapped Saint Anu. In order to draw the attention of the water fleet, a single person attracted most of the troops. Didn't you see how much Kasaka's eyes looked at Oki before? If this matter is passed back to the League, I believe that Oki will definitely be praised. If you don't say anything about other resources, a simple medal or flag, the League is still willing. At that time, Mr. Liu Sheng will add some jealousy. Maybe Oki will become a new trainer of the League. Come forward and be helpful. Talent is not weak and useful for intermediate educators. So as long as Oki can hide his identity, it is not impossible to confuse in the League. By that time, the identity of the League and the status of the rockets, and even the identity of the hunter, multi-pronged approach, Oki's growth resources will be all at once. Of course, what Oki needs to do now is to leave the Santana right and wrong place first. Even if he has to accept the praise of the Alliance, he must return to the mainland. This time bringing these water fleet people out. There was also an opportunity for the Great Light to disappear in the eyes of everyone. Already ran a distance, I should not run into anyone in the back. www.mentalnovel.com. Oki took out 2 elven balls. One turned around and rushed into a deluxe suite opened by a dumb beast. Anyway, there was no monitoring in it, and Oki could rest assured. After entering, threw the 2 elven directly in his hand, and Paula and the Dark Crow appeared together in the room. Para, Dark Crow. Kill them quickly, mainly killing people. Oki turned over and avoided the attack of the water fleet elves, ordered. Because the door is not large, The members of the water fleet that rushed in could not fight side by side, so the elves that rushed in could not form a group. Instantly they were smashed by Zara and the Dark Raven one by one. As for their elves, they were directly controlled by hypnosis and the Dark Raven and dropped aside. The menacing water fleet members who were still fighting just now are all in a pool of blood. Oki quickly took down the elven ball around their waist, put away their elves, and locked them. Stupid beast, pull, clear the blood on the ground. The Dark Crow breaks the window, use the strongest skills to break him. Ghost, look for the oxygen bottle in this room, there should be such a first aid in the luxury suite something. Oki ordered calmly. I put all the storage tools of the water fleet and other people into the pockets, and now I don't have time to check how the harvest is. What Oki has to do now is to make himself disappear less obtrusively. The 10 editions of the leader have finally returned, and it is not easy. Please ask for all kinds. Intent. Dark Cries of the Elves. Chapter 245. Rainy Team. The Dark Crow used the full power of evil waves to directly break the window. Ghost Stone also found the oxygen cylinder hidden in the room and was put directly into their ring by Oki. Stupid beast, you leave a coordinate on me, I will jump straight down when you will. And then you throw these corpses one by one with superpowers. Remember to head down, imitate like a bit. Oki said. Yeah? The dumb beast nodded hard. Then Oki took Paula and the Dark Crow into the elven ball, and Gizzy returned to the shadow of Oki. Then Oki stood at the window, motioning to the beast to be ready. Leapt forward and jumped straight from the window. Subsequently, the stupid animal controlled the bodies of the members of the water fleet with mental force and also pretended to jump down. After all the water was launched, the dumb beasts disappeared into the room using the instantaneous movement. Liu Sheng and Water Indus have been fighting for more than half an hour. They have been playing tepidly, and both sides are delaying until someone in the water fleet costume came to the top floor, carefully ran to Shui Wutong and whispered something. I saw Water Indus instantly angry. Yamamoto, give me something and retreat right now. You, tell me, don't worry about running, grab as much as you can, retreat. Shui Wutong growled. Liu Sheng saw that Shui Wutong was angry, although he didn't know why. He understood that he was anxious. I saw Father Liu Sheng sneer and let the fossil pterosaurs and fire-breathing dragons go full fire and start the real battle. Since the enemy is thinking of retreating, it is only necessary for them to try to drag it, regardless of why they retreat. Boss, if I retreat now, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the Alliance in the future, Yamamoto said hesitantly without the first time to get the Water Indus needed. Water Indus is enduring the violent attack of Master Liu Sheng. Hearing Yamamoto's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. His right hand slowly touched his waist, and the cold light in his eyes was no longer suppressed. The hair on Yamamoto's body instantly rose up, he felt the breath of death, and he smiled busily. Boss, a quick mouth, still things are important, things are important. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and ran to the room. The clothes on the back were completely soaked, and the sweat made the clothes cling tightly to the body. After a while, Yamamoto carried a silvery suitcase in his hand, ran out, and handed it to Shui Wutong. Water Indus took the box, although it was still furious before. But now the surprise on his face couldn't be masked. The Alliance will not return, your family is useless anyway. This time I will meet the water fleet. It is time for our launch. Yamato nodded very painfully when he heard the words of Sycamore. In order to run his family well, he didn't know how much thought he spent. He just expanded a small third-class family to the current first-class family, which invested unknown resources. Now that he gives up, he just gives up, so he doesn't hurt. Not to mention anything else, then the total funds available to the family are enough to train several elite trainers. This is all his foundation, but now he can only give up. In the future, I am afraid that I can only surrender to the water fleet, and I do not know when I can return to the Alliance again. Regardless of what he was thinking about, Water Indus said again, go all out and fight this old man first. then we evacuate quickly, and the people in the Alliance should be coming soon." Throwing two elves again, a big mouth gull and a lot capo appeared on the boat. With the appearance of the big-billed gull, the sky began to drizzle. Slowly, the drizzle turned into pouring rain. Fossil pterosaurs and fire-breathing dragons flying in the air have been affected. Fossil pterosaurs are the spirits of the rock system and the flight system, and the fire-breathing dragons are the spirits of the fire system and the flight system. The rain has a great impact on them. Father Liu Sheng saw the two elves released by Water Indus, and his expression suddenly became serious. "It seems to be moving," Master Liu Sheng murmured. Although the water sycamore is not well known, not many people know his strength, but Father Liu Sheng has seen a lot of people in the world. The rainy big mouth gull and the free-flowing lot capo are typical of the rainy lineup. Water Indus has apparently taken out part of his ace team. If Mr. Liu Sheng must fight, Water Indus will surely summon all his other elves a little bit. This is on the sea, and the elf of Mr. Liu Sheng is already in a weak position. If he must fight, the situation will be less optimistic. Suddenly, Father Liu Sheng was caught in a contradiction. "Still stop." After Aoki jumped out of the window, the bodies of the following water fleet men were also dropped by the dumb beasts, mimicking the look of Aoki. In fact, no one paid attention to Aoki's body at this time, and the camera on the ship in this position could not capture all the scenes. But Aoki did this for safety reasons. After falling into the water, Aoki quickly took out the oxygen cylinder from the ring, put the respirator next to his mouth, and took a deep breath. Then the space in the water fluctuated a bit, and the dull beast appeared beside Aoki. Aoki held his hand on the shoulder of the dumb beast and motioned for him to take him out first. Shortly after Aoki fell into the water, it began to rain in the sky, but for Aoki in the water, it had no effect. After the foolish beast left Aoki with a distance, Aoki poked out a little head in the water and saw Master Liu Sheng and Shui Wutong fighting together. The sky was pouring heavy rain, and Lot Capo was moving fast in the water, almost unable to see the figure. Father Liu Sheng relied on the advantage of the sky to reluctantly meet, and finally he couldn't help but summoned an elf again. A Laplacing fell into the sea, entangled with the big mouth gull of the water sycamore. Although barely maintained undefeated, Yu reads www.yuukanzu.com, but the old man is already a little hard to resist. It is not that Mr. Liu Sheng is not the opponent of Water Indus, but now the Water Indus has been mad, regardless of the Saint Anu, but there is no way for him to take care of the Saint Anu. In addition, the elves of Water Indus had a clear division of labor, and Yamamoto's elves helped. Mr. Liu Sheng brought 3 elves in total, originally thinking that they should be foolproof, but the Water Indus suddenly appeared. "Well, I can't carry it anymore. I knew that I would bring all my old folks with me, and I would have been beaten by you as a junior. If the old guys knew it, I would probably ridicule me again." Father Liu Sheng sighed helplessly. "Well, I am old, I am not playing anymore. For half an hour, it has been 45 minutes, and I haven't come yet." Thinking of this, Father Liu Sheng took a shot of a fossil pterodactyl to raise it. At most, he will fight with the fork bat and the big mouth gull. For the other elves, he will not consider it for the time being. First, more. Ask for monthly and recommendation tickets. Chapter 246. Aoki missing. Aoki looked for a moment, then turned over and dived into the water again. With the strength of Mr. Liu Sheng, even if he loses, there is no problem in leaving. The main thing is to see if the water fleet can be evacuated. Once again, the dumb beasts swam for a while, and the surrounding elves began to grow. Aoki summoned Tyrannosaurus Rex directly, order it not to surface, and sneak directly underwater. For Tyrannosaurus Rex, he is best at raising his head up to the surface of the water, but he is not used to it. Aoki made the stupid beasts sense the closest coordinates of the superpowers, and the Tyrannosaurus swiftly moved without encountering any great danger in the sea. As for the Saint Anu, after 5 minutes of battle between Master Liu Sheng and Shui Wutong, the Heavenly King who came to support the Alliance finally arrived. But it was too late. and all members of the water fleet had entered the submarine. Even some of the passengers on board were arrested by them. If it weren't for Oki's interference, there would be more people who might be caught in it. Feeling responsible for the Alliance, King of Heaven level powerhouse started a crazy attack, but because he just entered the King of Heaven, for a powerhouse like Water and us, still not enough. It only pulled Yamato from the battle with Father Yeju. But it does not have much impact on the overall situation. After the water fleet's diving ladder completely disappeared into the water and disappeared, Water Indus and Yamamoto also jumped into the water with a big laugh. As for the fighting elves, they jumped into the water with them, but they were both stowed away by the moment they fell into the water. After entering the water parasol directly summoned a giant tooth shark. The two wore hard gloves and mounted an oxygen cylinder, helping the giant tooth shark disappear into the water at once. Father Liu Sheng and the newly arrived Heavenly King powerhouse have no way at all. Although Mr. Laplacian of Lao Sheng is a water-based elf, Lao Sheng is not the main water-based elf. This Laplace is just his second echelon elf. It was only because he was going out to sea that he took it with him. The real main battle elves he brought today were only fossil pterosaurs and fire-breathing dragons, but unfortunately they could not fight underwater. The newly arrived King of the Heavens class is very embarrassed. He has a means of chasing, but he catches up by delivering food, but he can't beat the two people. Father Liu Sheng glanced at the somewhat embarrassing Alliance Kings, and snorted. I thought that I was able to hold on to the two King-level opponents. As long as he came faster, he didn't need to make any huge contributions. As long as the miscellaneous soldiers of the water fleet were cleared, he could let go of the battle. Already, Water Indus does not say, at least Yamamoto will be left. But now a group of people have been taken away by the water fleet, and I don't know if Oki is inside. Father Liu Sheng, who turned away, gave the king a back of the head. That Uranus cannot be angry yet. I was really caught in a trivial matter, so it was a little bit late. Moreover, Father Liu Sheng has not been known by others. He has heard about it for a long time. One of the veteran figures in the Alliance is said to exist above the senior cultivator. His strength is very extraordinary. More importantly, his teacher is also a friend of Father Liu Sheng, and he is the junior of Father Liu Sheng, and he is even more afraid to speak. 20 minutes later, the Alliance's preparations were a little bit late. At the same time, he was reprimanded by Father Liu Sheng. He is now angry, because of his care. He didn't bring enough elves, he was crushed by the juniors of Water and us, and he was also arrested by the water fleet for some trainers. In his opinion, it was something that could be engraved on the pillar of shame. It's strange to have a good temper, especially in the end, when Alliance personnel and the few sailors remaining on the ship counted the missing people. Father Liu Sheng was even more furious, because Oki is actually on this list. Just as Father Liu Sheng did not hold back again, trying to reprimand the poor Alliance king, the captain came up. Well, Master Yeju, this man named Oki is a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a flashing dumb beast around him? The captain asked with restraint. Liu Sheng glanced at him, pressing his anger in his heart. But he had Zheng Jin, who wanted to take Oki into the door. If such a talented young man can be cultivated, then in front of his old folks, don't be too face-saving. Let them always show off how their disciples are in front of themselves. But now Oki is gone, and his beautiful plans are lost. Have you seen? If it was him, I did see it. It was like this. Next, the captain explained to Master Liu Sheng how Oki entered the cockpit, then gave them plans one by one, and then made the sailor captains prepare. Speaking of the back, Sailor Chang and Xiang Tsai, rescued by Oki and others, also appeared in front of Father Liu Sheng. Although Mr. Liu Sheng had no momentum at all, when he learned that he was facing a Heavenly King-level strong man, they were more restrained, and finally Pan finished all the processes. Most and finally, Oki-kun is like this. He has attracted the attention of a lot of bad guys, and then told me to rescue as many people as possible. If possible, let us find our elf ball first. I saw him fighting a lot of bad guys, and finally ran out because he was outnumbered, leaving us a chance to breathe. Xiangxai talked about more and more, tears in his eyes. He found that he had always blamed Aoki before, and he hated him completely when he was in the game. I didn't expect to come to rescue them. More time, attracted a lot of hatred, and is still missing. Wow. Aoki-kun, I am wrong. The more I think of Xiangxai, the more wronged he is for Aoki, and he wows again. Suddenly, Father Liu Sheng felt a headache, and he waved his hand to take Xiangxai away for comfort. Then a sailor came in, said something in the captain's ear, and went out again. Master Liu Sheng, just when I checked the monitoring, I found that Aoki-kun jumped directly into the sea, and then a few people in the water fleet also jumped into the sea, and then they did not appear on the sea again. Captured by the water fleet. As for where we went, we can't know now. Father Liu Sheng pressed his own temple, and suddenly thought that Aoki would run out a few days ago, and then come back after a while. However, in order to monitor Yamamoto Yamagami www.mentalnovel.com, Yanao didn't know what Aoki went out for. But he now has a conjecture. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. What a clunky boy. Seeing the smile of Mr. Liu Sheng, everyone around was secretly relieved. This old man has a temper, and he really looks like a child and can't soothe. Then, someone will be sent to the surrounding islands to find out if they can be found. Then you inform the alliance of several seaside cities and sailing ships. If you find a young man named Aoki, please inform me in time! Remember, it's me who is notified first. Father, is that boy okay? The Alliance King asked cautiously. Mr. Liu Sheng was a deep-looking man and stopped talking. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets. Chapter 247 Unknown Island. It seemed to be confirmed that there was no problem with Aoki. Father Liu Sheng warned everyone in the audience to temporarily suppress Aoki's affairs and wait until Aoki appeared before allowing it to be made public. Although everyone did not know why to do it, they still had to do so in the face of the exhortation persecution of a veteran Heavenly King class strongman. Father Liu Sheng obviously will not tell them that such a good seedling, of course, will not be known to others until he has accepted it as a disciple. Otherwise, what to do if someone is preempted? With Aoki's talent, you can pass the test of an intermediate breeder with a little training. After 7 or 8 years of training, he can even become a senior breeder. At that time, Liu Sheng is a double senior breeder, envious of the undead old brothers. Let them show off every time they see themselves. It's their turn to show off. Father Liu Sheng thought of this, and the majestic expression just turned into a ridiculous look, leaving drooling. Others watched how quickly his face changed, so he decided to leave here first. So he changed another command at that time. When the old man woke up from the fantasy of a double senior breeder, he found that people had disappeared long ago. He couldn't help snorting. A bunch of short-sighted guys. Nevertheless, Aoki, he shouldn't be dead by his brain. I was a little worried when I thought about it. But then I think of that Aoki who was alertly close to himself from the beginning, and a smile appeared on his face again. Make him look good. In the sea. On an unknown island. Aoki, who had just reached the shore, sneezed. The dumb beast glanced at Aoki curiously. I've known Aoki for so long and I haven't seen him sick. This time, it won't be a cold. Aoki rubbed his nose and slowly walked out of the beach, sitting on the grass all at once, muttering in his mouth, who is thinking of me, not the old man of Liu Sheng. Sometimes intuition is so accurate. Aoki may not know that his purpose of approaching the old man of Yaeja was fully achieved, and even exceeded his expectations. However, if someone scrutinizes Aoki's identity, and this person's status is still relatively high, Aoki's true identity may not really be concealed. Fortunately, in order to preemptively accept Aoki, Mr. Liu Sheng temporarily suppressed various events about Aoki. Take out a chart from the ring, specially purchased on the Saint Anu. Since knowing that there is danger on the Sant Anu, Aoki began to leave coordinates on various islands, so he bought this chart and was ready to evacuate at any time. Although this chart may not be completely accurate, The general orientation is not a problem. Aoki will mark the chart on each of the islands where the beasts left coordinates, so as to prevent them from getting lost in the sea. Putting the chart in the ring, Aoki already knew his position. He is now in an awkward position, whether it is going to Feniyuan area or returning to the original Kanto area. The distance is actually not much different. So how to choose? Aoki needs to think carefully. Anyway, Aoki cannot appear at sea for the time being, and now it is very likely that you will encounter Alliance personnel looking for missing people everywhere. Fortunately, I would stay on the island for a while before leaving. This island is one of the more satisfactory ones among the islands that Aoki locates. Not because of anything else, but just because the area of the island is fairly good, and it is an uninhabited island with some wild elves living on it. This shows that the island may not have been developed many times by various forces. If you look carefully, maybe you can come across some good things. Tyrannosaurus Rex, who took a long time to breathe, took in the elven ball again, and then summoned the Dark Crow. In this unknown environment, it is necessary to be able to explore the surrounding environment by flying elves such as the Dark Crow. Aoki even released the big-billed tit, letting the foolish beast tell him what to do through electrocardiogram. Compared to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was not very obedient at first, the big-billed that had been tamed would be much more peaceful. This was one of the few times that Aoki summoned it, remembering the last time I released it as if to conquer him. By the way, the stupid beast told the big-mouthed bird through the heart inductor, and after seeing him ask Aoki for consent, he flew directly into the sky. It can be seen that the person who sells this big-billed bird is indeed tamed well, and will not act rashly without the consent of the trainer. However, this kind of elven man flight really needs to be tamed. Otherwise, he flew into the air and suddenly lost his temper, and the trainer sitting on it was dangerous. Without a second flying elven, he might have died directly. Not the same as the elves in the sea. Even if the elves in the sea are out of control, at least the trainers will not drown directly, but they can still struggle a bit, although it may not make much sense. However, people like Aoki who have multiple protections have no problem. Aoki often feels that he has no merit. There is one thing I really want to say, that is to fear death. Because he was afraid of death, he always thought things through before thinking about it. Because I am afraid of death, I often leave myself a back road in the course of the operation to ensure that my personal safety is not a problem even if the mission fails. Because of fear of death, Aoki has very high loyalty requirements for those two elves, even exceeding their levels, qualifications, and combat capabilities. Then Aoki summoned Paula and the big milk tank. In this unknown forest, the level of wild elves is unknown. The hasty entry is safe or under the protection of all the elves. After waiting for a few minutes, the Dark Raven and Toucan returned. Through their description www.mentalnovel.com, Aoki learned that the area of this island is not really small. By comparison, it might be as large as a city of Gage. Although the area of Kaji is not large, it is still a city after all. So for an island, the area is still relatively large. Aoki put away the big-billed tit, and slowly walked into the forest with 4 elves. It's night and there are a lot of bugs in the forest. In fact, it is not easy to enter the unknown forest at night, but among the elves of Aoki, the Dark Crow and Ghost Stone have night vision capabilities, and Paula's perception of night is not weak. Coupled with the real-time scanning of the chip, as long as the opponent's strength is not a lot of spirits beyond Aoki, the ability to cope with it is still available. When it really doesn't work, the dumb beast's instantaneous movement is the last guarantee of Aoki. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Subscription. Chapter 248. Tropical Dragon at 3 or 4 in the morning. Unknown island on the sea. After a little distance, Aoki stopped. Last night, in order to guard against the raid of the water fleet, I didn't sleep for almost one night. On this unknown island, I don't know how many unknown dangers there are. In order to get more energy during the day, Aoki decided to sleep first. The water vapor on the beach was too much before, and the beach at night was very cold and not suitable for sleeping. After entering the forest for a while, Aoki found a huge old tree. I don't know how many years it has grown, but its branches are very large. But it can sleep as a bed. Ghost Stone was in charge of the night's alert. After a busy night, Aoki quickly entered his dreamland. At noon, after solving lunch, Aoki and his elves began to truly explore the island. There have been several attacks of elves before, and they have not solved them. However, Aoki found that the elves on this island were generally relatively high. Previously, they attacked a poisonous moth with a grade of 3, except for a little lower qualifications. The development in other aspects was good. However, because of the worms and poisonous spirits, under the combined attack of dull books and dark rose, they quickly lost their life characteristics. Then the poisonous moth was thrown by Aoki to the green odorous mud of the 2 stinky mud previously purchased in Deadleaf City. The level of green stinky mud is lower than that of this poisonous moth, so the energy in it is still very considerable for him. And after being bought by Aoki, I have never eaten. It looks like my body is smaller. As he slowly deepened, Aoki discovered that the elves on the island were actually the elves of Feniyuan. Because it is right in the middle of Kanto and Feniyuan, in fact, it is possible in both Kanto, Chengdu and Feniyuan. But now on this island, Aoki is currently encountering all the elves in Feniyuan. Most of them are poisonous moths, hunting swallowtail butterflies, king swallows, and long-winged gulls. Of course, there are other elves, but most of them are these elves. Although the entire island is not very large, it took Aoki a whole day to barely turn the island around. He found that the elves on this island were actually above the 20th level, and there were even a few 30-level elves in some of the larger groups. For example, in the forest at the southernmost end of the island, there are oak fruit groups, most of which are oak fruit, but there are many proboscis leaves living in them, and their leader is a level 35 Cunning Tengu. To Aoki's surprise, the Cunning Tengu should have evolved from a leaf stone. Is there a Cunning Tengu here? Does it mean that there may be other leaf stones? The westernmost part of the island is a small hillside. On the back of the hillside, there is a large group of mushrooms. Their leader is a male and a female 2 oyster mushrooms. The oyster mushroom grade is 33. The oyster mushroom group and the Cunning Tengu group are the 2 stronger groups on this island, and the 2 groups seem to be a little difficult to deal with each other. Be considered hostile. The north of the island is the territory of poisonous white butterflies, and the east is the territory of white butterfly hunting. Although the 2 ethnic groups share the same source, they are extremely hostile and belong to hostile ethnic groups. When Aoki entered the island before, he was walking at the junction of the hunting swallowtail butterfly and the poisonous butterfly group, so he encountered 2 kinds of elves at the same time. Otherwise, even if you encounter other elves, you will not encounter poisonous butterflies in the territory of the swallowtail butterfly hunting. This is a natural counterpart, similar to the big needle bee and the big butterfly. This can be said to be a perfect leveling place. Not only do you not have to worry about other human interference, but the level of wild elves is not low, which is very suitable for the elves of Aoki to exercise. So after going around for a while, if I didn't find something good, I left Aoki and chose to stay on the island temporarily. Anyway, I originally planned to survive in the wild for a while, so let's start from here. As for going to Feniyuan area, Aoki is not in a hurry. At least the level of these wild elves is good, and the experience provided to the elves must be very considerable. Aoki found that there was a freshwater lake in the very center of the island. I am afraid that most of the elves on this island can survive, relying on this small lake. So he was going to set up a small camp by the lake. When Aoki was about to start building the camp, an overwhelming shadow appeared over his head. If it wasn't for the elves to respond quickly enough, using the holding skills to resist the impact one after another, I am afraid that Aoki is dangerous. Finally, relying on the momentary movement of the dumb beast, he fled this place with Aoki, and the elves appeared again on the beach of the island at the beginning. Aoki washed the stains on his face and the mud on his body with seawater. I didn't expect this island to have such a powerful tropical dragon. Aoki looked ugly. It really happened too suddenly. Fortunately, there are dumb beasts, otherwise it may be planted there. At the moment when the dark shadow appeared, Oki subconsciously obtained the data of the tropical dragon with a chip. Pokemon, tropical dragon light green. Gender, male. Level, 40. Attribute, grass plus flight. Characteristics, chlorophyll. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, parasitic seeds, dragon dance, photosynthesis. Basic skills, flying leaf storm, staring, wind, growth, flying leaf fast knife, sweet aroma, stampede, magic leaf, blowing fly, grass blender, grace of nature, air chopping. Teaching skills, downwind, dragon wave. Skill learner, none. When I saw the level of this tropical dragon www.untlenovel.com, Oki came to understand that he was the real Hegemon on the island, the most powerful elf on the island. Although the tropical dragon has a dragon character in its name, strictly speaking, he is not a dragon spirit because he has no dragon attributes. But if he insists, it is not impossible to count him as a dragon. Just like the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon is a fire and flying spirit, but he has dragon blood, so he can learn some dragon moves. The tropical dragon is actually the same, with some dragon blood in it. If one of the parents is only a real dragon elf, he can also learn some dragon moves. And the tropical dragon's genetic skills possess the powerful buffing skills of dragon dance, a dragon elf, so there must be a dragon elf among the parents of the tropical dragon. In this way, the fighting power and value of this tropical dragon will be much higher. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Subscription. Chapter 249. Prepare one pot. And after Oki trimmed a bit at the beach, she sat cross-legged on the beach. Now that the sun is about to set, the tide is receding and the beach is still relatively dry. Why is such a small island able to feed so many elves? And not only to feed them, these elves grow up so well and have such a high level. Oki thought secretly. Unlike the elves who are subdued by humans, the elves after human beings can often fight against other elves, so the experience upgrade speed is much faster, and the level increase is faster. However, the level of wild elves almost depends on their age and various energy intakes. If the wild elves know how to exercise, the level may increase slightly faster. However, the elves on this island obviously did not appear this way. It is a very normal forest. There is nothing special except the various plants are relatively old. However, the level of the elves here is a bit unrealistic. Even in the center of the island, a tropical dragon of grade 40 appeared. Even if the tropical dragon is a Yalong, its combat effectiveness is still very impressive. Actually, Oki wanted to put the whole island to the table. Not to mention, if all of them are hit, the level of the elves must be a lot higher. Moreover, it is impractical to think of something. If the tropical dragon can be conquered, then Oka's flying tool Big Mouth Bird can be eliminated. This big build Oki has not been used a few times, but to be honest, it is really a bit ugly. Although Oki is not a trainer who cares about the appearance of the elves, he is a pragmatist, but the ratio of tropical dragons to Big Mouth is personally known how to choose. The most important thing is that when Oki was flying and sailing in the sea, his mounts were all Yalong elves, and it was very domineering to think about it. Oki couldn't help but think that he was afraid of shooting his own head. This unrealistic idea is better to converge. Now among his elves, the highest level is the 27th level Dumb Beast, who actually wants to go to the trouble of a level 40 tropical dragon. Well, I've been with people who don't have a brain for a long time, and am susceptible to infection. Oki thought of Git on the Saint Anu, a guy with a simple mind and a body. At first, Oki was still thinking about why he could survive with his character and no protagonist halo like Xiaosi. It was only at the end that it was discovered that Ren Juan had an uncle serving as the captain of the Sant Anu, which was considered to be a weaker official second generation. Slowly stood up and patted the sand on his body. Oki murmured, I originally wanted to build a camp in the center of the island. Now it seems that it is safer to hunt the swallowtail butterfly. Although most of the 4 elves are on the island, it does not mean that other elves are gone, otherwise the ecology will be unbalanced. It's just that there are relatively few other elves, and they have not reached the level of the ethnic group. In addition, except for the hostile ones in each group, the entry of other elves is not restricted. Aoki took the dumb beasts to enter the territory of the hunting swallowtail butterfly without being excessively blocked. The hunting swallowtail butterfly didn't care about the Aoki them. It was just some other wild elves who first saw the existence of humans. The first offense. As a result, under the attack of the dumb beasts and the dark crows, they gave their lives one after another. Even the body was devoured by the stinky mud and turned into nutrients. Relying on a big tree, Aoki took out all the tools in the ring, and with the help of the elves, a small camp was quickly set up. The tent is leaning against old trees, and ordinary wind blows will not cause damage. The bonfire and food were prepared by the foolish beasts and big milk cans. The scorpion-tailed scorpion that just came out of the elf ball, but it is quite honest. Based on his perception of other worms as the worms of the worms, he found that there are too many geniuses stronger than him, which makes him condense and naughty character. The elves of Aoki trained a long time every day on the Santuanu. Today, their mastery of skills has increased to a level, and several battles are urgently needed to test the results of their training. In addition, the long-term training puts their bodies in a state of extremes. As long as there are a few hearty battles, the upgrade can be completed. The scent of slowly roasted meat appeared in the forest, attracting many onlookers of wild elves. There are also some elves who can stand the temptation of fragrance and directly launched raids, but they were defeated by the Dark Ravens, and even the bodies of several relatively powerful elves were left on the ground. With these deterrents, there are a lot fewer elves who come to trouble. As the sun slowly set, the bonfire became the only light source in the forest. The elves sitting around the campfire enjoyed the long-lost, delicious barbecue. For them, they still like to live outside and stay with their trainers. Although there may be many more battles, none of them is a combat mad. After dinner, the elves were playing by the campfire. The dumb beast and the big milk can play together with the claw-tailed scorpion, while the Pull and Dark Crow are fighting together, and discuss the use of fighting skills and skills. The evil wave of Bayola has just been learned for a short time, and there is still a long way to go. The Dark Raven has already learned the skill of Evil Wave, and under the guidance of Aoki, it has reached the level of mastery, although it has not reached limits. But teaching Paula is more than enough. And Paula's provocation skills are also good, and Dark will also ask about the use of provocation skills. The two elves learned from each other and learned from each other, but their emotions rose rapidly. Although Paula's fighting ability is stronger than that of Dark Raven, if it is purely evil skills, Dark Raven is still a bit more powerful than Paula. After all, Paula's strongest talent is still in the ice department. www.mentalnovel.com. As for the Ghost Stone did not join them, silently followed Aoki, and tried to perform a duty of guarding. Although Aoki allowed Ghost Stone to play with them, he was rejected by Ghost Stone. In his opinion, protecting Aoki was the most important thing. However, his Aoki went with him. After all, it was in the wild, and there could be danger at any time. The Ghost Stone was next to him, and it was still safe. After looking at the elves who were playing for a while, Aoki was gradually lost in thought. This island Aoki must be explored carefully, and can help the elves to improve their level. After a period of training, they have accumulated a certain amount of experience. As long as they fight a few times, they can complete the upgrade. And Aoki quickly targeted one of the 4 major ethnic groups on this island, the poisonous butterfly community. What? The biggest creditor is finally over. I will start to return to my Helm Master, Hall Owner, and bosses later. Chapter 250 Energy Crystallization. The poisonous butterfly is a genie of the insect and poisonous systems, and is twice restrained by flying, rock, fire, and superpowers. Both dumb beasts and dark crows can serve as the main elves. Paula and Ghost Stone can assist the offense and contain. As for the scorpion-tailed scorpion, the level of the elf here is too high, and it is not suitable for him to participate in battle. The level of the big milk tank can't keep up with the team, so you can exercise together during this time. The next day, an unknown island. Oki led the elves into the land of poisonous butterflies. The poisonous white butterfly is not as good as the white butterfly hunting. When Oki entered, she was attacked. And in the poisonous butterfly forest, there are some small dusts everywhere. If you inhale too much, you may cause paralysis, poisoning, and sleep. By then it will become the food of poisonous white butterflies. After defeating the poisonous butterflies that guarded it, Oki entered the poisonous butterfly forest. With the deepening, from time to time, many pink and white cocoons can be seen on the branches, bushes, and some directly fall to the ground. It cannot be counted densely, although these cocoon pupae look similar to those in the hunting papilio forest. They are slightly different in color. The cocoon pupae in the hunting swallowtail butterfly forest are called carapace cocoons, while the cocoon pupae in poisonous butterfly forest are best used as shield cocoons. Although they all evolved from Echinococcus, due to differences in personality values, the direction of evolution will be different. And Oki came all the way, and encountered the largest number of ciliates. In these towering trees, huge leaves have been bitten out of small holes. After the sun shone, the sunlight that was originally separated by leaves, passed through these small holes, and painted a little light spot in the dead leaves on the ground. It's like the stars in the night sky. Oki did not take action on these spiny tails and shield cocoons. After all, these elves have not yet evolved into poisonous butterflies. The level is not high, and the experience for the elves is average. However, with the deepening, more and more poisonous butterflies appeared, and the foolish beasts and dark crows also started the most crazy attacks. Paula reduces the speed of poisonous butterflies through the freezing wind. Although poisonous butterflies have no flying attributes, after all, they are flying spirits. The effect of the ice system is still good. When their wings are slightly stained with water stains, they will soon form small ice crystals after being blown by frozen points. Although they will not prevent poisonous butterflies from flying, their flying speed is greatly affected. There is also a big milk tank, although it is generally an elf, but his awakening power is of a fire nature. He has exercised his awakening power for a long time on the Saint Anu, and it is also handy to use it now. Although an awakening force will not cause a large area of casualties, in addition to the poisonous butterfly in the center of the explosion may directly lose its combat ability. The poisonous butterfly affected by the explosion will be harvested by the dark crow and the foolish animal. After Oki lifted the burden of the dark crow and added the blessing speed of the entire wind, a wing attack could almost defeat a poisonous butterfly. Among them, the attack speed is the fastest, and the strongest attack effect is the dumb beast. After his meditation, mind power combined with mental shock rotation attacks, range damage of mind power, and extreme spikes of mental shock, almost half of the poisonous butterflies killed were killed by dumb beasts. Each time his superpower is exhausted, Oki will feed him a few high-level energy blocks and meditate for a while. After the superpower recovers, the damage will be greater. As for the ghost stone, he did not take the initiative to attack, but just killed a few poisonous butterflies who were about to sneak in on Oki from the rear. But he was obediently beside Oki. Sometimes Ghost Stone also handed several dying white butterflies to the claw-tailed scorpion near Oki's feet. The scorpion-tailed scorpion didn't even care that he came to make up for it. Only by growing up quickly can we give Oki and the entire team an effective effect. However, when the scorpion-tailed scorpion killed the second poisonous butterfly that fell in front of him, he stopped. Pulled Oki's trousers. After Oki noticed him. Using two sharp pliers, I inserted it into the poisonous butterfly's brain, and slowly took out a purple-black particle the size of a little finger. There was a strange color flashing on Oki's face, and he took the small particles handed over by the scorpion-tailed scorpion with his hand. Take out a bottle of mineral water, wash it a bit, and put it in the palm of your hand, like a purple-black diamond crystal, refracting the light. Chip, scan this thing, Oki ordered in his heart. Drop. After the chip drops, a data graph appears in front of Oki's eyes. Item, energy crystal small. Attribute, toxic. Role, After taking the elf, it can increase the energy of the venom system by a small amount, and if it is used in large quantities, it can even improve the venom talent of the elf. Source: after using a certain amount of high purity energy, there is a certain chance that energy crystals will condense in the body. Such a small thing is an energy crystal. Can a large amount of use improve the spirit of the poisonous talent? Oki looked at the poisonous energy crystal in his hand and said to himself, with small energy crystals, there may be medium and even large energy crystals. Suddenly, Oki seemed to think of something. Wait. Is there only energy crystals in this poisonous butterfly, or is there energy crystals in the poisonous butterfly here? Is this the key to such an island being able to feed so many elves? Oki wondered more about the eyes brighter. There are many dead bodies of poisonous white butterflies on the ground, and there are densely packed poisonous white butterflies behind. Also, can only poisonous white butterflies produce energy crystals? What about hunting swallowtail butterflies? What about other elves here? Oka's doubts grew more and more. However, because the poisonous butterflies are not low in level, even if the dumb beasts cooperate with them, they are very strong in combat, but they are gradually becoming less supportive. Scorpion-tailed scorpion, go and see if there are any energy crystals in other poisonous white butterflies. If so, find them all, Oki said to the scorpion-tailed scorpion next to his feet. The scorpion-tailed scorpion has been staring at the energy crystals in Oki's hands and watching www.mentalnovel.com. He can feel that there is a lot of toxic energy in it. If he takes it, it will have unexpected benefits to him. However, because of Oka's order, he still patiently walked over to find one by one. It may be because the poisonous butterfly is a worm and a poisonous spirit, and the pin-tailed scorpion is also a poisonous and a worm, so he can feel the energy crystals in the poisonous butterfly corpse. Nearly 100 poisonous butterfly corpses. The scorpion-tailed scorpion found a total of 30 energy crystals, of which 19 poisonous crystals, 11 insect crystals, and all the energy crystals small, but did not see other levels. As for the corpses, they were all contracted by too stinky mud. The dark crow is all about blowing the wind, pulling and matching the frozen wind. Dumb beasts, thinking of liberation. All the maximum power, we withdraw, Oki ordered. With more and more poisonous butterflies, Oki was going to retreat first. Thanks for the rewards of the big brothers. 1 Muro. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Recommended tickets.